Hello, everybody. So we have day 6 of this Nicholas Kassotis trial. We still don't know exactly who Jim McIntyre is, if he exists. We have closed captions today, so that's good. That'll help us out. I saw somebody in the law and crime chat say that Jim McIntyre was rehomed, which I thought was hilarious. So it's going to be a good time. They're starting at 10 o'clock today. The prosecution asked the judge yesterday, can we start at 10? Can we have the jurors come a little bit late? Because our witnesses need to fly in. We know that the state wants to finish with the lead detective, Tracy Sands, on the stand. So expect that at the end of the day. I think that'll be a good cross-examination. That's the guy that knows all the tea of the case, right? We might hear from the first wife. Her name is Heather. And then there's 2 other witnesses. I think one of them is, I saw somebody named Cameron that looks like he handled the bank account records, business records. So here's some financial stuff, I think, but we'll have to see. Then I don't know if Doug's going to put on a case in chief. I think that he will and has to have a fighting chance here. I'm curious if Nicholas Kassotis will want to take the stand. I'm not sure if Doug Weinstein would advise that or not, but if a client wants to take the stand, a client's going to take the stand, and I think that might be the case here. So, predictions welcome in the chat. Let me know what you think's going to happen. Good to see everybody. I want to give a super huge shout out. Jenny was here early thinking we were going to start at 9, but court's a little late today. Hope everybody got to enjoy their extra hour. But Jenny says, and I love the @name, Justice with Jenny. Hi, Cat Mods and the chat. Good vibes to and for everyone. Good morning. I hope you're feeling great, Jenny. Jenny says, I was lurking yesterday. I'm here live and anticipating today's court session. Let's go. She's been a member for 8 months and then also sent in, we've got a super sticker going. So Jenny is our stream sponsor. Shout out to Jenny. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jenny. Always good to have you here live with us. And I love this cute little lemon and lime hug sticker. It's like a little Sprite. Oh, we've got the beautiful Amy E in the building with the kind reminder to hit that like button. You know, YouTube things, why not? Good to see you, Amy E. If you guys missed yesterday, the tool mark analysis, Classy and Amy are holding it down. They're rewatching the tool mark analysis right now. Give me a second, I'll get you a link. I thought that was interesting testimony. I always think tool mark analysis style testimony is interesting because I don't fully understand it. I'm not sure that I think it can tell us as much as it purports to tell us. And the process to me kind of seems like, hey, we think this is the weapon that connects it to this guy. Can you look at this weapon? So it's already a constrained analysis in my view. But nevertheless, it was interesting testimony to watch. So if you want to check that out, if you missed it while we're waiting to get started anyway, I just dropped Classy's link in the chat. Amy E's over there holding it down, I'm sure. And gotta put this hat on for more than one reason. It's not just that I always wear a hat. But today at 6 p.m. Eastern, and we'll be redirecting the stream over there, I'm really excited. I get to go and hang out with 2 of my favorite people, and we get to talk about this case. So that's going to be at 6 p.m. tonight over on Justice Served TV. So we'll be rocking the hat, the JSTV hat. There's that link in the chat for you guys. It's also in the description, but it's going to be a good time. And we've got court going, so let's get on. And you guys know the drill. When they start talking, let's do a volume check.
We may need to have some discussion about scheduling.
Okay.
We have 3 brief witnesses this morning.
Shout out to Linda in the chat.
2 witnesses
I'm so
to
excited.
follow. I don't expect them to be here until after lunch. I expect the first 3 witnesses to last no longer than maybe 45 minutes, which would put us at about 10:45 when I've exhausted those witnesses. So
A little
then
quiet.
We have to decide what to do.
Let's bump it up. If they get louder, if they mic up, we'll fix it. But that's a little quiet.
To try to fill the gap with Agent Sands or take an early lunch.
Okay.
So if I could just,
My understanding is that either way, we will be able to finish the state's case. My hope is by this afternoon. That would mean then that we are now a lot of time ahead of schedule was my hope. So that said, we also kind of cut through a lot of Agent Sands' audio already. So now it's just the questioning. So I really would rather just do Agent Sands after lunch, if that's okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
What's the situation with the defense?
At this time, Your Honor, we need to make a decision as to whether or not my client is going to testify.
Yes, sir.
We're going to wait on that decision until obviously after the state finishes up and I do my motions for direct verdict. So if he does decide to testify, then I would, depending on where we end today, but I would expect it to be later in the day, I would ask that we start with his testimony in the morning, since we are, I guess, a little ahead of schedule.
All right, and you did mention some other witnesses who may be traveling from out of state.
Right. And at this point, we're not going to be calling those witnesses, Your Honor. So to the extent that we put on a case, it would be my client.
Okay.
Okay. Let me also ask you if I can, or I can wait until, I don't know how you normally do the directed verdicts in here. So I assume after the state's case in chief is complete.
Just send the jury out.
You send the jury out.
And you
Okay.
make your motion.
Okay. I won't raise it then until after you excuse the jury.
Okay.
And I just was going to say, counsel and I discussed some of this before the court joined us. So I don't have an objection to his client testifying to start the day tomorrow, if we
Yeah, I've got
complete.
no problem with that. I mean, we've already scheduled it, and we assumed that we would go that far. So I don't have a problem, even if we're finished by 3 or 4 this afternoon. I don't have a problem with ending the day, allowing you to consult with your client, and then make the announcement the next morning.
And I still need to provide the court with the jury charges.
Yes, sir.
And as I said yesterday, it's going to be this evening probably before I get those over.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll bring the jury.
All right, so we're going to get the jury in. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Nicholas Kassotis will take the stand. Put a 2 if you say no
Is that going to
way.
be first or no?
Third.
Okay.
Yes, third.
Yes, sir.
Keisha said she's going to call out of work if Nick takes the stand. Lots of 1s, lots of 1s. We do have a 2. We got another 2. Lots of 1s. Yeah, Factual Lie says, I bet 1, no, 1, but if I were him, 2. Jasmine says 1, he talks so much. He wants to get up there. We've got some more 2s. Cass says, sir, we saw you talk for over 2 hours. Maybe that was enough. Yeah. Taking it easy says he doesn't have a choice if he wants to win. I mean, if it seems like the jury needs to know who Jim is, and we can't get that in through cross-examination today, what other way can we convince someone that Jim might actually exist? All right, let's do a new poll. We're going to use letters, so it's not mixed up with the old results. A, if you think Jim exists. B, if you think Jim, there's no way he's fake. A, he exists. B, no way. Pretend you're juries. You're a jury.
All right,
Yeah,
everyone,
this is
please
B.
be seated.
Oh my gosh, it's all B's.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
We got an A.
I want to follow up on something I mentioned to you last night. It does now appear fairly certain that we will end the presentation of the evidence in the next couple of days. So if you would bear with us and remain vigilant as you have throughout the course of this trial. I do want to confirm again that there were no issues regarding access to any media coverage or anything like that. Any issues? All right. Well, thank you very much, and we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. McConnell, you may proceed.
Chris Chaplac. He's in the witness room.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Chris Chaplac,
Would you spell your last name, please?
CZAPLAK,
Where do you live?
San Diego, California.
Did you travel here from San Diego to testify in this case?
I did.
When did you get here?
Yesterday evening,
Where do you live in California?
San Diego.
Your current employment?
I have my own law firm,
What's the name of that?
Homefront Group.
And what kind of cases does your firm handle?
We focus primarily on VA disability claims and appeals.
Are you yourself an attorney?
I am.
When and where did you get your law degree?
I graduated from American University's Washington College of Law in 2009.
Have you served in the United States Navy?
I have.
For how long?
20 years.
And what was your position in the Navy?
I originally started out as a submarine officer, spent 6 years in that community. An opportunity to go to law school on active duty came up, attended American University, and spent the rest of my career as a Judge Advocate General, well, in the Judge Advocate General's Corps.
Where did you attend college?
The United States Naval Academy,
How long did you go to the Naval Academy?
4 years.
And from the Naval Academy, where did you go in the Navy?
After graduating from the academy, I went through the Navy's nuclear training pipeline, started off in Charleston, South Carolina, went to Saratoga Springs, New York, and then Groton, Connecticut, before reporting to my first submarine in Pearl Harbor.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do. He's sitting at the defendant's table.
How do you know him?
I met Nick in 2009 when I reported to Norfolk, Virginia for my first assignment as a JAG.
And what was his position in the Navy?
He was also a JAG. He was assigned as a defense counsel in Norfolk. We were at the Navy Legal Service Office. I started off very briefly doing legal assistance and then moved over to working defense with a number of JAGs, Nick included.
What was your relationship to him?
We were colleagues. We were friends. We got along very well when we met in Norfolk. I don't recall trying a case with him in Norfolk, but we collaborated often. We discussed our own cases, discussed strategy, discussed approaches to witness and evidence.
Did you have occasion to go to Italy?
I did. After my tour in Norfolk, I took what's called a hot fill billet, short notice emergency opening for the senior defense counsel. So I was in charge of the defense attorneys that covered Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, and my home base was Naples, Italy.
Did you have occasion to practice law involving the defendant while you were in Italy?
I did. So Nick, around that time, also transferred to Italy. He was stationed in Sigonella, Sicily. He was on the government side, so he prosecuted cases in that area. He also worked with advising the base commander.
Roughly from when to when were you in Italy?
2011 to 2013.
And was the defendant in Italy during that same time period?
We overlapped for most of that, yes.
I'm showing you now what's been previously admitted, State's Exhibit number 2.32. Do you recognize the person that's shown in this photograph?
I do. That's Mindy Kassotis.
Now, how did you know her?
I met her around 2016. I had learned that Nick had remarried, and Mindy was his new wife. We met in D.C. in 2016, and then had the occasion to interact at least one more time after that. I believe we had dinner in Norfolk I was able to have dinner with them when they were visiting.
At some point, did your and the defendant's career paths diverge?
Yes. One of the, actually, we had a couple conversations, Nick and I, about what he wanted to do. He had debated whether to leave active duty or not. This is a typical conversation that everybody on active duty has at some point. We debated the pros and cons. He decided he wanted to follow a path that required him to get off active duty. So he left the Navy after spending some time in D.C. I continued on active duty. My payback for going to law school was significant, so I wasn't going to be eligible to even resign before I had 15 years in. And at that point, I might as well do the other 5 and get to 20.
At some point, did you lose contact with him?
Yes. The last time I saw Nicholas and Mindy was in Norfolk sometime between 2016 and 2018. I left Norfolk in 2018 for San Diego, and I had stayed in touch. My wife and I had stayed in touch with both of them, and my first indication that that we had lost contact was when a Christmas card was returned that the address was invalid.
That would have been on or about what year?
Probably 2018, 2019 timeframe. It was after I was in San Diego.
At some point after that, did he reconnect?
Yeah, it was sometime later, but I hadn't heard from him in years. And then around July of 2022, he reached out to me with a new email address. When the Christmas card had bounced back, I emailed him and I tried to call him, but the email address was no longer valid and the phone number was disconnected. So July 2022 was that was the first time I had heard from him, and it was from a new email. We exchanged some messages, found a time to set up a call. He provided me with a new phone number, and we had a call to catch up that month.
And during that conversation, was there any discussion by him about a name change?
Yes. He had, so one of the topics was why I hadn't heard from him in so long. And he explained that he and Mindy were changing their names. We're getting new social security numbers. We're getting new passports and driver's license. He explained the reason behind that was that he had learned that the family he thought that he was the biological child of, he wasn't. He explained that who he thought were his biological parents and brother had been filing false complaints to the 2 bars that he belonged to, Virginia and Massachusetts. He was getting alerts on his credit history that people were opening accounts in his name, and learned later that who he thought was his family was behind that. So to avoid all of that, he and Mindy had cut off all communication and started changing their identity.
Did he describe Mindy's condition?
He did. In July, in that July 2022 conversation, he said that Mindy was pregnant and that they knew that the gender was a girl. And I was very excited for him. That was another big topic of that phone call. It was, I was happy for him. I thought that was great.
Was there any conversation about him writing short stories?
Yes. He also, as we were catching up, he told me how he had started creative writing as a hobby, and that had turned into a pretty significant thing that he did. He wrote a number of short stories that he had published on the website Reddit, and one of them in particular had kind of garnered the interest of someone in Hollywood, and he might get that story optioned as a screenplay.
When was the next time you spoke with him?
So I didn't hear from him again until March of the next year, so 2023.
And tell the jury how that conversation went.
So he sent a connection request on LinkedIn, and I thought that was good news because I know that he had tried to keep a very low profile, and so I accepted it as soon as I saw it. I messaged him. He asked if I had time to catch up. We found a time on our schedules where we could do another phone call. And so sometime in early March, we connected again on the phone.
And what did he tell you during that phone conversation?
Early in the call, I asked him how Mindy was doing because I figured the baby must have been born at this point, and he mentioned that she had passed away. He explained that she had complications with the pregnancy, that she'd had high blood pressure and there had been some issues with her heart, that she had been hospitalized at least once, but that sometime before she could give birth, she passed away.
At any time, did you ever discuss with him the nature of his employment?
Yes. In that first call in July, natural question was, what have you been up to, since you left the Navy? And he said he was involved in a startup that had something to do with cybersecurity, that they had some product or service that had access to the dark web to identify cybersecurity threats. And that he was filling like a general counsel role, sort of advising them on legal issues.
How did you learn about Mindy's death?
Well, the phone call where he said she died of natural causes was sort of the first time I heard that she died, but some weeks later, a mutual friend of ours forwarded me a news article about her disappearance, that her remains had been found, and that Nick was was the primary suspect.
And based upon receiving that information, what did you do?
Well, so I felt that what he had told me in an earlier conversation was important information that the authorities should know. So I contacted the tip line that was in the news article. I spoke with an agent from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and recounted the phone conversations I'd had with Nick, tried to be as accurate as possible and as factual as possible.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. When Nick reached out to you in March of 2023 with a LinkedIn request, do you remember his LinkedIn profile?
I don't.
He reached out to you from a LinkedIn request under the name Nicholas Stark. Do you recall that?
Yes,
It was not Nick Kassotis, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Can the witness be excused?
Thank
Fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
you.
I feel like that was just more confusing. Like weird.
Angela Ben is our next witness.
Also, big shout out to David Trailer. Says, I'm just evening up my super chats between you and Nick. We had a fun time last night. It was an amazing time. Talking about the Reddit, Twitter,
morning, Dan.
the Twitter discourse. I don't know if you guys are on X or not, but there is viral discourse happening where a group of people seem to think that public defenders shouldn't exist. That someone accused of something heinous doesn't deserve the right to a defense. And that public defenders are the devil. So we did a live stream ranting a little bit about that. Myself, Nick Starro, and Ian Runkle. Such an honor to have both of them on. David Trailer is here evening it up. So big thank you here. And it was great to see you in the chat with your perspectives yesterday as well. Also, shout out to KP saying good morning, Cat Chat, and all the best mods. We love the mods here. So super, 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 super awesome time last night. I think this trial's perfect, right? We have a good example of some craziness, wild stories, but everybody deserves a defense.
Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated, ma'am.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Angela Evans Wynn,
How do you spell your last name?
Wynn,
And where do you live?
in Smyrna, Tennessee, about 30 minutes outside of Nashville, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
About 10 years now?
Are you married?
Yes,
How long have you been married?
10 years this November.
Oh,
You have
this is
children?
Mindy's friend.
5.
What's their age range?
My youngest is 6, my oldest is 23.
What is your highest level of education?
I have a master's degree in human resources management. I'm currently working on my doctorate in higher education leadership.
How are you employed?
I work at the Tennessee State University.
And what is your position?
I'm the Director of Stewardship and Donor Relations.
I'm holding up what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.32. Can you see this from where you're sitting?
Yes,
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is it?
it's Mindy. Mindy Kassotis.
How did you know Mindy?
Mindy was my best friend, aunt to my children, and godmother to my daughter.
Do you recall when you first met?
We met on the first day of our new jobs as post-college graduates in 2006 at Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher.
What kind of company is that?
It's a law firm.
What was your job and what was her job?
We were both legal secretaries. She supported a partner and 2 associates. I supported an of counsel and 2 first-year associates.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with Mindy?
Yes, it was in October of 2022.
Was there anything unusual about that conversation?
No, we conversed the same as we had been for a few years through text messaging. She was excited to be coming, getting over that hump of the situation that they had been in. She was looking forward to getting back to life, to coming to see me and the kids because she felt like she had missed so much.
How often would you speak with Mindy?
Every day that she could.
Did you discuss important issues in each of your lives?
Yes, we did.
Did you share confidences together?
Yes, we did.
Did you trust her?
Yes,
Did she trust you?
absolutely.
Do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes.
How do you recognize him?
Nick Kassotis. My kids called him Uncle Nick.
When was the first time you met him?
It was shortly after him and Mindy had started dating. We had dinner with my husband. She was so excited. She really thought that she had found her partner.
When you had dinner with him, where was that?
This was in Virginia. I believe it was that time that we may have gone back to their house after we had the kids with us and we had a bonfire and they roasted marshmallows.
So it was their residence?
Yes,
Where about in
in
Virginia?
Alexandria.
Do you recall when Mindy got married?
Yes, I do.
Were you a participant of her wedding?
I was matron of honor.
Did Mindy describe to you the background of the defendant?
Yes, Nick is Navy JAG, believe Boston University, JD, very well accomplished, great family. He was no longer in military service. He had moved to the private sector, was working for a computer company, I believe Microsoft, on very top-level confidential software.
Now, you mentioned that Mindy was excited because she felt like she was about to get over the hump.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I was advised by Mindy that her and Nick were part of some sort of security breach that they needed to go into hiding for their own protection.
Did she go into any detail?
Not until the end, when she told me that the reason they had been on the run was because apparently Nick's parents weren't his real parents. Something about him, being taken away as a child. He was the son of diplomats. It was a wild story.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with Mindy?
Yes.
Roughly when would that have been?
Second week in October of 2022.
And what did Mindy tell you during that conversation?
That she was ready to come home.
What about her physical condition?
She had told me that she was pregnant.
Did she know the sex?
No.
Did she know the due date?
No.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.51. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an Instagram message between myself and Nick Kassotis.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the actual Instagram message that you received?
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit number 2.51.
I just need to look at it for a moment. No objection, Your Honor.
If you would read to the jury the text involved in it.
Nick says, "Are you available for me to call?" And I respond saying, "Yes, always available. Don't ever have to ask."
Then did you call?
Yes, he called me.
And you spoke with him?
I did speak.
You
with him.
recognized his voice?
I absolutely did.
Tell the jury how that conversation went.
He was crying. He said that Mindy was gone, that he didn't know what happened. He apologized, saying he wished he could have protected her more, and that he was so sorry for her not being here anymore. I asked him, "What about the baby?" He said, "Oh, we lost the baby." But he sounded really upset.
Was there any discussion about cremation?
No, there was no discussion. The first conversation that we had, he said he didn't know what was going on. He said that they would perform tests over the weekend, and he would let me know as soon as he heard something. He called me that Monday to tell me that she had passed because of a massive stroke that he said was hereditary on her father's side.
What about funeral arrangements?
No funeral arrangements. I asked him every single time I talked to him if he needed help with any type of arrangements or if I needed to come down to be with him to help him with things.
Is that the last time you spoke with him?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
You can have a seat, Mandy. Mr. Weinstein may have some questions.
I forgot about that part.
Okay.
So there you go.
Good morning, Ms. Nguyen. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis. I'll be brief this morning. You testified that you and Mindy were best friends, correct?
Yes.
Y'all could talk truthfully to each other, correct?
Yes.
When Mindy told you that they had security watching over them and they had to be in hiding, you believed her, correct?
Yes.
You had no reason to not believe her.
No.
When Mindy told you she was pregnant, you believed her then as well.
I absolutely did.
Had Mindy lied to you before?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When Nick called you, you said he was crying, correct?
Yes, he was.
Terribly upset.
He sounded so.
and he wished he could have protected her more.
That's what he said.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You should be excused.
She can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
John, the next witness will be testifying virtually.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, this time, we're going to have some video testimony. It will be live, correct?
Yes.
It's by
Oh, boy.
WebEx. And you will
Not
consider
video
this testimony
testimony.
just like you would any other witness, as if the witness had appeared and testified personally. So we'll proceed with the WebEx testimony.
He's not in here. He's joined.
I told him it would be 10:30, so I'm sure he'll be on.
I think Angela was a caring person. I think she believed what she was told. It seems like she has resentment present day for the defense based on the demeanor. And I'm not going to fault her for that. But I wonder how believable and or true things were in the moment. She did say that Mindy was the one telling her a lot of these things. Oh. See, that's the other friend. That's Morgan. I think her name was Morgan Paddock.
I think what I'll do is I'll let the jury just step out for a minute, and we'll make sure that the witness is available.
All right, we've got a little, like 40 seconds. All right, now we're real time. Yeah, and that's the thing, Joni. And you know, I don't want to overstep my bounds in making a judgment of how people might grieve, but I still think it's very surprising the way the parents, Mindy's parents, presented themselves on the stand. And we hear now that Angela Nguyen, this friend, is like, do you need help with funeral arrangements? Do you need help with funeral arrangements? Do you need help with funeral arrangements? And she never gets an answer. She's speaking to Nick, but at the same time, why weren't the parents trying to do some type of memorial service for their daughter? Just very weird. Like, it's just not. I mean, I get that there's people that like don't like funerals, but when it's multiple family members, you would think somebody would plan for the sake of others to have their chance to grieve and say goodbye. And side note, funeral planning can be expensive. It sucks. Try to have a will. Try not to leave your family members stuck with dealing with the probate process. I worked in that space, speaking one-on-one with families that were going through the process, and it's just horrible the things that start when someone passes away and people start fighting over decisions, fighting over inheritance, fighting over who gets mom's house or the things from mom's house. So I know it's taboo to talk about, but, you know, the holiday dinner, be like, hey, maybe we should make it a little tradition. We spend like 5 minutes saying, hey, any major life events this year that we need to update? And, you know, make sure we have a plan in place. All right, cool, let's get that over with. Like, have a plan. And don't leave if you... Lexi, I love this because... So Lexi says I told my kids to cremate me. I think it's really rough for kids to have to make the decision of what to do. So one of the best things you can do to alleviate grief and the burden when you pass away is make those major decisions ahead of time. Don't leave it up to your kids. So I think this is awesome, Lexi. Let them know what you prefer.
Is the witness named Joey West?
Yeah.
Not the Fairly Odd Parents.
Mr. West, can you hear me?
Oh, they're on video. Michelle, I agree. These witnesses are just making things look consistent
Can
to
you
an
say
odd
something?
degree.
I don't hear you.
think he's muted.
He's not muted.
He's not muted. Sir, can you say something so we can verify that we can hear you? He's... Mr. West, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Piano? We'll use that as the beat behind the "I submit to you" clip. What are we doing?
Try now.
Sir, can you hear me? Mr. West?
I can't do stuff like this.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, sir. We're going to
Can
bring...
you hear me now?
I can, and we're going to bring the jury in, so if you'll just hold momentarily.
Yeah, sorry for the disruption on my end.
No problem.
What a time. Yeah, I don't know. Is that like a proprietary type of video conferencing thing? Is that where the music came from? He's gonna testify through song. Yeah, put on some Coldplay and get the camera panning to the audience. It could be way worse, Ian. It could be way worse than a circus. No, that was not my music, Sabata. Interpretive testimony. I appreciate the chat for knowing when to have decorum and be serious, and then also knowing when to have a good time. It's a good balance. Yes, we have to get the lyrics in court. We can't just have instrumentals. Ooh, yes, the Living Health Directive as well. Shout out to TSTS with the good tips, good tips. Yeah, we need Kokomo.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. McConnell, I understand we have a witness who will appear virtually by WebEx. If you would please call the witness.
The state calls Joe West.
Mr. West, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name, please?
Sure, my name is Joseph D. West.
Where do you live?
I live in Fairfax Station, Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C.
Do you have health issues that make it difficult for you to travel?
Unfortunately, yes, I'm being treated by, I'm under watchful supervision of a cardiologist for what has been described as an aneurysm of my ascending aorta. So that's my current situation.
How are you employed?
I am a retired partner of the law firm of Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher. Retired meaning I retired from the equity partnerships 7 years or so ago, but I continue to be employed by the firm ever since.
What was your position in the firm?
I was a partner, an equity partner in the firm, and chairman of the firm's government contracts practice.
And are you an attorney?
Yes, I am an attorney. For 48 years, I've been practicing law.
Would you please describe for the jury the practice of Gibson and Dunn?
Well, Gibson Dunn is a major international law firm, and we've got over 2,000 lawyers, I believe, in 22 offices in, 7 or 8 countries. I lose track of the numbers. But the firm does primarily work for major corporations across the board, corporate deals, tax, litigation of all sorts, counseling, and my government contracts practice is a small element of what the firm does.
How long have you been affiliated with Gibson and Dunn?
Since May of 2004, so a little over 21 years.
And as an attorney, have you received awards and distinctions while you were employed with Gibson and Dunn?
Yeah, I've been fortunate to have been recognized in a number of different ways. Maybe the most, the one I'm proudest of is by an organization called Martindale Huddle, which is an organization that used to, until the digital age, put out books tracking, and then listing all the lawyers that were members of the bar in the various states. It's now all digital, and one of the things they've done for the past 34 years is do a peer rating of lawyers, and for every one of those 34 years, I've received the highest rating that they offer, called an AV preeminent. And the reason why I'm proud of that is it recognizes the highest level of professional excellence in legal knowledge, communication skills, and ethical standards. And it's done by peers, by your fellow attorneys and judges. So all the different things, in addition to various magazines and publications, rating me and things like that, which I could go into if you want more detail. But I might bore everybody if we do that. But that's the one I'm proudest of, externally, life.
Mr. West, do you know Mindy Mebane?
Yes, I do. I knew Mindy. She worked for me for a number of years as my legal assistant in the Gibson Dunn, Washington, D.C. office.
Roughly when did she work with your practice?
If I remember correctly, it was from about 2007 or 8 to about 2016. I'm a little hazy on the start date because at that time a new administrative assistant would come into the firm and be part of basically a floater pool until they eventually got assigned to an attorney's desk. So I'm not sure when Mindy got to the firm, but I believe she started working for me around 2008, 7 or 8. And I know she was there for sure 2009, but I believe it was 2 years earlier than that.
Did you get to know her well?
As well as one normally does, yeah, their assistants. Maybe I got to know her a little better than most because she and I were on, she liked to talk politics and other issues, and we got into a lot of debates about politics because we were maybe on different ends of the political spectrum. It was, I remember a lot of interesting discussions with her. Plus, she was always looking for, new opportunities and knowledge about things, and she was working on her master's degree, and we would talk about that sort of thing. I got to know about her family, and she loved talking about her family, particularly her little brother, who was a baseball player, who's probably bigger than I am right now. We were, we had a really good relationship over the time she was there, and I was sorry to see her go, but I knew she was going on to bigger things when she left.
Did Mindy get married while she was working with your firm?
I don't think so. I think she got, again, I'm hazy on this, but I think she got married after she left. That's the best of my recollection.
Do you recall the name of the person she married?
Yes, Nicholas Kassotis.
Did you ever have an opportunity to meet her husband?
I believe I met Nick at least one time in the office when Mindy brought him by the office. This is after she, I think this is after she had left and was working in a different position downtown. But it could have been while she was still working for me. I honestly don't remember, but I believe I met Nick one time in the office.
Lauren, I want him to see State's Exhibit number 2.42.
We're gonna get like a resignation letter.
Is there a manner to not publish, Your Honor, to the jury while it presented on the screen, or how?
I'm not sure.
Oh, they've never done this before.
So you don't want to publish to the jury?
If we could simply turn off the presentation mode, that would turn him off as well, correct?
If I take it out, take it out of WebEx mode, he won't be able to see anything.
Can we maybe just show it to counsel and see if he has an objection? I don't want to publish before it's tendered, counsel.
Thank you. I have no objection.
Then is it okay with you if I cut it in?
Yes, you can.
So I'm tendering at this time State's Exhibit number 2.42.
It is submitted without objection.
Now can he see it?
It should be up on the screen.
Do you see, Mr. West, Exhibit 2.42?
I see a tiny little exhibit in
Yeah.
the corner. I think I know what it is, and I think I have a hard copy of it in my hand. If you tell me what it is, I'll confirm that because I can't read what's there. I don't want to mess with my screen and see if I can blow it up.
Describe what you think I'm talking about.
No.
It was a copy of an email. Hold on a second. Well, I've got two things here that maybe I'm trying to stretch my view of what's there on the screen. I know I provided a copy of an email that I had received in December of 2022. That's not it. The only other thing it might be is a copy of the subpoena for trial.
No, it's
because it looks like it could be that as well.
It's an email dated December 19th, 2022 from Nicholas Kassotis to you.
Okay, yeah, I've got that in front of me here, a hard copy in my office.
And do you recall what that email said?
Sure. The email basically said that, I can read it. It said, "Hi Joe, I'm sorry to reach out multiple times at work for personal matters. Is it possible to speak in the near future? And thank you, Nick Kassotis," and he left a phone number.
Did you later call that number?
Yes, I did.
And describe the conversation that took place.
I believe I called the same day I got this email, which was on or about December 19th. It says on here it was a Monday. I called and Nick told me that he said, "Bad news. I need to tell you Mindy passed away." He advised me that she had gone into the hospital for, I don't remember what reason. My recollection is that she went in on, he said she went in on a Saturday and overnight the Sunday became septic and died of a very bad infection.
Was there any discussion about a funeral?
No, there was no discussion about a funeral, but there was a discussion about a memorial service. He had mentioned that he was hoping to get back to DC sometime after the new year and have a memorial service, and he wanted to be sure to invite me to it.
Were you subsequently invited to any memorial service?
No, I was not, and that was the last communication I believe I had. I'm not sure I had with Mr. Kassotis about Mindy.
After receiving this email, what did you do with it? I filed it, and it's automatically archived in our firm archives for a period of time anyway. And quite frankly, more or less forgot about it for a couple of months anyway.
I think that's all I can
Shout out to
remember that I
Broken
did with
Baker.
that.
Did you forward it to anyone?
I did at one point. At some point, about 6 months later, I was contacted by a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and who wanted to interview me, and I subsequently forwarded that email, I believe at that point, to a member of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation named Tracy Sands.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
No question, John.
No questions?
All right,
May he be excused?
yes, sir.
They were just
Thank
going to
you,
leave the
Mr.
video
West.
up.
There's no cross-examination. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. Take care.
All right, so a little interesting there. He recalls and he makes Kassotis call him. He doesn't say much in the email, but then says she went into the hospital
believe that's
Saturday
exactly
night,
right.
became septic, and passed away from the infection. But Saturday at that time, they're going to approach, we'll catch up on that, but Saturday at that time in 2022, what's the timing on that? Because it wouldn't make sense to be December 3rd because they were already finding her body. And maybe somehow it could be the last Saturday of November, so the 26th and 27th, while the parents were gone. I don't know if because I guess he didn't ask, but that's, and it's a different cause, so.
For just a moment at the bench.
Then also, you guys, I dropped Broken Baker's link in the chat. Broken Baker this morning was just talking about everybody's favorite Trooper Procta and the ongoing Karen Reed drama. So make sure you go check that out. I know a ton of people in here followed the Karen Reed case, and if you're following the drama that's unfolded ever since, or want to get caught up on that, Broken Baker is the way to go. So hey, everybody from Broken Baker Gang. If you're new to this trial, this defendant is accused of killing and dismembering his wife, scattering her body parts across a hunting reserve land. And defense's theory is some guy, Jim, some security team that was keeping Mindy, the victim, the wife, and Nicholas Kassotis, the defendant, safe for years, orchestrated everything or ordered Nicholas Kassotis to do everything that he carried out. We haven't met Jim.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our next witnesses will not be here until after lunch. I know it's a little early. We'll give you a longer than normal lunch break. So it's about 11 o'clock now, and we'll ask you to return at 1 o'clock. So you're excused until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Should we do a poll? So I think we're getting 2 more witnesses. I would still hope we hear from the first wife. However, we haven't heard from anybody with financial records, but maybe they'll cover that through Tracy Sands, right? Because Tracy Sands can get into a little bit, hey, we saw this, so we use that to look further into this. But I would like to hear from the first wife. If you guys have missed this, there are 3 wives
Until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
in this story. Oh, did I miss someone's face about lunch being early?
Witness, counsel and the state had discussed this in advance of that witness being called virtually, and it's my understanding that counsel had consented and there was no objection to him not being here in person. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear on that.
Is that correct, Ms. White?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
That was all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Doug Mayans that somebody was on video. All right, so then they actually go to lunch there. So they're going to be on recess for quite some time. Yesterday during lunch, we were watching the landlord's testimony again. Is there anything that you guys want to see a replay on a second time around? I don't know if you guys would want to sit through the interrogation again, either the audio or the video one. It's like oddly filled with things that are contradictory, but also very consistent from one sentence to the next. It's just a very weird thing all around. You want to rewatch The Third Wife? The Third Wife story is very crazy. We could watch that one again. If the face doesn't fit, you must acquit. Oh, and if you missed this morning, so Doug's not calling any witnesses for the defense's case in chief, and it's still undecided, although maybe they just don't want to announce to the other party that my client may or may not testify. Maybe they already know, maybe they haven't made the decision, I don't know. But Doug said to the judge, we'd like to make that decision after we present our motion for a directed verdict. It seems like Doug's ready to present that today if they get through Tracy Sands before the end of the day. I personally think Nicholas Kassotis, because he's a chatty patty and an attorney and didn't follow typical attorney advice, don't speak to cops, get a lawyer, just don't speak. I feel like no matter what his counsel advises him, he might want to take the stand. He might decide he thinks it's a good idea for him to take the stand. And I'm all for it, just as someone sitting here watching. So, so there's that. All right, so we've got a few votes. Replay the verdicts in YSL. We will be doing some more YSL rewinds. But I think we'll keep this one focused to this case here. Whew. Yeah. I mean, I say it's good advice to not testify. And not for nothing, but I do think, what else more is going to be on the record about Jim? We already have stuff on the record that Doug could argue in closing. I'm not sure that he's going to get anything from his client that would be more helpful. It would be something to watch. Yep. Speaking of Murdoch, who had a gratuitous mention in this trial, the Broken Baker says, oh, he's going to Murdoch this testimony. Agent Sands is left, and then one more witness, which maybe the wife, maybe the first wife. And so I could be wrong, Hines, but I'm not sure if that was an email or if it was the attorney recollecting what he was told over the phone. So I guess possibly he could be mistaken or not know at that point in time. I think there's ways that could be argued, but what I think is the most interesting is what Saturday? What Saturday was that? Because if it was Saturday the 3rd, the body parts were already being found. And if it was the 26th, well, he tells the parents testified that on December 1st, he's like, I'm going to go get Mindy. So there's problems with that witness saying, hey, it was a Saturday. So, and I think the state in opening, they pointed at that timeline being an issue of when Nick already showed awareness that Mindy was dead, versus what he was telling the parents on December 1st. So I think they're going to drive that point home in closing. Yeah, to me, the 26th seems more likely. Especially because it was, he said the email was December 19th. Well, oh, but the email was December 19th. So I guess it could have been the 3rd. It's kind of weird that you'd call someone so many weeks later, whether it happened on the 3rd or the 26th of November. All right, so let's do a poll here. Yeah, and Unita Sim says, if Nick takes a stand, it's definitely guilty, but right now it's maybe he did it, maybe he did, maybe he didn't, hung jury. I think we might have a quick verdict in this one personally, but at the same time, all it takes is one person. And I wonder if somebody's sitting there wondering, like, well, what if Jim doesn't exist, but what if the defendant really thinks he exists? Then what? it's just a lot. Again, I would never have expected this case to be this way. Yeah, so maybe we should rewatch the interrogation. Yeah, and why was he contacting the former employer? Because it seems like she stopped working there in 2016. I don't know. It's like one of those things, it's just like, let's tell a bunch of people so there's a contemporaneous record of me telling a bunch of people. And I think that that's something in general to be wary of. Just because somebody said something in real time, you know, we saw it in the YSL trial. You guys remember when Max Shart objected to the officer that was driving on the road behind when Shannon Stillwell was in the white car, and the firearms were recovered later. But Max Shart was like, look, some of the stuff that's on the like body-worn camera recording from this officer is testimonial, as in it's being said to be used for the purpose of being used in a prosecution later down the line. And Whitaker agreed to, you know, you can play it, but you got to mute that audio part. You can't have him saying that in front of the jurors. But people do that. It's not just cops that do that. People will say things to plant the seeds. That way when they tell the story later, it's like, no, go look, I was telling people about it. So typically we want to trust that most people wouldn't be planning ahead to concoct some extravagant lie that weaves together over weeks, days, years, months. I mean, in this case, it's years. It seems like it'd be years of planning to orchestrate a story like this. I don't think most of us want to believe that the ordinary person would do that, but people aren't always ordinary and people do weird things. So, oh man. Yeah, let's do the interviews, you guys. Do you want to start with the audio? And guys, I'm going to give a shout out to the trial channel. They boosted the audio. They do a ton of great clips. And last night, because I was like, oh, I'm so mad about what they're talking about on Twitter. I've got to do a live stream. I never ended up uploading the segment for the video interrogation. And they've got it. They've got it. So I think everybody, if you guys like watching trials, and especially if you just want to go and revisit clips, I think what the trial channel is doing is awesome. It's like a miniature archive. So make sure you follow them. Oracle Cat, a fellow cat in the chat. Hello. Says, I was just introduced to this case on Friday. If you feel confused, don't worry. Even me watching since day one, I'm still confused. I don't get a lot of things. We'll do the video interview. Unless do you guys want to watch on like 1.25 and maybe we could get through both? Might be possible. Yeah, shout out to the trial channel. I've got to find a clip of the audio one. Because my clips have me in them. That was day 3 or 4. Why don't I have it? What day that was? Let me just search for when Tracy first took the stand. All right, so that was day 4. Now, the audio one is going to be a little bit more boring, but this is going to be from May 13th of 2023. So it's 13 days before the video interview that we watched yesterday. And we'll get through as much of both of them as we can before they come back from their very long lunch break. Let's see. I want to make sure. Let's see. All right. Court TV has captions for that day. So we'll do that. And remember, Tracy Sands is going to get back on the stand, but they brought him up out of order to get these for the purpose of introducing these interviews. So he's just explaining his background, how he Mirandized the defendant before asking him questions and recording this. And then we get the recording. A little fast.
As you know, you read your rights.
Yeah, absolutely. Then I want to speak about it. Thank you. Yes.
And what's your name?
Nicholas Stark.
Yeah, middle name?
I have two middle names. Killian, K-I-L-I-A-N, James.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40. Okay. And what address are you?
590 Centerville Road, number 345, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 17601.
Okay. And you were an attorney, so years of schooling?
I mean, I got a postgraduate law degree too, so I don't know, close to 20, I think.
Okay.
12, 16, 19, 21 actually.
Okay. I completed 21 years and a law degree. Okay. As I told you, I'm a special agent in GBI. He's actually a detective in the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Says I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
It's kind of funny asking you that.
It's all right.
Anything I say needs to get to the court of law.
Yes.
I have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present when I'm being questioned.
Yes.
If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, will be appointed representative for any questioning if I wish.
Yes.
I can decide any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes.
So to understand my rights, having these rights in mind, I'm willing now to talk to this law enforcement officer.
Yes.
First drive from the airplane. So
No, that's what I
I've not been threatened, promised anything, forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes.
Are you willing to talk to us?
I am.
You don't want to read my notes?
No, please.
And I just didn't have any video in here or anything. So
but you're recording. Yeah, that's
I'm not trying to hide or something.
No, I'm sorry.
And I know yesterday was kind of a surprise, all the stuff going on.
Yeah.
With you. You've been advised of what it was in reference to, correct?
Just very, very briefly.
Okay. This is in reference to the death of Mindy.
Yes.
And at that time she was your wife, correct?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's start. Let's go back to, let's say, 2018.
Okay.
What happened in your life in 2018? I know you've been through a lot of changes in time, but...
Yeah. In 2018, we started undergoing kind of a campaign of harassment.
Okay.
It started with money going missing from our accounts, and escalated to vandalism at the house of our vehicles, threats against us.
And where were you living at that time? I know
Alexandria, Virginia.
Alexandria? Okay. Did you make any police reports?
We both made an FBI report,
Okay.
but we did not make a police report.
FBI report, okay. And that was vandalism and money?
Yes.
What type of vandalism, like painting or like?
No, broken stuff, nails and tires, rocks through windows. I was getting anonymous emails and text messages threatening to kill me.
Okay. And then what happened?
Trying to get my timeline right. This went on for a long time.
Okay.
Getting worse, it would get a little better, it would get worse. In late 2019, we left Alexandria.
Okay.
and went to Charlottesville. We were hoping, to find a,
Can you quiet, please?
yeah. Hoping that it would be better. Within, I think, a day or two of arriving there, I was assaulted.
And how were you assaulted?
With a bat or something
Okay.
similar. We had found a place that we could rent for a while, and I had gone there to move some stuff in,
Okay.
and somebody was waiting. There's I believe it was in Nelson County. It was. I can't remember what county it was,
Okay. Do you have any idea who it would have been?
I believe it was Wayne Kassotis.
Okay. And who is Wayne?
Wayne is my father.
Okay.
And we had been told, but this is kind of. We'd been contacted by somebody who initially told us that he was with the FBI. He showed up one day and talked to Mindy, and then later told us he was not. But for years, he served as. I'm not exactly sure what that conversation was. I wasn't there for it.
Okay.
For years, has served as a advisor to us in terms of safety, and he told us that he believed that Wayne was at the center of the.
So Mindy talked to him, but you didn't?
I talked to him later. I did not talk to him the first time he came to the
But
house.
so first said he was with FBI.
I believe that was her understanding. Was that he
Okay.
said he was with the FBI.
That later he clarified that you.
That he was not.
Okay.
But he had said that he thought it would be a good idea for us to leave the area of Alexandria, we went to Charlottesville, and didn't even make it. I forget if it was one or two, I forget exactly when we got down there. I had 3 broken ribs, I believe. And we. There was not. I called them last fall, and was told that, given the fact that I hadn't actually seen him, and that I was going off of just kind of like the sound. He's somebody I'm familiar with. The sound of the person, sounds of the person made. It sounded like him to me. We were really unsure what to do at that point. We bounced around the Charlottesville area for about a month.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, close to 2 months. Close to 2 months. And then I had a conversation and decided that we were going to go to Hilton Head for the holidays.
Now, were you still in the Navy then?
No, I was in the process of, and I forget exactly when I got the paperwork. And
I mean, I got the paperwork and stuff, and I'm not trying to figure you out, I'm just trying to help my.
yeah, no. So I hadn't gotten my discharge paperwork yet, but so I went to a Navy clinic,
Okay.
but I had not.
Your official paperwork.
I believe at that point I thought I was still a reservist, and I forget exactly what the date was that the reserve discharge came through.
That's no problem. But y'all were around Charlottesville for around 2 months.
Yeah, around 2
And
months.
then you moved to Hilton Head.
Yes,
Do you remember what year that was?
that was Christmas 2019.
Okay.
We arrived Christmas Eve.
And is that when y'all lived with this brother?
No.
You didn't live, y'all just had an initial, you and her, there was nobody else there, right?
Yeah, so for several months it was just the 2 of us. So this is now early 2020. Stayed in a kind of a variety of places, and I want to say it was April. Her parents and her youngest brother moved into a rental that we had.
Okay.
Her father had a knee surgery and needed a place where he could recover without stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time they had been living with her middle brother and his wife, but his house was.
So she has 3 brothers?
No, she has 2 brothers.
2 brothers, sure.
Sorry. Yeah.
You said middle also?
Yeah. He's the middle child.
Okay.
Mindy was the oldest. Frank was, I think, about 3 years younger than her, and then Matthew was, I believe, about 21 years younger than her.
Okay.
He was a late life surprise for her parents.
Then what?
Okay, so we lived with them for 2 months or so, or give or take. Mindy and her father had an argument. She was kind of unhappy with their response to us moving, and then we lived by ourselves for quite a while. We were up in we were in Hilton Head for I think only about a week at this point. More, we went to Charleston, and we were down in the Beaufort area. Beaufort.
Yeah, Beaver's good.
Beaufort's good. Okay, sorry. I don't say it. And then in February of 2021, we moved in with her brother and his wife.
Okay.
And their mother was living there as well.
Okay. So Mindy's mother?
Yes. Yeah.
But her father, where was her father at the time?
Her father was in, I believe it's called Dublin, Georgia.
Okay.
So Matthew is a bit of a baseball star,
Okay.
and was going at that point was going to high school there.
Okay.
And now he's going to a junior college somewhere.
Okay.
South Georgia State, possibly. It's probably. We lived with Frank and Megan for over a year.
Okay.
We had originally thought it would be a short time, but given other things in our life, we felt that it was a good place for us to be, and we wanted to stay with them, kind of into the future.
And what were y'all doing at that time for employment?
I was
working.
Mindy was not working. Neither of us were working per se. I was working on a piece of software of analysis of what it was doing on behalf of this advisor, and with the understanding that there would be payment when it was finished.
Did that ever come forward, or was that still pending?
That was still pending when I kind of cut ties with him.
Okay. So you're still developing it now, and it's not like a product somewhere else, you're still working on it?
I'm not still working on it. I don't know where it is at this time.
But you're not working on it?
No.
Okay. Anyway.
We had several conversations both with him about payment and with Frank and Megan about living situations and finding houses to live in, and Frank and Megan got to a point where they felt that it was all taking too long, and they did not want to continue planning. They wanted to put their house on the market.
Okay, what was the guy's name, the software guy that you were communicating?
He goes by Jim to me.
Jim?
Jim.
Jim, okay.
Yes. The last name McIntyre.
Okay.
I quite honestly, I feel like he's lied to me so much that I.
Have you ever met him in person?
I have met him in person, yes.
Where'd you meet him?
I've met him multiple times. He's shown up places where we were, told us that he thought it was time for us to move, to find a better place.
But the plan was for him to buy the software?
Yes.
Or to facilitate the sale? Okay. Okay. Then what happened?
I believe it was June 2021. We had been told multiple times that we would have a rental, set up in our names locally, where we and Mindy's parents could move.
And that was Jim telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then what happened?
Frank, after one of the times that we'd been told that we'd be out by a certain date and came and went, Frank got very upset and and filed for eviction for Mindy and I.
And was that the father or the son?
I'm sorry, the son,
Okay.
who owned the house.
Okay.
At this point, the father was living in the house. He had moved in, I guess, October 2021-ish.
Okay. So you were evicted
By the son, yeah, Mindy's brother.
Little Hat.
Her parents put us up in a hotel for a week in Savannah.
Okay.
We waited for, we were really upset with how things had gone. We felt like we were kind of, abandoned.
Okay.
And Jim said that, if we could continue working together, he would have more control. He would, so we rented an Airbnb in Savannah. It was 2 bedrooms. It was big enough for us and for Mindy's parents to stay there as well.
Do you have an address or?
It was on 65th Street, but I don't remember the number.
Yeah. Little Hat.
We were. I guess one of a constant issue with Jim was him telling us things or asking us to lie on his behalf and not following through. Like causing issues.
And what sort of lies? He was asking you to lie on his behalf. What do you mean by it?
Sometimes it was a matter of like telling us stuff that I have reason to doubt, that my parents were not actually my parents. Sometimes it was.
So he told you that your parents weren't your parents.
Yes.
Okay. And how did he get that? What was his source of the information?
He had me take a DNA test and told me that the result that he had gotten a sample from them.
Okay.
He would put me on the phone with people he said were investigators that I questioned whether they were.
Do you remember what company the DNA test was? Was it like Ancestry or?
No, so I didn't
You just never saw it.
Yeah, he swapped it. He took it and he took it off, and then told me, at a later time that I was not related to them.
Okay.
But what would be the issue?
What was your reason for allowing him to do that? I'm kind of following you. Why would you want Jim to know your family? Why would you give him your DNA?
I trusted him a lot throughout this. I felt like he was keeping us safe and that he was, when he took this, it was probably, fall 2020. Yes, late summer, early fall 2020.
Okay. And then what happened?
So one of the issues when we were living with Frank and Megan was that a rather large issue was that we've been trying to have a child. I think Mindy had thought that she might be pregnant. She'd taken a test that was positive, but it was very early in July of 2020.
July 2020?
I'm sorry, July of 2021. We were living with them.
Okay.
And
was that at 65th Street?
No. This is, we didn't get to 65th Street until July 2022.
Okay.
I think July 2022, June, July, somewhere in there.
Okay.
July 2021, we went to the emergency room because she had some bleeding.
And you would have been living in Hillhead?
Yeah.
Okay. So went to ER.
Went to the ER.
Now, were you getting like your military benefits, the tri-care?
No. At this point, we were.
Benefits.
Yeah, we didn't have benefits. We were. We were using just like Medicare, Medicaid, sugar. Once for if you're old, and once for if you're not making money at that time. That's the money one.
Okay. So y'all had no really source of income then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were.
Okay.
Depending on Jim for a lot.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I want to clarify, make sure I get it right.
Yeah, no.
So July 21, she took the test.
Yeah, so or she'd taken the test sometime before, but she had some bleeding. July 2021, we went to the The hospital learned that she was not pregnant. That the woman we spoke to said it was likely a fairly early miscarriage.
And y'all met when? How many years ago?
Oh, Mindy and I? We met in fall of 2015.
Okay. And you were married in?
October 2016.
Okay. And did y'all start trying to have children then?
We didn't. I was transitioning out of the Navy, and we thought that we would take a couple years, and then we kind of wound up in the thick of the shit that we were going through.
Life.
Yeah.
Texas terms. What about when did your rough decision that you really wanted to have kids start?
I think when we moved in with, we always said we wanted to have kids, and when we moved in with Frank and Megan, they had recently, probably 4 months before, had a daughter. Okay. And I think, seeing it and, it being her younger brother, and really, Mindy really wanted to start at that point.
Okay.
The situation was not ideal, but we thought we were moving towards, an ideal situation.
And she was getting older, and you were
yeah, exactly. She was slightly older than I was. So we went to the hospital. Learned that we had lost the baby, and contacted Jim, and he said, don't share that. Don't share what happened at the hospital. Just say everything's fine. 2 weeks later, 2-3 weeks later, Frank asked Mindy if she was pregnant, and she froze and said, she wasn't allowed to talk about it. And he gave her a big hug, and he's like, that's so great. And she was upset. Came to me. We sent a message to Jim. And he said, just let it go. Like, yes, like, sure. So you're pregnant. You'll be pregnant soon. And by the time, the timing all becomes clear, this will all be settled.
And so how often would you message you?
Every day.
Every day. And how would you message him?
An app called Signal.
Okay.
It's an encrypted messaging app that he introduced me to.
Okay. And then, how often do you physically see him?
When we were at Frank and Megan's, we would not see him. But before that, it was probably once a month to once every 2 months.
Okay. And then you see him at Frank and Megan's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see him in person for about 1.5 years from when we moved in with them, which he did not want us to do until we were in the hotel in Savannah.
Okay.
The first hotel, we were in 2 hotels there.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the hotel?
They were both La Quintas.
Okay.
We had a dog, or we had a dog see that. The dog is still alive. But,
What's the dog's name?
Rusty.
And that was the dog that had yesterday?
Yeah.
I guess the dog was at the house or was in the car with
He
you?
was at the house.
Okay, because I got pictures sent to me of the dog, so I was making sure.
Okay.
That he was in
See
the car.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine, and she said, but y'all had the dog Rusty then, so LaQuintas is where you could say.
Yeah, they have a really, I don't know if it's this doesn't matter, but I don't know if it's just these locations or if it's a wider thing, but they're really easy with dogs.
Okay. And he looked like a lab, but he's like a mix lab?
I call him a lab mix.
Okay.
He looks kind of like a Carolina dog, which,
How long you had him?
I adopted him in 2011 when I lived in Italy.
Okay.
He was.
So he's not as old as now, or
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, back to y'all were in hotels with LaQuintas. Back at one time you said that her parents paid, or was it both times they paid?
I think they paid. It was so I think they paid for both initially.
Okay.
We were in one for just a couple days, and then their weekend rates were significantly higher than the other one's weekend rates.
Okay.
So she moved us there and paid for another couple days, and then we had. Then we called a couple friends to ask them to pay while we were figuring stuff out.
Okay.
At this point in time, we had no car. We were. I had recently learned that my driver's license had been canceled by Virginia because I guess if you check. I had set up a mailing address when we were moving in Florida. It was like one of the services that'll scan your mail.
Okay.
And it just seemed like a good idea for, for us. We weren't exactly sure where we were going to land, and we had problems with our mail disappearing to the point where we initially got a P.O. box. But I guess if you change your license address to an out-of-state address, they cancel it. And by the time that letter caught up with me, like I mean, it was years later, and I was so yeah, we were in the La Quinta for I'm not exactly sure how long. I don't know, a couple weeks.
And that's prior to them.
All right, chat. So I looked at the docket and the jury instructions. Remember yesterday we heard the state handed Doug a copy of their proposed jury instructions. That's on the docket, so we can actually read through those. We haven't looked at them yet. And again, it's the state's proposal, so it might change. I'm sure Doug will have some things that he'll want to word differently. So let's do that. I think that'd be a good idea. We have time to kill. We have like an hour and a half, maybe more if the witness doesn't get there when they expect to arrive. So let's change this banner. We'll do state's proposed jury instructions. All right. And we'll also, holy moly, thank you, Kay Schmidt. Let's get Kay Schmidt in the banner. And I already see, thank you, Amanda, for saying we got the KS going on. Hey, Idiot Wind. We got some love here from, and is it Kanaya? Kay Schmidt, I think you might have been gone already, but is your name pronounced Kanaya? Because I'd like to try to get it right. But thank you so much for giving the gifts. This is going to be a bit long of a read. And even though I think I'd like to read the part where we go through the indictment, just because I think it might be new for a lot of people, we can also reiterate the specific tools that they're charging Kassotis with. I think it'll be good. Yeah, I love that name. I love that name. And Idiot Wind, I think we might get some more with Tracy Sands on the stand. So that's the lead detective, lead investigator from the prosecution office. I think we'll get some questions. We'll either get some questions answered or we'll have more questions when they get off the stand. Who knows with this case? So let's make this bigger. Zoom this in. And we're reading it this way because I don't want to spend $50 to download this document. So we're going to go through it with the browser. Let's see. So they filed this yesterday. We heard about it in court. This is them requesting the charges that they want to be read to the jury before they deliberate. And first thing is the indictment. So we've gone over the 12 counts. We're going to get into them in detail. Now, as we go through this one by one, what I think will be interesting is when we get to counts, let's say 6 through 10, maybe even 11. And I think this is where we'll get to the area where there's a better chance that Kassotis has a chance for jurors to say, you know what, I'm not sure that the state actually proved this to the standard that they need to prove it to. So count 1 is the malice murder. And maybe there's a way I can get rid of this little, yeah, that's way better. So malice murder, that's 16-15-1A, a felony. For that, the said Nicholas James Kassotis, aka Nicholas Stark, in Liberty County, between the 21st day. So this is the date range, you guys. This is where they're estimating. They want to charge this date range, the 21st day of November through the 29th day of November 2022. It's 8 days. The exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury, did unlawfully, with malice aforethought, cause the death of Mindy Kassotis, a human being, by multiple traumatic injuries to the body, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. I think this is a huge hurdle that we've got to get over for the defense. I don't know if this one's looking good. My opinion. Count 2, the jurors. What do we got here? We have the felony murder, that's 16-15-1C, a felony in the County of Liberty in the state of Georgia, again between the 21st day of November 2022 and the 29th day of November, so that same range, did commit the offense of murder when the accused caused the death of Mindy Kassotis, a human being, irrespective of malice. So they don't need to find malice. They could get him on this felony murder. By causing multiple traumatic injuries to the body with an unknown object, which when used offensively against a person is likely to, or actually does result in serious bodily injury in violation of 1615(1)(c), contrary to the laws of said state. Count 3. We get it, and I don't know, do you guys want to do a little poll on that? Do you guys think that there might be, you know, what if maybe he seemed emotional? Maybe the jury thinks he's genuinely upset when he's talking about how Mindy's no longer with us and he's letting people know that she died. Maybe they believe he's actually crying. So maybe they say, you know what? We don't think malice murder. We think he killed her. He used tools to do it. It was offensive. But maybe there wasn't malice. If we get to count 3, we've got aggravated assault, 16-5-21. Again, the same date range, so the same transaction, guys. The same transaction that maybe caused this death. Did he commit aggravated assault? With an unknown object, an object which was, when used offensively against a person, is likely to or actually does result in serious bodily injury by causing multiple traumatic injuries to the body in violation of OCGA 16-5-21. Contrary to the laws of said state. NY Bab says Doug should start with AJ's closing about reasonable doubt. He's got to bring out, do you guys remember the reasonable doubt chart visual he used in the YSL closings? The big poster? Yeah, it ain't Wayne, that's true. Why is nobody calling Wayne? Maybe they don't want to subject him to cross. Because he's there, right? So it's not like it's a hurdle for him to get into the courtroom. So I don't know. Tracy Sands is the prosecutor that took the stand to introduce the interrogation, the 2 interviews. And he's also the questioning, the actual meaningful questioning. The state is going to close out their case in chief by putting him on the stand last. So they expect to put on one more witness that we're waiting for them to arrive. And then they're going to put Tracy Sands on. And there's going to be a lot in that testimony, I think. So that's the guy you've been seeing in court already. The guy that was just sitting up there while we were listening to the calls. So count 5 is possession of a knife during commission of a felony. A felony for the said accused in the County of Liberty in the state of Georgia on the 29th day of November 2022. So this possession of knife during the commission of a felony is in relation to the disposal or dismemberment of the body. So one of these felonies below. This is not possession of a knife during the actual carrying out of the killing. They're not giving us that date range. Did unlawfully have on his person a knife having a blade of 3 inches in length during the commission of the crime of concealing death of another, a felony, a crime involving the person of Mindy Kassotis, 16-11-106. Oh, Aaron's here for jury charges. This is the proposed jury charges from the state. So, not final instructions. We don't know if Doug is going to challenge or what he's going to challenge about him. But we're just going through it until they're back from their recess. So, let's see. Now we're getting into the tools. So, these are all going to be 16-7-20. They're all felonies. And they're all, let's see. Hold on, this one says the 29th, 28th, 29th, 29th. Uh-oh. Interesting. So this is what the indictment says. So the first one, felony, count 6, the 29th of November 2022, did unlawfully have in his possession an insulation knife, a device used in the commission of removal of body parts from the scene of death or dismemberment, with the intent to make use of said tool in the commission of said crime, in violation of 16-7-20. Now count 7 is the deer processing kit. That 7-piece kit from Bass Pro Shops that was purchased on the 28th day of November. They're charging him here in count 7 with possession of tools for the commission of crime on the 28th day of November, that he did unlawfully have in possession a deer processing kit, a device used in the commission of removal of body parts from the scene of death or dismemberment, with the intent to make use of said tool in the commission of said crime in violation of OCGA 16720. Now, maybe that's a permissible way to do it. That's kind of interesting to me that you can use the date of purchase. Because for these other ones, the installation knife was purchased on the 29th, but these tubs, this other stuff that they're saying was a tool, that's not the purchase date. So it's kind of weird that they're using the 28th day here. I don't know. I don't know. The 8th count. We've got possession of tools. This one's the 29th day of November, and this one's relating to, what do we got? The rubberized tubs. So there were 2 rubberized tubs. It's being considered one tool here. Count 9, the 29th of November. This is the Ford Explorer for being used in the commission of removal of body parts from scene of death or dismemberment. And then count 10 is the shovel. Again, used the 29th for the commission of removal of body parts from the scene of death or dismemberment. If we get to count 11, this is the removal of body parts from the scene. They're doing the 29th day of November 2022, saying that they did unlawfully remove from the scene of death and dismemberment of Mindy and Kassotis a head, torso with arms, a right leg and left leg, each item being a human body part in violation of OCGA 16-12-161. And what's interesting here is I was wondering until I read this, if the removal of parts could count, since the parts were spread out from each other, could that be considered a removal from the scene if the dismemberment had occurred like at one position of where the body parts was found and then everything was moved everywhere else? But this is all the parts inclusive, and it's and. So my reading of this means that their argument is she was killed and dismembered first, then transported in the bins, and then the parts were scattered. Which is gross to talk about, sorry. I was just trying to logically process it. And Aaron, shout out to Aaron, says, it's the language possession of tools for the commission of a crime rather than during. It's an allegation that he bought the tools specifically for the crime, going towards the malice. There we go. Thank you, Aaron. And then count 12 would be the tampering with evidence, a misdemeanor. So we're taking it down a notch. For the said accused in the county of Liberty in the state of Georgia on the 29th day of November 2022, that he did knowingly alter, conceal, and disguise physical evidence, to wit, the body of Mindy Kassotis, a knife, rubberized tubs and cleaning wipes, said evidence including the prosecution of the offense of murder, with intent to prevent and obstruct the apprehension of prosecution of Nicholas James Kassotis by destroying biological evidence and concealing tools from the commission of the crime in violation of 16-10-94. So those are the counts, guys. That was the indictment. That was back from the 20th of February of last year. And let's get into requests for more charges. So, the issue and plea of not guilty. And a lot of this comes down to the language. Some of this could be from model instructions. Some of it might be changed. And we don't know if Doug's going to be okay with this or have challenges for it. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issues that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. Now, the language of presumption of innocence, burden of proof, and reasonable doubt. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. And it seems like they're using model instructions, because we got this up here. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with the presumption of innocence in his or her favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offenses charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charge beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. When a defense, except insanity, is raised... Oh, are they going to include this? Are they going to leave this in here? They could take this out, right? Because in parentheses. But it says when a defense, except insanity, is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Cool. I think this is helpful for the defense if they leave this in, because it's reminding the jury that just because the defense mentioned Jim, the defendant doesn't have to prove the existence of Jim. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances in this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Now we're getting into charge 4. The jury judges a fact of law and fact. Members of the jury, this would be the judge reading it. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law I give you in the charge to the facts as you find them to be. All right, so now charge on evidence. So this is all model instructions, it looks like. Ooh, I'm looking over at the chat. Yeah, and Shanikia says, Aaron, you're always so awesome. Idiot Wind, I didn't know this about... I just started watching testimony from the Zachary Hughes trial. I forget what I was watching when that was going on. Maybe Karen Reed was happening the same time. But they had some jury interviews, it looks like, where they said that before he testified, they were going to vote not guilty because they felt like there was so much missing info and they were so confused. And now he is guilty and he is gone for life. Oof. Oof. That's a crazy thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, the decision to take the stand. I get that some cases need it. Some cases, especially if you're required to take the affirmative and you need to get evidence on the record that wasn't otherwise on the record from any other witness. Sure. But here, I think the jury heard about Jim. They might not know what to make of Jim. But these instructions could be helpful for that confusion in the defendant's favor. But if you let this guy get up there and chatterbox away into contradictions, things that don't make sense, you get a chance to press him. Because quite frankly, I don't think in these interrogations that Sands or Frost really pressed back. They just let him talk. Probably strategically so for that moment in time. But if you were to take the stand now, you're going to have this prosecutor get to corner him. So, but at the same time, he's an attorney that felt he knew better and could just speak to cops. He might think it's a good move to get on the stand. Yeah, I don't think so either. And Brooklyn, I would agree that Doug is probably advising against it, but it's ultimately the client's choice, so. Ooh, and Neri says, I can see a world in which him taking the stand actually works out for him. I think the chance of that happening are very low, though. I just don't think it's impossible per se. Yep, I agree. I think one thing to consider is we did get to... I think taking the stand can humanize somebody, like you get to hear them speak, but we did get to hear a voice and see that this is like a person that has words, right? They can talk, they can have a conversation. We got to have a little bit of that, hey, this person's a person with the interviews. Yeah, Laundered Amber, this is where I am, I think. Kassotis, do not take the stand. Your mouth has already made your defense hard enough. So here, this looks like a model instruction on evidence. So your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses, or the equivalent, such as depositions, and any exhibits admitted during the trial. Stipulations of the attorneys, that is, any facts to which the attorneys have agreed with approval by the court, matters of which the court has taken judicial notice. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. So, I think pretty familiar to us, pretty standard. Direct and circumstantial evidence. I think this is an important instruction. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial, or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness, such as by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference. That is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. And then let's see. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel like if this is the YSL trial, they would be challenging this language. The prosecution would hate this language. They'd want to customize it. Oracle Cat, enjoy your nap. And shout out again to Broken Baker. Love it over there. And he's got a soothing voice for nap time, I think. Glad you got to hang out with us. Credibility of witnesses. And they have a note here, so I would assume this isn't going to be read. If the judge and Doug, if everyone agrees to this charge, this part wouldn't be read, but I want to see what the note says. So the note says, the committee removed intelligence as a credibility factor from the criminal charge on credibility of witnesses based on McKenzie v. State. However, the federal rules recodify it. Query, what if the defense brings in a world-renowned DNA expert who is a certified genius to testify versus a seemingly bureaucratic, quote, expert for the state? And the defense requests the charge including intelligence. The cases prohibiting the use of intelligence in charge are a seeming egalitarian knee-jerk against correlating intelligence and honesty. But credibility also may depend on competency. The charge is neutrally drawn and can be adequately argued by either side. Oh! The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. Oh, this is the charge now, not just the note. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of this case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. So there we go. Okay, wait. So the note, there's a footnote for the note that says note. Or where's this footnote attached to? I think this is a general note. So this is confusing, but I think this is a general note for this whole charge, that in a criminal case, use caution in giving if the defendant testifies. Huh. Expert witness. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think is properly entitled to receive. When scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might be helpful, a person who has specialized training or expertise in that field is allowed to state an opinion about the matter. But that does not mean you must accept the witness's opinion. As with any other witness's testimony, you must decide for yourself whether to rely upon the opinion. Prior statements. Kind of important. Kind of important here. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. We got this for the landlord too. Kind of really only through the attorney's question, but the jury heard it. So Doug's question about the broken door lock isn't in and of itself evidence, but it had me thinking. It is for you to decide whether there is reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you do or do not believe. And I think that, again, a lot of what we might get into with prior things and whether or not the investigators decide to use it as a lead and sniff it out, we're going to get with this last witness, Tracy Sands. All right, what do we got here? Statement of defendant. Statement of defendant. A statement that the defendant allegedly made while in custody has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider... Okay, wait, there's also a note here, maybe doing a limiting instruction, conditional admissibility before playing the things. We didn't get a preceding instruction for these interrogations, did we? We just got an emphasis that he was Mirandized. And I think that was in part because Doug's trying to embrace the statements, because there's consistent statements made in the May 13th and May 26th interviews. The consistency of the gym. We were being told, I was assaulted. We were afraid. We moved. We changed our names. So I think Doug was embracing that consistency rather than, hey, limit that. I don't want the jury to hear that. A statement that the defendant allegedly made while in custody has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of his or her constitutional rights. I don't think the jury is going to think that those statements weren't voluntary, personally. Voluntariness defined. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent defendant was informed of his or her rights as discussed below, if applicable. Oh, all right, next 5 pages. Again, this is our way of not having to pay for the document. State's request to charge number 12, burden of proof as to voluntariness. And remember, we had the prosecutor ask these questions, I think both times with Tracy Sands before each, the May 13th and May 26th interviews. Was he under any duress? Was he shackled? Were you intimidating him? I forget the exact questions, but they did get questions and answers on the record. Burden of proof as to voluntariness. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. And again, there was a part where he ends up being shackled at the end of the second interview, but that wasn't shown to the jury. And it was after, it was at the conclusion. Constitutional rights. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of his or her constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. The defendant had a right to remain silent. If the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything he said, she said, wrote, signed, could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. The defendant had a right to counsel, to consult a lawyer before any questioning, and to have the lawyer present with him or her at all times during any questions. And if the defendant did not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for him/her to represent him/her before any questioning, and to be present with him/her during any questioning. Now imagine if he was like, well, I need a lawyer, I don't have money, but then in the same interview you also said you had like 7 figures. You just had a cool 32 million. And then you have to be like, never mind, I'm actually indigent. Let's hop over to the chat. Shout out to Amy. How you guys doing over there? Are you guys still doing Nick Kassotis testimony? Aaron says, I think cash out sentencing hearing was a great example of not being able to stop your client from speaking. Guys, if you missed the cash out sentencing, I agree with what Aaron's getting at here. Keratin Matthews represented cash out. Keratin Matthews gave a statement that I think, could have neutralized, could have helped mitigate some of the sentencing. And then cash out wants to speak and address the court. And it just kind of showed the, no remorse, calling people liars, trying to fight. I think it pushed the judge to lean more towards the max than maybe she would have if they hadn't spoken. And likewise, I think the other defendants did the same damage to themselves when they chose to speak. Idiot Win says, I've convinced myself he shouldn't testify. Doug argued he could believe Jim is real, be just as incurious as so many we've seen on the stand. Plus then they do rebuttal and he's so obnoxious. Yeah, so Jenny, I'm not sure about this being private retainer because originally it was the apt firm that was on this case. Doug ends up starting his own practice and there's a substitution of counsel filed that's signed by the public defender's office. So I feel like the attorney was always appointed here. And when the defendant in this case wanted to stick with Doug after he moved firms, PD's office had to approve it. So my interpretation is it's actually an appointment rather than private retainer. So that's how I looked at it. Okay. Charge 14, burden of proof. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. I think and this is me, this is my opinion. One, if you think Nicholas Kassotis knew he was voluntarily waiving his rights when he sat for those interviews. 2, if you think there's an argument here that, hey, some of that, I don't think it was voluntary. I'm pretty strong a 1 in that regard. But we'll see. We can differ. We can have different opinions. The next charge is conditions precedent to consideration of statement. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statement was voluntary and that all of the warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find defendant was properly informed of these rights, and that he understood and gave up those rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict, except for purposes of attacking the credibility of the witness for impeachment. DNA evidence. And remember, the evidence here would go to proving it was Mindy Mebbing Kassotis. We don't have DNA results for the defendant. So, yeah, lots of ones here, you guys. And again, I think that's part of, Doug obviously looked at this evidence before thinking about strategy for the case. What should we do with this? And I think when you hear the way these interviews start off and how they go on so voluntarily, he's like, all right, it's not gonna, I'd have egg on my face if I walked into the courtroom and in closing tried to argue to this jury that they held him, they intimidated him, they coerced him, they were mistreating him just to get him to say what they wanted him to say. I think that would be a credibility loss for the attorney. And that credibility loss on the attorney could impart on the defendant. So I think very good decision on Doug's part not to even try to go there. Yeah, I don't think they're going to argue that at all. So let's see. This DNA. Evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparison is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are both the credibility or believability and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved in the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves, which were used to form such opinions. All of these issues are matters for you to consider and determine. It's for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to the evidence relating to DNA comparison in your decision in this case. So on this one, in my opinion, I don't think Doug's going to try to go after, this is not Mindy. I don't think we're going to get that argument. But where I do see this DNA evidence coming into play in closing arguments is, they weren't actually able to tie some of these tools either to my client or to this crime. So arguing some of this evidence could help fight some of the other, like the non-murder counts. For example, maybe they don't think, maybe they just don't think the deer hunting kit was at play here at all. Because remember, that wasn't even a subject tool that was submitted for tool mark analysis. They went and bought their own kit and just said, hey, could this have made these marks? So, but who knows? Who knows? Let's see. Character of the defendant. Evidence of the defendant's character trait of truthfulness, if any, has been presented to show that he or she acted consistently with that character trait in this case. I wonder if they're going to word it like that or just read truthfulness. It's kind of weird. This evidence can come in the form of testimony about the defendant's reputation. So are these crossouts what the state is suggesting as a change? Because this is interesting. For example, it could read as evidence of the defendant's character, if any, has been presented, or evidence of the defendant's character trait of truthfulness. And I see why it would benefit the state to say character trait of truthfulness, because you're anchoring the jury into thinking about, well, was he truthful or not? Whereas if you just say character, that's a slightly different question that could include truthfulness, but that's not the only thing that could go to somebody's character. So this swapping of the words, this little ad-libbing here, I see why they want to use these second parentheticals. For example, this sentence could read, this evidence can come in the form of the opinion of another witness, or it could read, this evidence can come in the form of testimony about the defendant's reputation. Now, connotations for the word testimony, although testimony could be opinion, versus straight out saying opinion, there's different connotations with each of those words, right? Testimony is under oath. Opinion is subjective. So very interesting to see, and not surprising at all that the state would prefer this over this. I want to see them argue this in court. I love getting granular about wording. Let's see. Another one that could have been here was examples of the defendant's conduct which show his or her characters or character trait. You should consider character evidence, if any, along with all the other evidence in deciding whether you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt. So that one was kind of interesting. All right, definition of crime. I'm thinking of Woody, I did these crimes. This defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of the state. A crime is a violation of a statute of the state in which there is a joint operation of an act or omission to act, and intention or criminal negligence. Intent. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequences of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. Let's see. Statute of limitations. Oh. Okay, I was about to read this wrong. I was like, wait, there's a 4-year limitation on murder? I jumped the line here. That's not what this says. Members of the jury, the law of our state set a time limit upon the state in starting prosecution of most criminal offenses. The accused is on trial for the offense of murder. Under Georgia law, prosecution for this offense may be commenced at any time. Prosecution for all the other felony offenses included in this indictment must begin within 4 years after the offense was committed. So this was 2022, so we're within. Prosecution for all the misdemeanors included in this indictment must begin within 2 years after the offense was committed. And the indictment, remember, February of 2024. I don't know the date. Oh, we've got a B here from our poll back in the chat. Nika, see you when you catch up to us. Nika's in the past. Oh, Jennifer's over here from the Broken Baker. And thank you so much. So Jen is getting used to this YouTube username thing. She said in parentheses, Jen Pookie. So thank you for doing that. And good to see you hanging out over here. Oh wait, did this jump? I think I missed a... It's just talking in mid-sentence. I think I missed a page. Okay, yeah. So venue. The law provides that criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. In a prosecution in any case in which it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Liberty County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment. And remember, the prosecution started explaining this charge in their opening. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. Venue special circumstances. Crimes committed on the boundary line of 2 counties. So we got a little bit in the Megan Jackson trial, the coroner co-conspirator murder trial of this venue issue. If a crime is committed on or immediately adjacent to the boundary line between 2 counties, venue is proper and may be proved in either county. So Liberty and McIntyre are the 2 counties here. Criminal homicide. Criminal homicide shall be considered as having been committed in the county in which the cause of death was inflicted. If it cannot be determined in which county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county in which the death occurred. If a dead body is discovered in the state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, venue is proper and may be proved in the county which the dead body was discovered. So important there, You know, they don't need to prove for homicide, you know, where this county, that county. Crime commenced outside the state. If the commission of a crime under the laws of the state commenced outside the state is consummated within the state, venue is proper and may be proved in the county where it is consummated. Crime committed while in transit. And this stuff is kind of cool. If a crime is committed upon any railroad car, vehicle, watercraft, or aircraft traveling within the state, and it cannot readily be determined in which county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the crime could have been committed, through which the rail car, vehicle, watercraft, or aircraft has traveled. I feel like, are they covering all the vehicle types here? Are we missing any? Crime committed on water boundaries. Whenever a stream or body of water is the boundary between two counties, the jurisdiction of each county shall extend to the center of the main channel of the stream or the center of the body of water, and if a crime is committed on the stream or body of water and it cannot be readily determined, and I don't think we really got to bodies of water. Like, I'm sure there's bodies of water, but I don't think any of the parts were found near bodies of water. Crime committed on water boundaries of two states. We can skip that. Verdict. So what's the jury's job? If, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Liberty County, Georgia, did on or about the 29th day of November 2022 commit the offense of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, possession of a knife during commission of a felony, 5 counts of possession of tools for the commission of crime, removal of body parts from scene, and tampering with evidence as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty of any of these offenses, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict will be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. So, the court has no interest in case. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. I don't think we've had much, because there haven't been so many objections, I don't think there's really been, whether the court would express an opinion here or not, there's really been no opportunity for the judge to, sit up there rolling eyes or sighing into the microphone, like we've seen in some other cases. You chat might know some examples. Sympathy. And this is an important one, I think. I think Angela Wynn, who we saw testify today, and a little bit with Morgan Paddock, and even the parents, even though they didn't seem so emotional to me, just because they're parents that lost a child, the sympathy instruction, I think, is pretty critical here. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given to you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It's your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence. Yes, so don't judge these people from being out-of-towners. Economic or corporate status for or against either party. And again, likewise, this would mean don't sympathize with the defendant just because he lost his wife. 25, sentencing responsibility. Let's see. You are only concerned with whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. So that's pretty standard. I wish it told us where we were. Because it lets me do 5 pages at a time. This is 49 pages. Deliberations. You guys know the deliberations. You're not supposed to talk to each other. Unless you're actively deliberating. But if you're on a break and not actively deliberating, don't continue to talk about this case. Don't talk when a juror's missing from the room because they went to the restroom. Malice murder. Let's see the wording here. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant 1. caused the death of another person, 2. unlawfully, and 3. with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill without justification, without excuse, without mitigation. You may find malice when the circumstance shows that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation, and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. So a case, and it hasn't been tried yet, but a case I like to use as the example here is the Courtney Clenny case, where, immediately after she seems to be in panic, Courtney Clenny seems to be in a panic. She seems to genuinely want to save her boyfriend's life. But in that moment when she plunged and or threw and or flung the knife in his direction, was she intending to cause him harm? And because she's using a knife, it's presumed that the harm that she would inflict has the high likelihood of being deadly or causing serious injury. So in that instant, I think it's going to be very hard for a jury to find that she wasn't acting with malice in that instant, even though right after she does sincerely appear to regret it, to not want that to be happening to her boyfriend. So, interesting. I think this one is a bit tough to get to, though, because even watching in the chat, people are like, why would he kill Mindy, though? So, interesting. Premeditation. We'll read a bit about premeditation. Also, shout out to Classy Beats. Let's get some W's in the chat for Classy. Dropping. You must have ended the stream. Let me know what you thought about the tool mark analysis, because I think this case is crazy. I think there's some really bad facts and kind of bad vibes against this defendant. Right? Like, I think you never know. The jury could just be like, we think he was such an asshole to his third wife that we don't really care if he used the tubs or not. Let's just convict him on all of these things. Like, he's an asshole. Who knows? All that being said, though, when I look at a tool mark analysis Testify, and I'm like, does this really tell us as much as the state wants us to think it tells us? So it's always weird to just kind of process expert testimony kind of in a bubble apart from the case itself. Look at all the love here for Classy. There we go. Yeah, I think the word for this trial undoubtedly is crazy. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And you guys, I'm sure you already, if you're not, I'll be upset with you. If you're not already following Classy, there's a link in the chat for you guys to get over there real quickly. I still have trouble searching for you as Classy. I still have to type Classy Beats, even though I'm subscribed to you to pull you up. So guys, if you're trying to find Classy's channel in a search and you struggle, try Classy Beats, spell it out, and it'll pull up. So, oh yeah, so we just went over that, Classy. So he's got 5 counts of tools. You've got the insulation knife that was purchased on the 29th, the 7-piece deer hunting kit. You've got the Ford Explorer. You've got the tubs, which they're treating as one tool together, and the shovel. So those are the associated, each of the counts for using tools in commission of a crime. Those are the tools being specified. So a whole time. And again, this is the state's proposed charges. We'll see if Doug has anything that he would want to request an addition or have reworded. Let's see. So premeditation. Premeditation typically means a prior decision or plan to do something. Premeditation is not an element of murder and does not need to be proved by the state for you to find malice aforethought. However, in determining whether malice existed at the time of the killing, you may consider any evidence of premeditation or lack of it. And this charge should only be given, this is a bench note, so the judge should follow this. The charge should only be given if the jury requests a definition of premeditation. So, probably won't hear this read, but I don't know. I feel like jurors always want premeditation, malice, these surrounding terms defined. Motive. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. I'm not gonna lie. I think when the state's telling us, they're trying to tell us there's this blood on the futon and that we can make this inference that the murder and possibly the dismemberment occurred in this Airbnb rental on 65th Street. I don't really think they put evidence on the record of motive. They kind of gave us a motive of why they were a unit together. Mindy, Nicholas, both running from the $1.5 million judgment from the first marriage was the argument in openings. Even though I think they could have, they mentioned that he moved on. They didn't make the argument in opening. They said they were on the run, but they didn't make the argument that, oh, the defendant wanted to kill Mindy to move on to be with Samantha without issue. I think they could have argued that, but they just didn't, and I thought that was kind of weird. Because it's there. It seems like, I don't know. Do you guys think it happens that people kill somebody so they can move on and be in another relationship? I think that would be more sensible to argue than we were on the run, but then I killed the person I was on the run with. So felony murder. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Aggravated assault is a felony, which I will define for you shortly. Let's see. Causation in felony murder. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that he or she caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault, regardless of whether he or she intended the death to occur. There must be some casual connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. Aggravated assault with a deadly or offensive weapon. And I think this is where they were hinting, there's the blunt impact at the back of the head, and there was a purchase of a fiberglass hammer, and let's make the inference. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. We'll see how they argue this in closing. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person, committed an act that placed the person in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. An offensive weapon is any object that is likely to cause, or actually does cause, death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. And we got bench notes here to include the definition of offensive weapon, only if required by the indictment. Possession of knife during the commission. So they have to prove that they had a knife with a blade at least 3 inches long on his or her person within arm's reach while attempting to commit a felony, which is one of the following: a crime against or involving another person. Concealing a death of another is a felony, which I will define for you shortly. So again, this possession of a knife does not mean the knife had to be used to murder Mindy. It could be possession of the knife to carry out the hiding of the death. Concealing the death of another. For concealing the death of another, the state must prove the defendant concealed the death of another person, which hindered the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. We got bench notes that gravamen of the offense is conduct that hinders a single discovery of a single unlawful killing. And it says, do not give this charge in the sentencing phase of death penalty or life without parole cases. Possession of tools. For possession of tools for commission of a crime, the state must prove that the defendant, 1, possessed tools as alleged in the indictment. So they've got to go with what's alleged. It's attached to the caption of the counts. So if they say Ford Explorer, we can't just say, we think he used something else to transport for that particular count. 2, commonly used to commit the crimes alleged in the indictment. And 3, with the intent to make use of said tools in the commission of said crimes. Let's see. Hey, Heart of Inspiration. Oh my gosh, Heart of Inspiration, good to see you. Hope you've been well. This is a crazy case. I can only imagine your takes. Guys, Heart of Inspiration, friend of the channel. Let us know what you're working on. Let us know what you've been up to lately. It's good to see you. We've got Classy saying... Alright, let me go back to the beginning. So family and friends backed up Nick's story. Mindy even told her friends and family what was happening. And this was a question I had. I wish I could just like zoom real quickly to day 1 and like watch myself with the past fog. And I was like, well, was Mindy only reciting to her family, like indirectly? So Nick told me this, I believe it, and I'm relaying that stuff that I believe, but didn't witness firsthand. Do I relay those things to my friends and family? And as the trial moved on, we've gotten, repeated testimony. I think the dad told us multiple times, the mom told us a few times. We just had her best friend tell us. It seems like we had both the JAG officer from this morning, Chris with the name I can't caps lock, and then Mindy's former employer where she worked as a legal assistant. They both told us that it seems like Mindy was also experiencing this fear, something to cause her fear and wanting to change her identity and make sure her communications wouldn't get intercepted. That was coming directly from Mindy. It wasn't just a hand-me-down that she believed and trusted her husband about and relayed on indirectly. So that is really interesting. And I didn't expect to get so many witnesses to say as much. So Classy says, so either she was extremely manipulated by Nick or Nick is telling the truth. The state hasn't really proven Nick manipulated her, so either option isn't good for them, in my opinion. And it's weird. We're not getting any... I feel like a case like this you'd hear, was there past violence? Is this, we're missing things that if this was a DV case, and obviously like dismembering a partner would be domestic violence. It'd be violence against a partner. But we're missing any sort of like, no history of a tumultuous relationship, no indication that they were wanting to separate from each other. Maybe the closest thing, Nick mentions in July 2022 bleeding and says they were told it could have been an early miscarriage. So maybe there was some type of switch, a mental switch, because maybe there was a miscarriage in July 2022. And both Mindy and Nicholas were in disbelief about the miscarriage, continued to tell people they had a due date. Both continued to tell people there was a due date of January 8th. And it eventually just got to be too much. And it just, but other than that, I don't even see where we can make an inference besides knowing that Mindy's dead. That there was like a history of toxicity between the two in their relationship. It's just really weird. So, I'm trying to approach that delicately, but it's, I watch a lot of cases where sometimes it's hearsay and you get an expert to say, hey, you might not ever actually have a victim report something, but we don't have an expert getting up there in this case. We don't have a DV, IPV expert witness in this case. And I also think it's pretty interesting. We've heard the state, she was not pregnant, she was not pregnant, she was not pregnant. It's not like they're sitting up here and trying to add on an extra charge because a fetus, a baby, was impacted by this whole transaction. So, and I mean, shout out to the state for not trying to over prosecute, right? If they really don't believe there was any evidence of pregnancy at the time of Mindy's death, shout out to them for not trying to over prosecute. And is this another 5 Classy? Holy moly. Let's get more W's in the chat for Classy. He's over here sharing his insights, watching this trial as well over on his channel. D's over here too. Good to see the Classy fam. Good to see you. Dropping 5 gifted subs. Make sure you guys are saying thank you. And again, make sure you go check out his replays. I tend to cover a block of a trial all in one. He does a variety show, you guys. So if you're looking for, get up to date on what's going on in this case and anything else that's worth talking about, love the style of his shows. He holds it down over there. So make sure you show his channel some love. And Amy E, if she's still in the building. Always love to see Amy E. Let's see. Idiot Win says, I think the friend's testimony reinforced for me that she did just believe him and was hopeful about the future. And I get that there was resentment. When Doug gets up for cross, it was clear, and I don't fault her at all for it. But I think Angela's testimony reinforced that Mindy herself was speaking on this, hey, we've got things that are going on. We're dealing with something where we need to be high security. And she's telling this to the friend, her best friend. So, and I don't really see a reason to believe that Mindy wanted to, at least not in evidence on the record here. I've seen some out-of-court commentary that maybe Mindy and Nicholas were both LARPing. They were role-playing this out. They were just live-action role-playing. But as far as what's in court, and where I don't know if I really believe in the LARPing theories that I've seen, what reason would there be for Mindy to lie to her best friend and keep the lie going for so long? So I don't know. And thank you for all the W's here for Classy. Love you guys. Look at all that love. Shout out to the Classy Beats. The Classy. It's weird because your name with this @ thing, it's Classy Beats again. I was just getting used to just calling you Classy without the beats, but here we go. It's all back to your original name. Doug may or may not have Nicholas, it's not his decision. Doug said he doesn't plan on calling the witnesses that he provided in his list, but that Nicholas may or may not decide to take the stand. We don't know yet. So, oh, and shout out to the Doug. In most criminal trials, the defense is presented mostly through cross-examination of the state's witnesses. And I think this is, the prosecution was like, court, can we please have the jurors come in late? Our witnesses have to fly in, and we really, really, really want to put Tracy Sands on the stand last. And we were talking about that, chat. That's strategic for the state, but Doug is very experienced with using cross-examination to deliver his case. We saw at the YSL trial. And I think this is Doug's 4th murder trial. No case in chief for the defense, but they had a ton of cross-examination that did a lot of damage to the state's case. So if the state wants to end with this lead investigator from the prosecution's office, Tracy Sands, I think there's a lot of room for Doug to cross-examine. So it would be an interesting way to close out the state's case in chief. So JC, this has been, I don't know. I've gone into chats where I see this @name on YouTube happen, and then I go back to that same channel and it's not happening, and then it's happening again. And I was in the clear for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden it hit my channel. And I'm like, I'm so grateful that like I'm remembering pictures and faces, and almost everybody has a similar name. Like, you know, you've got the J in your name at least. Jeevy's got her name. Dizzy has Dizzy in her name. You know, Classy has Classy. Yeah, and Jennifer, I still love when Jennifer joined the chat earlier. She put her AKA name. Super love that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's a YouTube thing, you guys. If there's a way to disable it, that'd be great. Because I am a little worried. I don't want to read anybody's @name without thinking, and it like gives out more information than they thought would be publicly displayed. So let's see, we've got removal of body parts from scene of death or dismemberment. It shall be unlawful for any person to remove from the scene of the death or dismemberment of any person any human body part, provided, however, that this code section shall not apply to a law enforcement officer acting in the lawful discharge of his or her official duties, or to any person acting under the direction of a law enforcement officer, a physician, or an emergency medical technician in the course of their professions, or in the absence of any such person, to any person who transports such body part directly to a medical facility. I was waiting. I was like, so what if someone thinks someone's dying, thinks they're still alive, but they're actually dead, and they like move the body to go to a hospital? I was ready, but they cover that. Law enforcement agency or licensed funeral home. Although all such persons remain obligated to comply with the provisions of Article 2 of Chapter 16 of Title 45 concerning death investigations. Let's see. Tampering with evidence. A person commits the offense of tampering with the evidence when, with the intent to prevent the apprehension or cause the wrongful apprehension of any person, or to obstruct the prosecution of defense of any person, he knowingly destroys, alters, conceals, or disguises physical evidence, or makes, devises, prepares, or plants false evidence. So, I don't know, do we get a little bit of Jim theories coming into play here? Nothing in this code section shall be deemed to abrogate or alter any privilege which any person is entitled to claim under existing laws, except as otherwise provided in the subsection. Any person who violates subsection A of this code, involving the prosecution or defense of a felony, and involving another person, shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof, shall be punished by imprisonment of not less than 1 nor more than 3 years. Why is this in here? Why is this in here? They must have made a mistake and not clip this out. Like, they shouldn't be talking about the terms, length of sentence. But okay. I think they made a mistake there, but... so maybe they'll fix that one up. Let's see. Request to charge 38. Proof of murder weapon by circumstantial evidence. So this is relying on case law rather than model jury instructions now. So, suggested from Allen v. State here and Brown v. State. The state need not admit into evidence the weapon used by the defendant in order for the defendant to be found guilty of the crime involving the weapon. So, if they want to say deer hunting knife was used, well, we don't need to enter the actual deer hunting kit for the jury to find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he's guilty of doing this crime with that deer hunting kit. The presence of a deadly weapon, this is from Eccles v. State, the presence of a deadly weapon or the appearance of such may be established by circumstantial evidence. So like the receipt, the purchase from Bass Pro Shops. And a conviction for aggravated assault may be sustained even though the weapon was neither seen nor accurately described by the victim. Polygraph? Hold on, chat. Did we heard about the polygraph outside the presence of the jury, but is anything on the record? I mean, maybe they're just putting this in here to make sure they cover bases in case it comes up during Tracy Sand's testimony. I think the state thinks Doug's going to get up there and be like, my client took a polygraph test. So maybe that's where they're getting ahead of what they expect Sand's testimony and cross-examination to touch on. Because otherwise, with the interrogation, where he said he would take a polygraph, They redacted that out. The jury didn't get to hear that part. So this will be fun to see if this comes up on, put it on your bingo card for Tracy Sand's testimony. The general rule in Georgia is that the results of polygraph tests, whether favorable or unfavorable to an accused, are not admissible in evidence as they are not considered reliable. We got some cases there. Oh, raising mental defenses. Here we go, chat. The law requires that when a mental defense is raised, the defense must first give notice of its intent to raise that defense with the court. That includes a claim of mental incompetency to stand trial as well as a claim of insanity. There's been no such notice given in this matter, and therefore neither of those issues is relevant to your deliberations. So, nope. If there's that juror that's like, I don't think he's competent, I don't feel right. Nope, you're not supposed to consider that. All right, let's see. And that's more case law. All right, and we're on the last 3 pages here, which is going to take us right up to the 1 o'clock ETA of the next witness. False statements, consciousness of guilt. A false explanatory statement may be viewed by you, the jury, as substantive evidence of guilt. When a defendant voluntarily and intentionally offers an explanation, and this explanation is later shown to be false, you may consider whether the circumstantial evidence points to a consciousness of guilt, and the significance to be attached to any such evidence is exclusively within the province of you, the jury. Moreover, wholly incredible explanations may also form a sufficient basis to allow you to find that the defendant had the requisite guilty knowledge. What do you make of that line, chat? Wholly incredible explanations may also form a sufficient basis to allow you to find that the defendant had the requisite guilty knowledge. So I feel like we're going to see the state use this language in closing. They're going to say, wholly incredible explanation about Jim. They're going to use this wording. That way when the jury thinks like, hey, we can find that wholly incredible thing, if we think it's wholly incredible, is consciousness of guilt. So let's listen for that language in closings. This court expresses no opinion whether any false statement has been made in this case, and that matter is solely within your province to determine. Exact date of murder is not material. The exact date on which the murder took place is not a material element of the crime of murder because there is no statute of limitations for murder. This means that the state does not have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the exact date on which the murder took place. And video testimony. The state and the defense have agreed to allow one or more. When we heard an instruction briefly on this for the last witness that we saw. They agreed to let someone testify via video during this trial. You are to evaluate the credibility of witnesses testifying via video, just as you would any other witnesses. If you find the testimony to be credible, the testimony of the witnesses testifying via video should be given the same weight as credible in-person testimony. In other words, testimony of a credible witness taking place over video should not be devalued merely because the witness did not testify in person. And there we go. Those are the ends of the proposed instructions. So we'll load back up. We'll see what's going on. If we get a witness around 1 o'clock. And also, should we, yeah, okay, so Law and Crime still says 1 p.m., but this is their older message, so. We'll keep our fingers crossed for 1 p.m. Let's see. Yeah, Lawnard Amber says the date might not be required, but it would sure help prove beyond reasonable doubt, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I mean, if we end up finding out, I don't know. It would just make it easier if the state wants it to be easy for the jury to get there and say, blood in Airbnb. Family on vacation, only Nick, Mindy, and Rusty are home. This time frame, all of these things point to this time frame being likely. It would be helpful. It would definitely be helpful. Let's see what you guys are saying. Samantha says, Tracy's stance on taking the stand is a tongue twister. Hey, Trakisha, we were looking at the state's proposed jury charges, so that was a bit interesting. Most of it seemed to be pulled from model language. There was like one charge that seemed to be from case law, like custom language. And it was interesting seeing some of the, when you could say any of the following options, which one the state wants to choose. Let's see. Cash Money Cass says, I'm Cash Money for life. Yeah, Nick's got the same YouTube name, even with this weird handle thing happening. Let's see. That's actually interesting, because that seems like it's missing coverage then. When I was an EMT, we would transfer hospice patients home. I wouldn't call that a medical facility. I wonder if there's something, because the paperwork would say, you know, we're discharging into the, whatever they would phrase, the home health care, that kind of like de facto makes it site of medical care. I don't know, there's got to be some bridge, but maybe it should be laid out more explicitly in that statute. Because you never know the way that when it suits a party for an issue of litigation or criminal prosecution, whatever realm you're dealing with, there's always somebody that will find a way to interpret what's not explicitly laid out, and even try to interpret what seems to be explicitly enumerated. Let's see. Yeah, YPCom Chic, you have the same name as well with this YouTube thing. Hey, Gloria. I think Gloria has Gloria in both her names. And that's okay if you're late getting on. Pretty much got a fellow JAG officer that, knew Nick. They were in Italy together while in the service together. Knew and met Mindy in 2016, right before Mindy and Nicholas Kassotis got married. Heard about this, hey, we are trying to protect ourselves, and then heard from the defendant after Mindy's death. And he was told there was a stroke. I think he was told there was a stroke. Then we heard from, and a really emotional testimony from Angela Wynn, Mindy's best friend. Really, really emotional testimony, but likewise, she testified that, Mindy told us that they had a high security situation. They needed to, they were going to change their identity. They had to be low key. So, and it was really nice to see somebody be emotional and miss the victim in this case. I think we had Morgan Paddock, who didn't seem to have like a close long-term. She knew Mindy as a childhood church friend, but it didn't seem like they were necessarily as close and spent as much time together. But nevertheless, she expressed, I think, sadness and sorrow over the situation while she was on the stand. Angela Wynn, I think, very genuine emotions, showed real feelings for the loss of Mindy. And I think that's nice to see that somebody here is caring for the victims. The septic infection. So the last witness that we saw was former employer of Mindy. And it seemed like Mindy stopped working for him in 2016, right around the time of the marriage. But after the death, he gets this email on December 19th, 2022 from Nicholas Kassotis, like, hey, call me. And then recalls that on this phone call, Nick says, hey, she went into the hospital Saturday and overnight things took a turn for the worse. And she had sepsis and ended up dying from the infection, which is contradictory. And I think it was very good for the state to put the JAG officer on and this former employer the same day, because right within the same period of time, we're hearing one explanation of the death being the stroke, and then another explanation of the death being a septic infection. And sure, you can challenge, maybe they're not recalling, or maybe Nicholas didn't actually know definitively in the time, or his information got crossed. But you could also conclude that he's telling people different things because no hospital's really telling him anything at all. So, There might be state laws that dictate this a little bit more specifically, but I think all states have requirements that you need to do the proper notification, get the death certificate, notify the coroner, whether or not you want to do your own type of services or hire a funeral service. I'm not sure about specifics once you do all of those things, if you can bury someone on your own land in all jurisdictions or not. So they are zoomed in on this judge's chair over here. When he comes to sit down, his head's going to be like this big. Shanikia, we never got hospital records, and I would say that the jury could make an inference from that. You know, we don't have hospital records. Defense didn't give us hospital records, so we're going to make the inference that she didn't die in a hospital. And then the next thing would be, well, what if there are no hospital records because of this? Jim had to handle it and take care of it, and it was this weird, high-profile secret thing going on. Well, do you think that's a reasonable explanation, or do you think it's wholly incredible? And we could make that storyline. We could take that storyline, those statements where Nick is relaying those to different witnesses that have testified, that he was saying those things because he knew he did something, and he was speaking from a place of consciousness of guilt. So, yeah, just gotta ask Jim. I don't know. I think there's a lot still with Tracy Sands on the stand and closing arguments. Oh, there you go. Slag Daddy, love the name, says sepsis could cause a stroke. So there you go. There's, what I was kind of getting at. Could it be possible? Sure, these are different words being used to explain the death of somebody. But in that moment, if someone's processing the death of a loved one and they're not a medical expert themselves, could they just get their explanations crossed or be more specific in one conversation, less specific in another? And or since this wasn't expressed through a written document, could this former boss of Mindy not quite remember the exact details spoken to him? So lots of room there. Not the... Oh my gosh. I don't care if it's campy. I love National Treasure. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that movie where he's like, I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. Aaron says Jim stole the hospital records and the bank statements and the Declaration of Independence. Whew. Yeah, Nicholas Cage is Jim McIntyre. Oh, a time. Nicholas Cage as Nick and Jim. Yeah, does Jim have the video from the Cleveland Avenue McDonald's? Yeah, I like that description. Old Line Red says it's a totally charming movie. Yeah, I like it. It's like a little bit of Indiana Jones without traveling, and they didn't have snakes in National Treasure at any point, did they? We got to stay away from the snakes. And the ripping out of hearts. Alright, now we're on the exit sign. Let's see if they updated their little sticky. Nope. I wonder if the camera guy just has like 2 angles and is just putting on a setting to give us a nice little change of pace while we wait. Yeah, that guy Nick, the title, so Law and Crime and Court TV always give like a memorable title. Law and Crime is using Wife Dismembered Murder Trial. Oh, we got action.
Good afternoon. Please be seated.
and dismembered wife murder trial for Court TV.
Do we have a witness present? Okay. Then let's bring,
Just waiting on my client, Your Honor.
okay, didn't notice. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Doug's got a book.
All right, everyone, please be seated and please call the next witness.
Cameron Nelson.
This is bank guys, so we're not going to get the life.
Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
I said bank guy, and it's a lady. My bad.
Would you state your name, please?
Cameron Nelson,
How do you spell Cameron?
Cameron,
Where do you live?
in Williamsburg, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Williamsburg, Virginia for this trial?
I did not. During the week for work, I live in Falls Church, Virginia.
How long have you been living there?
In Falls Church
Yes.
since January 2025.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as an attorney for the Defense Health Agency
And how long have you been working with that agency?
since February of 2022.
And what is the mission of that agency?
The Defense Health Agency administers the military health system, taking care of the beneficiaries of active duty, retired, and reserve members of the armed forces.
You married?
I am, yes, sir.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Benjamin Gray Nelson II.
What does he go by?
He goes by Gray.
How is he employed?
He's employed with his own businesses. He owns restaurants.
Which type of restaurant?
Mellow Mushroom Pizza Bakers.
Okay.
Oh, shout
How
out
many
to Mellow
does he own?
Mushroom.
3.
Where?
In Charlottesville, Virginia, Williamsburg, Virginia, and Newport News, Virginia.
They're having trouble hearing
Closer.
you. If you could position yourself closer.
Can you tap your microphone, make sure it's working?
Okay, thank you.
Did you serve in the military?
Yes, sir, I did.
What branch?
In the Navy.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
I started as a nurse corps officer where I practiced oncology and medical surgical nursing, and then later switched to the Advocate General's Corps where I practiced as an attorney.
How long did you serve in the Navy?
20 years active with total 24, including reserve time.
Did you retire
Yes, sir, I did.
in good standing?
Yes, sir.
What was your rank when you left the Navy?
Commander.
Can you see the defendant in this case, Nicholas Kassotis, from where you're seated?
Yes, I can.
How do you know him?
Nick and I met at Naval Justice School in 2008 when he was attending the basic lawyer course.
And what was your job and what was his job while you were at the Naval Justice School?
After he finished that course, he reported to Naval Legal Service Office Mid-Atlantic, where we were both stationed, until I departed in 2009.
What happened to you personally around 2009?
In February of 2009, I was diagnosed with cancer for the first time, and I was scheduled to deploy aboard the USNS Comfort, which is one of 2 hospital ships. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go on that deployment because of that diagnosis.
And when the defendant learned that you had been deployed, what, if anything, did he do?
He took that deployment for me. In fact, the same day that I reported to the command to let them know of the diagnosis, Nick immediately volunteered to take that deployment so that I could focus on treatment.
What was your relationship like with the defendant during that period of time?
It was good. We became friends. We worked together, socialized together, both with our colleagues and their spouses as well.
And how long was that deployment on the USNF Comfort?
It was approximately 5 months.
And where was the deployment?
Central America, South America, and the Caribbean.
At some point during your career, were you ever stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, I was.
From when to when?
The first time from 2011 to 2014, and the second time after a postgraduate degree, I came back from 2015 to 16.
And what kind of work did you do while you were at the Pentagon?
The first time I was the flag aide for the Judge Advocate General of the Navy and also worked for the Chief of Naval Operations as a Deputy Legal Counsel. The second time I was temporarily assigned to the Office of the Judge Advocate General Code 18, which did cyber law, as well as the Department of Defense Office of General Counsel for Intelligence.
During the time that the defendant was in the Navy, was he too also stationed at the Pentagon?
Yes, sir, he was.
And what was his job at the Pentagon?
He was also assigned to what we call OJAG, both to Code 13, which practiced administrative law, and to Code 10, international law.
Are you familiar with the defendant's first wife, Heather?
Yes, sir, I am.
How do you know Heather?
I met Heather through Nick. Once they began dating and became engaged, we continued to socialize with them, and we attended their wedding.
At some point, did they become divorced?
Yes, sir, they did.
And following their divorce, did the defendant ever discuss the breakup with you?
He did.
What did he say about their breakup?
He expressed significant distress about the fact that there had been infidelity, which he alleged had been on Heather's part. In addition, he shared that Heather had lied about wanting to have children and that he was desperate to become a father.
I'm showing you now a photograph that's marked States Exhibit 2.32. Can you see this photograph from where you're seated?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is that?
Mindy.
Do you know her last name?
Maiden name was Mebin, married name Kassotis.
How did you come to know Mindy?
I also met Mindy through Nick, and we developed a close friendship. Mindy was incredibly vibrant and generous, and we became closer over time.
And did they become married?
They did, yes, sir.
Did you attend that wedding?
I did.
Do you recall a time that the defendant was discharged from the Navy?
I do.
Roughly when did that occur?
Approximately 2017.
And did he discuss with you his work plans after he left the Navy?
He shared that he was interested in practicing cyber law and information technology law, and had developed that interest in part through his Master of Laws program at Georgetown.
Did he ever mention to you an association with Microsoft?
He did. He shared that in his job search as he was leaving the Navy, he had gone to an event called Jobs for JAGS, which is an annual event that's hosted by the Judge Advocate Association. There he met a man named Peter who worked for Microsoft in some capacity, and that Peter had been interested in talking about cyber opportunities for Nick.
And did you communicate with the defendant after he left the Navy?
Yes, I did.
Were you asked by Detective Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to indicate the different addresses and phone numbers that you had used to communicate with him?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now what's marked with State's Exhibit number 2.33 and ask if you can identify them.
Yes, sir, I do recognize those. That's a list of email addresses and phone numbers with which I communicated with Mindy and Nick.
And that you provided to the Liberty County
Correct.
Sheriff's Office. I'll tender it this time. State's Exhibit 2.33.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
At some point during the time you were communicating with the defendant, did you guys use Signal?
We did.
What is Signal?
Signal is an app where you can text or make phone calls. They're encrypted, as far as I understand. It's not uncommon to use that because it doesn't use data charges in a lot of cases if you're on Wi-Fi.
And does it have a feature that can make the messages disappear?
You can. Either user could set that message to disappear at a certain period of time or immediately.
And at some point we'll get to later, you provided messages to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
I did.
and explained how they did not disappear?
Generally, Nick had set the text settings so that they would disappear. Sometimes he did not do that, and it's not my habit to have messages disappear unless I intentionally delete them, so I had not deleted those.
At some point, did Nick ever discuss with you threats that he was receiving?
He did.
What did he say?
He explained first that there had been an issue with his USAA banking account, that someone had either hacked his account or had somehow, I think an employee of USAA or more than one employee had accessed his account. He also explained that there had been issues with his mail. And in addition to that, he explained that his first wife, Heather, had attempted to break into the house.
Did he say anything to you about threats made by Heather?
He indicated that Heather had made threats to him. I don't recall specifically, but that he had reported the threats from Heather and the break-in to the Alexandria Police Department and the issues with the banking and the mail to the FBI.
That's what he said.
Correct.
Did there come a time that he began experiencing financial problems?
He explained that he had been, yes.
And what did he tell you about his financial problems?
That related back to the USAA issues. He explained that he did not have access to any of the money that was in his account and was struggling to pay bills, common bills, and very basic level bills like vet bills, medical bills for Mindy, food, and was in distress because of that.
Did you and your husband attempt to help him out financially?
We did. Prior to May of 2018, we had provided some minimal assistance. In May of 2018, he asked for $2,000 in cash, which I did provide. And that date stands out because it's a time that I had also been diagnosed with cancer a second time. And Nick had indicated that he felt it was a significant thing to ask me to do that while I was undergoing cancer treatment, and that he would not do so if it were not an emergency.
Now, was this a gift or a loan?
It was a loan.
Did he ever pay it back?
Did there come a time that he was given access to a Capital One Venture credit card?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
As time went on, we provided more assistance. And while Nick and Mindy were still in Alexandria, we provided, not housing, but we provided food, medical expenses, and dog food or vet bills for Rusty, their dog. And as time went on and we got closer to the time they left in November 2019, we opted to use a credit card so that we could easily track what was being spent, knowing that it might go up after they left the area because there would be housing expenses as well.
And how much did the defendant charge to that credit card?
In total,
Total.
approximately $198,000.
And that was a loan, not a gift.
That was a loan.
What?
On two separate occasions, Nick indicated that he intended to repay and had either set up a wire transfer to repay us or had actually gotten a cashier's check, and those never materialized.
Has he ever paid a penny towards that debt?
Not a penny.
At some point, he was cut off from using that card. Is that correct?
He was in early 2021. At this point, it had been over a year and a half that we just felt like it was no longer sustainable. That Nick had repeatedly said that he would attempt to make some repayment, and we understood he had repaid at least one other friend based on what he had shared with us. And we decided that it was just not sustainable to continue to allow him to borrow money.
And so he was cut off approximately when?
January of 2021,
When's the last time you saw the defendant?
November 2019.
Under what circumstance?
It was as he and Mindy were preparing to leave Alexandria, and they came to our home and we had dinner together.
And after you last saw him, did you continue to stay in touch with him?
We did, mostly by text message.
At some point, was there any conversation by the defendant about changing his name?
Yes, sir, there was.
Tell the jury about that.
I don't recall the date. It was after they left Alexandria, and Nick shared that he had learned that his parents were not his biological parents. And so he was going to change his last name to Stark as a result of that discovery.
And did he tell you why he picked Stark?
My understanding was that that was the name of his biological parents.
What about his birth date?
He also changed his birthday. His original birthday, I believe, was in June, and he changed it to February 14th. He told me that was his actual birth date.
Did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about his writing?
I did. Nick and Mindy had both shared that Nick had developed an interest in writing fiction. I would categorize it as short horror stories, and that he had had some success publishing on online forums.
Was there one in particular that stands out that he claimed was a success?
There was.
The mother?
Nick shared with me that one of his stories had been purchased and would be turned into a movie. And that was, he told me that in 2022, but I think the story was published in 2019 originally.
Do you recall the name of that story?
I do.
Here we go.
What is it?
I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me.
No, that's not
And
it.
what was the mother-in-law's name in this?
Betsy.
That's important. So I think Dizzy will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my mother-in-law is poisoning me and I think I know why. And the character, the mother-in-law in the story's name is Betsy, just like Mindy's mom is named Betsy.
Do you recall the name of that story?
I do.
What is it?
I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me.
And what was the mother-in-law's name in this?
Betsy.
When you would communicate with him, especially electronically, how would he refer to Mindy?
Usually by the initial M, which he referred to her in conversation as well, vocal conversation prior to the time they left Alexandria.
I'm going to show to you State's Exhibit number 2.34, 2.35, 2.36, 2.37, 2.38, 2.39, 2.40, 2.41. I want you to take a moment and look at these documents and tell me if you recognize what they are.
I think I know why I thought she was a bank record person. She loaned this couple that she had some friendship with, knew them through first marriage, then second marriage.
I do. These are text messages on
$190,000
Signal to me from Nick.
Okay. Are they all true and accurate copies of the actual text message that you received from the defendant?
Yes, sir. I took them as screenshots.
And have you had an opportunity to review those before court today?
I have.
And did you provide the law enforcement with copies of those?
I did.
Well, I'll tender at this time, Your Honor, each of those exhibits, 2.34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, they've been shown to opposing counsel.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. They're all admitted. There are 8 documents. You may proceed.
All right, starting first with Exhibit 2.34. On what date was that sent?
June 8th, 2022.
And what did he tell you in that message?
He shared the news that Mindy was pregnant in this message.
Now turning to Exhibit 2.35, what's the date?
October 26, 2022.
And if you would read that to the jury, please, both your response and his response.
Yes, sir. I asked Nick, how is M doing? And Nick replied, not great. More scared than she lets on, I think. Trying to work through things to figure out what's going on and how to keep her okay. And I replied, I'm so sorry. I wish I could help. Please keep me posted. I will definitely say tons of prayers, as always. And Nick replied, I definitely will.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit 2.36, what is the date on that?
October 29th, 2022.
And would you read that for the jury?
Nick indicated that Mindy was doing a little worse, heading to the hospital again in the morning unless this new medication starts to work. I replied, oh no, sending lots of prayers and hugs. Is the hospital okay? Tell the nurses to be good to her. Nick replied, it is. They've been very decent with things, explaining options and timelines. And I replied, I'm very glad to hear that.
I don't recall where you currently work right now. What's the name of that agency?
I currently work for the Defense Health Agency, but I no longer practice as a nurse. I'm currently practicing as an attorney.
But are you familiar with what service members and their families are entitled to use TRICARE?
Yes, sir. TRICARE is a health plan that provides health care to designated beneficiaries. In general, those beneficiaries would be active duty, reserve, or retired service members and their families, Medal of Honor winners, survivors, and dependents, as well as other categories that may not be named. But there are very specific limitations as to who's eligible for TRICARE.
So in November of 2022, while the defendant is out of the Navy and Mindy has no association with the Navy, would they have been entitled to care from TRICARE?
Based on what I understood of Nick's status and that he had been discharged fully from the reserves and what he had shared with me, I do not believe that he would have been eligible.
Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 2.37. What is the date?
November 1st, 2022.
Would you read that for the jury?
I inquired, how is M doing? Nick responded, I think a little better. We have an appointment tomorrow afternoon, so we're hopeful that we're getting the thumbs up for her to move on at it. Hopefully they see some improvement. I replied, a little better is in fact better. We will keep saying prayers. How are you? Nick replied, I'll be okay just as soon as I know everything is good with her. I can only repack everything so many times to identify new efficiencies.
Now look at State's Exhibit 2.38. What is the date?
December 1st, 2022.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Nick texted, hi Cameron, I have no idea how to write this, and I'm so sorry to send it like this, but M passed away. Please keep that close hold. I would never ask you to keep it from Gray, but I don't know how to manage anything else, and I know a lot of people still need to be told. I don't have many answers yet about what happened. I've just never felt this bad. I replied, I'm so sorry to hear this. My heart breaks for you. How can we help?
Now direct your attention to Exhibit 2.39.
December 1st. The date Dad was discharged from the hospital.
You see it?
Yes, sir.
What's the date?
December 5th, 2022.
Would you please read that to the jury?
But he says don't tell
Nick
people.
texted, they said it was a stroke. Nothing that could have been done. Her dad said it runs in the family. I didn't know that. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but now we know, I guess. And I replied, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What a shock, especially at such a young age. I think it helps only in that it stops your mind from some of the constant wondering. Nick replied, her blood pressure had been a constant concern, but not in this way. Like it worried me, but I didn't think this was the worst case.
Now take a look at Exhibit 2.40. What is the date?
December 11th, 2022.
And would you read that to the jury?
I texted Nick, checking on you, how is today going? And Nick replied, so. I have M's ashes back. The process was awful, and I never got to see her after I was told, and I feel sick about it. I thought that it was going to be different, and maybe I should have asked more questions, but I just wasn't comprehending.
And finally, turn your attention to Exhibit 2.41. What's the date
March 28th,
of what year?
2023.
Would you read that to the jury?
Nick texted, "I heard a rumor you were trying to find me. My car quite literally exploded on me, and I've been in the hospital while I wait to see what happened. Sorry I've been so hard to reach. The other phone died in the fire. You should see the photos. Gray would probably find them interesting."
And then were there photographs attached to that text?
There were, yes, sir.
And are they attached to that exhibit?
They are.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
What? Crazy.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. You got to know Nick, did you say at Naval Justice in 2008? Is that correct?
We met briefly there, yes.
And when did you get to actually know him better?
During our first duty station in the Judge Advocate General's Corps in Norfolk.
What was Nick like?
Kind. Nick was the first person to offer to help someone. Frequently he was the first person to volunteer, as obviously he volunteered for the deployment for me.
Did you ever know him to be violent?
No,
Did he have a temper?
not that I saw.
In State's Exhibit 2.37 from November 1st of 2022, I believe Nick references repacking everything.
Mm-hmm.
What did you take that to mean?
That they were going to relocate to a different house or a different location.
Was that common for them at the time?
Yes, it had been.
How often would you say they moved, as far as you know?
Often, it varied.
Every few days, every few months, every few weeks?
It could be all of the above.
You've retained a law firm to try to recover the money that you lent to Nick, correct?
We did.
And the law firm is Kaufman and Canoles?
Kaufman and Knowles, yes.
Kaufman and Knowles. And the amount that you are seeking to recover from Nick Kassotis is $199,402.91. Does that sound about right?
About right.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
May she be excused?
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Getting at witness potential bias.
State calls Heather Kassotis.
Oh, we are getting Heather. Oh, it's the first wife.
Before the witness comes in, if everyone please check your phones, make sure they're either off or on silent. I appreciate your cooperation.
Oh, here we go, chat.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Heather Thomas.
Where do you live?
Alexandria, Virginia.
Did you travel here from Alexandria, Virginia to testify for this trial?
Yes, I did.
How are you employed?
I work for the federal government at the Department of Commerce.
Well, what are your duties there?
I'm a government contracting official.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
When did you get married?
In October of 2015.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have one daughter.
How old is she?
She's 8.
Is your husband employed?
Yes,
Where is he employed?
the Department of Defense.
From where you're seated, can you see the defendant Nicholas Kassotis in this case?
Yes,
Do you know that person?
yes.
How do you know him?
I was married to him.
From when to when?
2009 to 2015
How did you meet?
on eHarmony.
And how long after meeting him was it that you became married?
Very quickly after.
Was he in the military?
Yes,
What branch?
the Navy.
What was his job in the Navy?
He was a JAG officer.
At some point while he was in the Navy, was he deployed to Italy?
Yes,
From when to when?
2011 to 2013.
And what was his job when he was in Italy?
He worked as a prosecutor.
While you guys were in Italy, did he acquire a dog?
We acquired a dog,
And what was the dog's name?
Rusty.
I'm showing you a photograph now and ask if you can identify that.
Yes,
What's it a picture of?
that's my dog, Rusty.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the way Rusty appeared?
Yes,
You're getting emotional. Why is that?
I was lucky enough to spend the last 2 years of his life with him.
Living
Is
at your
Rusty
place.
dead?
Living at our house, yes.
I'll tender at this time State's Exhibit 2.46.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is admitted.
During the time of your marriage to the defendant, did he ever work out of the Pentagon?
Yes,
Do you know what his job there was?
it was I only knew it was code 13.
Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Also, during the time that you were married, did he have occasion to attend Georgetown University?
Yes,
Where's that located?
in Washington, D.C.
And do you know what his area of study was?
I believe it was international.
In the beginning of your relationship, can you describe for the jury your relationship to him?
Yes, it was pretty much what I thought was a normal relationship. Very smooth sailing, never fought, kind of like best friends in a way.
Did he ever indicate to you whether he wanted children?
Yes, he did. We both did.
Do you have a medical condition that makes that unlikely?
Yes, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS.
Notwithstanding that medical condition, were you able to get pregnant while married with him?
Yes,
And what happened to that pregnancy?
it was lost.
How did your relationship change over time?
It felt like we were more roommates instead of married.
Whose idea was it to get a divorce?
I believe it was mutual, but more so myself.
And there was a proceeding that was filed in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County, Virginia, concerning this matter?
Yes,
And if you had an opportunity to view State's Exhibit 2.45A, 45B, 45C, 45D, and 45E prior to coming in here today,
yes, I have.
and you recognize these as documents pertaining to your divorce,
Yes,
I'll tender each of these exhibits, Your Honor. They're certified copies of those documents that I've shown to.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then, A, B, C, D, and E is 2.45. They're all admitted without objection.
After the action for divorce was filed, did you become separated?
Yes,
Did you move out?
yes, I did.
Where did you move to?
I moved nearby in Alexandria.
During the period of separation, were there discussions about infidelity?
Of course,
And who raised those?
Nick did.
Did you cheat on him during the course of your marriage?
No,
How quickly was the divorce granted after the petition was filed?
it was granted in October of 2015.
Now, the court documents show Nicholas James Kassotis is the plaintiff in this divorce, and you're referred to as the defendant.
Yes,
Why is that?
we both didn't have a need for an attorney. He was an attorney and he said he could take care of it. And I trusted him that he would.
Can you see from where you're seated, a photograph states exhibit number 2.32? Can you see it?
Yes,
You recognize the person in this photograph?
yes,
Who is this person?
it's Mindy.
How did you know Mindy?
I knew her as his wife, his new wife.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was by happenstance in a public setting. She had no idea who I was.
What?
When he would refer to her, how would he refer to her?
Can you clarify that
By
question?
initials?
Yes, M.
And the grounds for the divorce were what?
Irreconcilable differences.
What were his obligations under the divorce?
He was required to pay off the personal loan or refinance it if he couldn't pay it off in his own name. He was required to refinance or pay off the truck that he was driving. And he was required to either refinance or sell the property on Adrian Drive.
And at some point, was he ordered to pay you $1.5 million?
Yes.
Did he?
No.
How long after your divorce was it before he and Mindy got married, roughly?
About a year, almost to the day.
And after your divorce from him, did you continue to correspond with him?
Yes, of course. We were very friendly. It was a very amicable divorce.
And how would you communicate with him after the divorce?
Texts. He came to visit with the dogs. We had 2 dogs at the time, Stitch and Rusty. Email. Just whatever was convenient.
Do you know how he was employed during the time he was married to Mindy?
I was told that he worked for the Department of the Navy.
For how long?
I don't know.
Did he ever express interest in starting a cybersecurity business?
He mentioned cybersecurity as an area that he was interested, yes.
Between 2015 and 2019, did the defendant cooperate with the divorce obligations?
No,
Did that cause any kind of hardship to you?
of course.
Like what?
It put me through a lot of emotional stress, but importantly, it put me through a lot of scrutiny for my own employment. I still do hold a security clearance that required your credit to be good and all of your bills paid, all of that stuff. And by him not doing that for many, many months, I was in a situation where a piece of paper to submit to the Office of Personnel Management wasn't going to cut it. They wanted to see full extent of the law to pursue the resolution of that because my employment was at stake.
Referring your attention to Exhibit 2.45B, dated 11/28/18, entitled Consent Order. He was ordered to pay you the $1.5 million plus $90,000 in interest in that consent order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And $10,000 in attorney fees.
That's correct.
And then the case was continued almost exactly 30 days to December 28th, 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there a hearing on December 28th, 2018?
Yes.
In Exhibit 2.45C shows the court found him not in compliance with the November 28, 2018 consent order and ordered Nicholas Kassotis to appear before the court on January 4th, 2019 to show cause why he should not be held in contempt.
That's right.
Did you go to that January 4th hearing?
Yes, I did.
What happened at that hearing?
The judge was very upset after he heard Nick testify under oath that he not only had the money, he had more than enough of the money, and that he just was refusing to pay it. So the judge was not very kind.
He admitted having how much money?
$32 million.
That's what he said in the police interview.
And did he tell the court he was having difficulty accessing that money?
Yes.
What did he tell the court?
He told the court that his wife, his current wife, Mindy, was holding his funds and that he thought that she had a claim to it because it was earned during his marriage with her.
What?
And that he was pursuing other actions with her. But the judge was like, well, I can't bring her into court, but you're here. So you need to put a move on it. And I want this done. I want to see movement in a week. Otherwise, your liberty is at stake.
Now, before that hearing, was there another similar hearing that occurred?
Yes.
What happened at that similar hearing?
There was a case right before ours where very similar circumstances, though not to the degree or the amount owed by any means, was playing out, and we were both in the courtroom. And that ended where the spouse that owed the money left in handcuffs. And so Nick asked to meet with my attorney and I in the mediation room after we continued. And that's when the additional $90,000 and the $10,000 came from.
So was Nick in the courtroom to witness that incident where the man was taken out in
Yes.
handcuffs? Did he ever comply with that court order for the $1.5 million, the interest and the attorney fees?
No.
I'm showing you now what's marked as 2.45E. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What? Go ahead.
It's a bench warrant for failure to appear
A bench warrant for who?
for Nick.
And it's dated when?
December 23rd, 2020.
Have you ever threatened him with violence?
No.
Are you familiar with him changing his last name?
I did not find that out until after he was arrested.
And did he ever explain to you why he changed the name?
No.
Are you familiar with the last name of Stark?
It made me think of the Game of Thrones character, frankly.
And who is that character?
That was one of the main characters that was probably, I think, killed first.
Did you and the defendant watch the Game of Thrones during the time you were married?
Yes.
What?
At some point, did you become familiar with the GBI sketch?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did you become familiar with it?
This is how they... No way. We've been wondering what prompted them to go to Mindy's mom to get the buccal swab and ask for the DNA test. Tell me the first wife who bumped...
Well, I received a random text message asking if I was ever married to Nick. And of course,
Random message.
hesitant to respond to a stranger, but nonetheless, the curiosity got the best of me. And so she told me about...
Objection to hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Based on what she told you, what'd you do?
Based on what she told me, I looked it up and I saw a similarity as far as the sketch was concerned, and I called the GBI to let them know that that looks remarkably like Mindy because of the jawline.
Did you tell the GBI who you were?
No, I did not.
And I believe your testimony was you remarried shortly after the divorce.
Yes, I did.
Was there a time that the defendant saw you after your divorce when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Were you obviously pregnant?
Yes.
And describe to the jury what happened on that occasion when the defendant saw you pregnant.
Nick was very uncomfortable when he saw me. He did utter the congratulations, but the body language wasn't matching. Later on after that meeting, which is actually the last time that I saw my other dog Stitch, my husband made very similar comments, saying that it was very awkward and that he could tell that Nick was very uncomfortable.
That's all the questions I have.
Before we get to cross, guys, I don't know how this keeps getting crazier and crazier. But the reason I was shocked about this thing with the ID. So this is his first wife. Second wife is the one he unalives. They weren't able to ID her body for months. We find out when Betsy, the Mindy's mom, is on the stand that she is on a lunch break getting lunch one day from work. Her friend or coworker Toby calls her and says, "Hey, come back, GBI's here, they want to talk to you," and they end up asking for a buckle swab. This is May of 2023. They believe that the murder took place at the end of November, and her body was first found, her torso was found on December 2nd, 2022. They have a sketch artist try to make a sketch of Mindy. They really did do a good job. I think the sketch effectively looks like Mindy, the best you would imagine a sketch could. But now we're hearing from the first wife, after hearing that possibly Heather herself, first wife, was breaking into house, maybe to get the dog, maybe to get money, maybe to scare, who knows, but it's in the air. She says that a she texts me, and I'm hesitant because I don't know the number, asking me if I'm familiar with Nicholas Kassotis, and maybe, look at this picture, can you ID her? So it's the first wife that ends up saying, "Hey, I recognize this looks like Mindy Kassotis." So Heather's ID of this sketch is the missing link for how GBI ends up, let's go to Betsy and ask for the DNA. That's a lot. That's a lot. Let's see what Doug does on cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Thomas. I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case. I have a few questions for you. Your divorce from Nick Kassotis was final on October 15th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
When did you get married to your husband, to Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, October 16th.
The very next day?
Yes.
Nick raised the issue of infidelity with you, correct?
Yeah.
He accused you of infidelity.
Yes.
And do you still maintain that you did not commit infidelity?
Correct. I met my husband well after we had already separated. I had not started dating my husband until July. And while that does seem fast, it is possible to find the love of your life.
That's good for the third wife story for Nicholas.
You say that Nick failed to follow the obligations in your initial divorce decree, correct?
Correct.
And that he was supposed to pay off some type of loan, either refinance it, but pay it off so you're off the loan, correct?
Correct, yeah. Just remove my name, however he wanted to do that.
He was supposed to pay off the truck, and he was supposed to refinance or sell the marital home that y'all had.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And he did not do those things, correct?
That's right.
And you pursued him to do those things.
Absolutely.
And following that, there was a consent order, correct?
That's right.
And that consent order was from, I guess, November 28th, 2018. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that consent order, can you tell me this? How did you reach the consent order? How did you reach the numbers in the consent order? How did you come up with the figures? How did you guys come up with the figures in
We
the
came
consent
up with the figures. We had an addendum made that we mutually agreed to, and we had notarized, and we had added. So it was then part of the divorce decree.
And when you say we, that's you and Nick and I
Correct.
guess whatever attorneys were involved. Is that correct?
He never had an attorney, but yes, I had an attorney.
Okay. And so that $1.5 million that he had agreed to pay you, he agreed to that. He agreed to the $1.5 million in the course of the negotiation, correct?
Correct.
And had you seen any evidence that Nick had $1.5 million?
No.
Have you seen, or at the time, or at any time, did you see any evidence that Nick Kassotis had the $32 million that he said he had?
When he testified under oath.
I understand that. Did you see any, did you see any documentation of the $32 million?
No.
Bank statements
Oh, yes.
that showed $32 million?
They were fake, but yes.
And when you followed up on that, do you remember the bank?
Oh. Bank of America?
Okay. Did you do anything with Bank of America to see if there was $32 million in there?
I tried filing the judgment in every single banking institution in the Virginia area, sir.
And were you successful at getting the $1.5 million from any of those banks?
No.
What did they say about the $32 million when you presented Bank of America with those statements?
They've never heard of them.
You say that both you and your husband thought that Nick Kassotis was uncomfortable when he saw that you were pregnant. Does it surprise you that an ex-husband is uncomfortable when he sees his ex-wife pregnant?
It depends. If you have a good relationship before then, and you already knew about it, then seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
The GBI interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
Do you recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
Mindy.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that's not true.
Okay. I have
So
no
she
further
lied?
questions. Thank you very
Hold
much.
on.
Anything else, counsel?
May she be excused?
Hold on.
Yes, I'm Heather.
I'm sorry.
And seeing it probably wouldn't have made a big difference.
The GBI interviewed you prior to today, correct?
That's right.
Do you recall telling the GBI that Heather was living with you guys?
I'm Heather.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mindy.
Yes, and I corrected them immediately because that's not true.
Okay. I have no
What?
further questions. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Anything else, counsel?
May she be excused?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Have a good day.
You too.
Well, and it's more than this, Dizzy. It's not just why did GBI think this? The question was, did you tell GBI? And she said yes, but I corrected them immediately after. Who said Jen McCabe earlier? Because that's reminding me of Jen going upstairs, brushing her teeth, and then going back down to tell the feds, sorry, actually, that thing I just said a minute ago, my husband told me I should correct that. Chad, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody that's taking the stand except like the best friend and like the randoms that just like, oh, I saw a body part.
Your Honor, does the court wish
They're
to
weird.
proceed to Agent Sands, or would you like to take a recess to break first?
I think we look good. We can go ahead.
Okay. At this time, we initiate call of Agent Tracy Sands.
What the heck? All right, so we're gonna put Tracy Sands on the stand. Oh man.
He's already been sworn. Simply remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
Agent Sands, I know you have testified just briefly, but I'm going to start back at the beginning if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Tracy, Tracy, Sands, Sands.
Where do you work?
I work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'm currently assigned to the Region 5 Field Office, which is Statesboro, Georgia. But we cover a 10-county region, and Liberty County is one of those counties.
Does that also cover the region surrounding Liberty?
It does.
Okay. And what is your rank and title there?
I'm a Special Agent 3.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
I've worked for the GBI my entire career for the last 30 years. I've only been a GBI agent for 25 of those 30 years. I was essentially worked with a grant-funded task force and a deputy sheriff in 5 counties as a narcotics agent for the first 5 years.
And in that task force, did that involve federal agencies as well?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what federal agencies you had a relationship with?
During that period of time, it was basically during the crack cocaine era. I worked undercover for a couple of years, and later started working with ATF, DEA, U.S. Marshals, FBI. We worked with a lot of federal agencies during that period and continue to this day to work with federal agencies.
Do you still retain those relationships in your current role?
Oh, I do.
Okay. As a special agent with the GBI, did you receive any specialized training at the beginning of your career?
I did. I started off, I had a 4-year college degree, which was required to actually apply as a special agent. From there, I attended their 16-week academy in Forsyth, Georgia. Once I left basically it's agent school at that time, I was assigned to a senior agent for approximately 1 year for field training.
And in that field training, would it be fair to say you basically shadow him?
I did.
Okay. Did you continue your training throughout the course of your career?
I did. GBI has sent me to numerous training and classes over the years. Some of the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, some taught by instructors there from various different agencies. I most recently had a class in Atlanta with the Secret Service where federal agencies have taught. So I could go on for hours about classes that I've taken over the years, because GBI allows us to do a lot of training with a lot of different agencies over the years.
And does that training include investigative training?
It does.
Field work?
Yes, it does.
Documenting and drafting reports?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, has investigative training changed over the years?
Drastically.
How so?
Digital forensics, if you've heard, there's just so many computer digital forensics, so many online records, so computers, cell phones, that type of data became really different.
Would it be fair to say at the beginning of your career there was less of that?
That's correct.
And have you had to stay current with that technology as the world has changed?
Yes.
Do you attend trainings to ensure that you're able to do so?
Yes.
Do you lean on any other agencies in an effort to facilitate maybe the areas where you are not an expert?
Very much so. We reach out. We have a cyber unit, as well as we have agents within our office that excel in certain areas. As an older person, I'm actually having to ask them frequently about newer technologies.
And do they as a team effort in many of those areas?
Yes, very few of our investigations don't involve some sort of team. There are so many people involved in even the smallest of cases that are usually out of sight, but they help in tremendous ways.
Over the last 30 years, approximately how many investigations have you handled?
Numbers are very difficult because I just don't keep track like that. But I would estimate, including narcotics cases and drug cases, over 1,000 investigations.
Have you ever assisted other agents on their investigations as well?
I have.
And would it be fair then to say that you were part of their team, perhaps?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, how does it work in terms of assigning tasks within a team?
Basically, in this particular case, I was the on-call agent. And the on-call agent responds as basically the first responder. As I said, very few cases are one person anymore. So at that point, once we respond, we decide who else we need, how many resources. Sometimes it's a matter of how many can get us until Monday morning till the larger group can come help.
Would it be fair to say that this one investigation that you're called out on may not be the only case you're working?
Very much so. Sometimes we don't even get our boots off from one call and we have to go to another one.
Okay. And can you tell us what the lead agent's role is in an investigation?
It's actually the central clearinghouse. I gather reports from the other agencies that are involved and create a report to provide to the district attorney in order for them to present it to you guys.
And in that capacity as the lead agent, were there other individuals that assisted you in this investigation?
Yeah, other individuals from a variety of different agencies.
And were there ones from within the GBI?
Yes,
Have we seen every one of them in this courtroom over the last 7 days?
we have not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there are lots of other people that helped?
Yes, background analyst, even our office manager who answers the phone is a big help in assisting investigations. So there are many other people that are involved in these cases, and specifically in this one.
And now, in this case, you worked with a partner agency, is that correct?
That's correct.
Who was that?
The Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And can you explain to the jury how you became involved in the Liberty County Sheriff's Office case?
Sure. There are a lot of cases with GBI that we get called to that are conflict cases or may involve one of their personnel in a matter where we have to be independent. For instance, an officer-involved shooting, something where we would have to come in and be separate and have a separate opinion and separate ourselves from them. In this particular case, they have what we call original jurisdiction. GBI has no jurisdiction in homicide, so we have to be invited in. In this case, I was requested by Lieutenant Tracy Jennings, who is their CID commander at that time.
And when they invited you in at that point, who took lead on the investigation?
We did.
And would it be fair to say that there are resources available to the GBI that may not be available to local agencies?
Yes, there are really a lot of great investigators that you've heard from local agencies, but we just become a force multiplier, and as such, even as GBI, we have to reach out to federal agencies to get assistance as well with other cases when we have problems or certain areas where they have expertise that we don't.
Would they have potentially access to resources that you at the GBI might not have access to?
Very much so.
Okay. Were you working as a special agent with the GBI in December of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, were you on call on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, you received a call from, you said, Lieutenant Jennings, is that right?
That's correct.
When you received that call, what time did you receive it?
Around 6:30 p.m.
And when you got that phone call, where did you go?
I went to the scene.
And where was that?
You've heard mention of the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road. It was a hunting club area off the Barrington Ferry Road. Barrington Ferry is the Liberty County portion. It's the same dirt road, but that road changes and becomes the Jones Road once it enters McIntyre County.
Okay. Can you tell us just a rough way, how do you get to there from here, meaning the courthouse?
The easiest way is to go to I-95, and once you get to Highway 17 to I-95, you would there's a landmark there called it's the world's smallest church. That landmark gets you to the Jones community, and the Jones Road is the first road past that. Once you turn on the Jones Road, you would be coming from the opposite end, from the McIntyre County side, and it would get you to the entry road or the Portal Hunting Club where you've heard mention of.
Can you get to that roadway from more than one road?
Yes, ma'am.
How else can you get in there?
From the Barrington Ferry Road, if you're coming from the Riceboro area, you would come down to the Barrington Ferry.
Now, I believe you indicated that was Riceboro, is that correct?
That's correct.
What county is Riceboro in?
Liberty County.
And that portion that you referred to of where you initially responded, what county was that in?
Liberty County.
When you got to that location, did there have like an actual address?
There was not. Lieutenant Jenkins had attempted to provide me with an address and it was very difficult for her. She was just basically providing directions to me to get to the scene.
Okay, and when you got to the scene, did you ultimately take any coordinates?
I did.
What type of coordinates did you take?
I took GPS coordinates, and I've worked with Georgia State Patrol Aviation Unit over the years, and I'm also a commercial drone pilot. So I've always taken those coordinates in degrees, minutes, and seconds. That's a GPS or longitude, latitude format that allows and is used mostly by pilots for the areas in order for them to come to that location if needed.
And did you in fact take those coordinates for this case?
I did.
And where did that coordinate put you in terms of county?
Liberty County.
Now, that information, did you preserve it?
I did.
And when you got to that location, were you alone or with a partner when you first went out?
I was alone at that time because we respond individually. One of the reasons for is you can't really carpool because you may break off to go to different areas to interview witnesses, or we may get another call. So we always ride individually.
So you have a vehicle that's assigned to you?
I do.
And you arrived in that vehicle?
I did.
Do you know when you arrived, was there anyone else present at the location?
I remember Lieutenant Jenkins, Jennings, I keep butchering her name, and Jack Frost, the investigator. Lieutenant Anthony Brown was in a marked patrol unit, and that was it.
Okay. Was Agent Dickerson there yet?
He was not.
So when you first got there, were you the first GBI agent on the scene?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the location?
8 p.m.
Okay. And this was on what day?
December the 2nd, and that would have been a Friday night.
Okay. So Friday night, December the 2nd of 2020, what year?
2.
And when you got there at 8 p.m., what was the lighting conditions at the time?
It was very dark. That time of year, it gets dark early, so it had been dark for a while. Very humid conditions. It had rained a few days prior.
Were you familiar with the precipitation yourself?
Yes.
And when you arrived there, you indicated that there were some other law enforcement officers there already, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us, was there in fact a, quote, crime scene already established when you arrived there?
Yes, there was. At the gateway, there was yellow crime scene tape across the gate, as well as a marked patrol car with blue lights going at the time. One of the reasons for the blue lights was the purpose of us being able to find the crime scene.
Do you know if there was somebody that was there logging or recording data?
That would have been Lieutenant Anthony Brown.
And what was he recording?
Just people who had entered the crime scene prior to my arrival.
Why do you have a crime scene log?
For the purposes of knowing who arrives there and entry in and out of the scene for contamination.
And when you say for contamination, what do you mean by that?
Just to make sure of who actually enters the scene. If somebody moves something or touched something, we would have documentation of it.
If there were potentially some DNA left behind, would that enable you to do anything with that information?
That's correct. We could log, and if it happened to be one of the persons on the log, we'd be able to eliminate them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have occasion to see Agent Dickerson?
I did.
Can you tell us when he arrived and what happened when he got there?
He was there quite a while later because he had a further drive. But I had been communicating with him and with my supervisors from the initial beginning. We knew that the scene was secure, the information was there, and he was getting the necessary equipment. We were prepared to be there for quite a while.
When you first arrived at the scene, did you see any portion of her remains?
I did.
What did you see?
Her torso, and she had been decapitated, and her legs were missing.
And at that time, were you able to see her arms?
I was.
Okay. I'm not going to show any of those photographs again. Can you tell us, when you first observed her, how far off the roadway she was?
Just right in the ditch, probably defining the roadway, because there's not like lines, it's a dirt hunting club lane. So the area that you could tell just a few feet over into the ditch.
Okay. Was there anything in the ditch other than her remains?
And there was not.
Okay. What about the precipitation? Could you tell anything about the water conditions?
Yeah, this particular area is coastal, so the water in the ditch is more of a muddy marsh style. like marsh mud. So she was in that area.
Okay. And at the time that you made that observation, did you have occasion to see Agent Dickerson ultimately arrive?
I did.
Did he assist in getting her remains out of that ditch?
He did.
And could you tell how far into the ditch he had to go to assist in getting her out?
Yes, he actually had to wade down in the Tyvek suit. I helped him clear some of the brush that was in the area that would allow him to move her up from that point, and I helped him move Mindy's body up.
Okay. Now, you called her Mindy. At the time, did you know who she was?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to tell her gender from her condition?
I could.
Okay. And was she clothed at that time or not?
She was not.
Did she have any jewelry on?
She did not.
And at that time, did you see any marks on her body that you believed would be indicators to assist with identification?
I did not.
Did you make attempts to roll her over to see if there were any additional marks?
Agent Dickerson did, and I took the photograph, so that allowed him to be able to manipulate and move to the point where, and I took his camera and photographed for him because he was in the mud.
Okay. Were there any marks, scars, tattoos, anything like that?
None visible.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the identification factors of us being able to find through tattoos other ways of identification. So we had very limited ways of identifying her at that point.
Okay. And with her being decapitated, did that further complicate the situation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Dental records are very common used for identifying remains.
And at that point, did you have that?
We did not.
Okay. Did you do anything with respect to the coroner's office?
Yes, the coroner actually arrived, and which is very common for the coroner to arrive before we did. They realize it's a crime scene. He pronounces and he leaves. Later on, we call him and get him back to the scene. So he had already been there prior to my arrival. I talked to him later that night when he arrived to take custody of Mindy.
Okay. And did you facilitate him taking custody of her remains?
I did.
Okay. And you've seen some of the photographs of those portions of the remains that wound up at autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those the manner in which they were sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the autopsy get scheduled?
There's a coordination from that. I would contact what they call our death investigation specialist and provide them with facts that we knew at the time, a lot of preliminary information. The coroner also calls, and the coroner makes arrangements for transport. In Georgia, the coroner actually has control and custody of the body, but we have custody of the crime scene. So there's a coordination there of the crime scene needs to be complete, and we have to notify him where to give him permission to take the body with him.
Is that why there are seals?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ensure that those seals were intact?
I did.
And you saw them as they were displayed at the medical examiner's office on the autopsy photographs when they were received?
That's correct. Agent Dickerson, I actually watched him place the seal, so I was able to determine that seal and then review the photographs later of the seal.
And would it be fair to say that you reviewed all of the photographs prior to your testimony today?
Many times.
Okay. And we have not introduced every one of those photographs, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did the coroner ultimately make, I believe you said pronounced, is that the word you used?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
This determined death when he arrives is basically his timeline for saying this is when I pronounce and say that this is deceased. Didn't mean it's when the actual person, when they actually died, but that's when he pronounces an official pronouncement of deceased. That time was 6/4.
Okay. On December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated that's not necessarily an indication of time of death, correct?
That's correct.
Are there times when the coroner can indicate time of death?
That's correct.
How does that occur?
Usually, like, for example, an officer-involved shooting with a body camera and a time where witnesses and video stamps and it would have a time, he would be able to determine an actual time.
Okay. And if not, it would simply be when they observed the person no longer living?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that ultimately the body was turned over to the coroner, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know where she went from there?
To our medical examiner's office.
Okay, and that's when the autopsy was to be performed?
Not specifically that night. It would be scheduled and the doctor would do it later.
Okay, and that ultimately was scheduled?
It was.
Okay. Were there initial steps at the scene to attempt to identify her?
Yes, there was.
What did you do at the scene on December 2nd of 2022 to attempt to identify her?
As I talked about other agencies helping, I contacted the Georgia State Patrol. I knew they had a live scan fingerprint device that would actually do fingerprints at the scene. It's portable. There was a Georgia State trooper that brought that to the scene for us to attempt to identify her.
And did you in fact try to take her fingerprints?
We did.
And were they successful at taking the prints?
The print, it showed us processing, but it didn't come back with any record. So whether it was the quality of the print, the machine seemed to accept it at that time, but it didn't produce any record. So which would indicate that she'd never been fingerprinted before or arrested.
Is it common for the average citizen not to be fingerprinted?
That's correct.
Okay. When would you expect to find fingerprints?
If there had been a previous arrest
Okay.
or
Go ahead.
other documentation, teachers, law enforcement officers are often fingerprinted, and some of those are on file.
Okay. So there was no match, though, at that time?
There was no match.
Okay. Now, can you tell us what you did at the scene with respect to trace evidence, to ensure the security of trace evidence?
That would have been the crime scene specialist, Agent Dickerson. He would be processing items of evidence and collecting for trace evidence.
Okay. And was there anything placed on her hands?
Yes. There were brown paper bags placed on her hands and sealed around with evidence tape.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you have any idea how the unidentified woman was killed?
I did not.
And at that point, did you know if she had had any contact with potentially an attacker?
I did not.
As a result, how would those bags potentially have helped?
The most probable way is fingernail scrapings, and one of the methods during autopsies is they actually clip the fingernails and preserve them as evidence.
Okay. And ultimately, you indicated that that portion of her remains were taken. Did you follow up to ensure that the crime laboratory received them?
I did.
Were there any requests submitted to the laboratory concerning her remains initially?
Yes. Basically, CODIS, DNA, fingerprinting, and initially, when you say initial, that first night, anything we could do to identify who she was.
Did you receive any assistance from the laboratory, the crime laboratory, in determining exactly what tests to request?
Specifically that night in regard to the torso night.
Not that evening?
Not that
okay.
evening.
During the course of your investigation, did you have conversations with the crime laboratory about what services they could or potentially could not provide?
Yes. Initially, a lot of the things that I was discussing was more of the ID. I wanted to know who this was. That was like through dental records, through DNA. I really wanted to push to get that system, to get the DNA, so I would call regularly about that. Eventually, my supervisor was involved, and then once we got to the point that Agent Dickerson had processed the evidence and was ready to submit, he submitted evidence and made certain requests as well. Those requests continue on, so there's not really one specific time that we requested, like we didn't deliver evidence and request everything.
And with respect to identity, why was that so important to you at that stage?
Knowing who it is very important to be able to move the case forward.
And if you didn't know who she was, how would that limit it? Sure. You indicated that it's important to know who it was because it would help move the case forward. How would knowing her identity help move the case forward?
To know the area she lived, where she was from, it's called victimology, what she did for a living, things of that nature.
Okay. And at that point, you did not know who she was still?
We did not.
Can you tell us, ultimately, did there come a time when you found additional people to speak with at that scene.
Yes.
Okay, tell us what happened.
As we progressed, one of the hunters came back the next day and located some remains. So Monday we were scheduled to be there and with a larger search. So I interviewed Mr. Philip McKellar.
Okay. On the very first day of December 2nd of 2022, do you know if interviews were conducted on that day?
There were interviews by the Liberty County Sheriff's Office of the hunters, but no other interviews, no GBI interviews.
Okay. And at the time that you arrived, were they still on scene?
They
the
were
hunters?
not.
Okay, so they had already left by that point.
That's correct.
Were you present while Agent Dickerson processed the crime scene?
I was.
And were you present to observe the recovery of the knife that you've seen admitted, I believe it was as 1.19, I believe, the Milwaukee knife?
I was.
Okay. And did you see where each of these items was recovered?
I did.
And as a result of that, was Agent or Detective Frost tasked with attempting to look into those items?
He was.
And did he in fact do that?
He did.
Did he provide you with the information he had recovered?
He did.
Okay. Now, you indicated that during the initial stages you didn't speak to anybody then. When did you first speak to somebody?
I actually interviewed one of the hunters on Monday,
Okay.
the following Monday while we were doing the search.
Okay. So on December 3rd, you heard testimony that there was another portion of Mindy's remains recovered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you present on that day?
I was not.
Do you know who else was?
Yes. Well, at that time, Detective Jack Frost, who's also been Investigator Frost, who's been identified both ways, but his current title is investigator, but at that time he was a detective.
Okay. And so was he the partner that you were working with on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did he, as you heard him testify, handle the processing of her right leg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, ultimately, did that portion of her remains go to the crime laboratory as well?
It did.
Okay. And you indicated then that on Monday, would that have been December 5th of 2022?
That's correct.
You spoke with Mr. McCallor?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, when you spoke with Mr. McCallor, what was it your intention to do at that time?
Basically, he was there to tell the story of how they had found and located the initial remains in the second day.
Okay. Did you know at that point whether the torso and the two legs that you recovered belonged to the same person?
I did. As far as medically or officially, I didn't, but yes, I did. I came to a conclusion based on physically looking at them, where the cuts were located.
So it appeared that those, for lack of a more appropriate way to say it, that those remains matched each other physically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, how did that information assist in your investigation?
We knew we had another portion, so we had to continue to look for the other portions.
What did you do to facilitate that?
Over that weekend, we had coordinated a search with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. They had a K-9 unit, as well as the South Carolina K-9 search team that you heard from earlier. They were specifically with cadaver dogs. They had great success around the country pretty much, and we coordinated with them to come assist us with the search, as well as requested the Georgia State Patrol once again for the aviation unit.
And why did you seek out the assistance of the aviation unit?
The aviation unit, you've heard the dimension of drones, which are great, but there was so much territory to cover. It's a very large property. We've mentioned one hunting club, but there are actually several hunting clubs that are on that adjoining property. It actually, from that property, gets very close and goes into a military bombing range, which goes on even further. So when we say thousands of acres, you've heard 15,000, 25,000. The exact acreage is even more than that if you consider wooded area. It's not owned by the same person. Naturally, you'll have some military areas. You had some, but it is a huge part of the property. If you look from a higher viewpoint, you can tell the property and the hunting club area. A satellite image would be the best view of the entire property.
And when you say the entire property, are you referring to just the Portal Hunting Club or that entire area?
The entire area that we would be searching at the time.
Just so we're clear, how large was the area in which her remains were ultimately recovered?
Several miles apart.
Okay. So was that in can you tell us approximately how many mile radius?
It was within a 3-mile radius.
Okay. And so they were not necessarily side by side.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that there was aerial attempts. Can you tell the jury the difference between drones versus helicopters?
Yes, ma'am. Drones are limited to 400 feet. They're an awesome tool that we use quite frequently to photograph and document scenes. But as a result, when you have a great, huge area like this, or an area that needs searching, where we were continuously searching for other body parts or other evidence, it's very limited. It's a 30-minute battery life to the most an hour battery life. So the helicopter would allow us to get higher and take a picture, a better overall picture than a drone.
At this time, I'd like to show the witness 1.104A through D. Thank you, counsel.
This guy is listening just as we are, all the way leaned in.
I'm going to ask that for the rest of his examination, if that's possible. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize those to be?
Those are screenshots of satellite images.
And who created those screenshots?
I did.
And where did you take those screenshots from?
Google Earth.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that you had searched in connection with this case from December 2nd through December 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask also, are there waypoints that are placed on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Who placed those waypoints?
I did.
And how did you place those waypoints?
Basically, with the coordinates that I've obtained, I drew and placed them on basically a PowerPoint slide to show those locations in reference to each other.
Did each of those have a longitude and latitude GPS coordinate?
They do.
And what are those coordinates from?
Those coordinates are listed in the photograph as Google Earth shows coordinates on longitude and latitude, but the actual dot was from coordinates that we had taken at the scene of each location.
Your Honor, at this time I'd seek to tender 1.104A through D.
Any objection? No objection. They're admitted. Those are 4 photographs.
Thank you. May I publish them? I'm now showing you (1.104B). Plugged in. I may have to unplug it. Is it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, would it be fair to say that this photograph displays the area that you were searching?
That's correct.
And all of that green, what is that?
It's basically timberland and the property.
And those little blue dots, what are they?
Those were where we located Mindy.
Did it also include any of the other items located in connection with this case?
Yes, over in the left side it says Sterilite tote location, and then Sterilite tote lid.
Would that be over here?
Yes, it's very blurry on my screen. I don't know for the jury.
I'm going to just walk it over and maybe make that easier. Were each of those waypoints placed on that map concerning the coordinates that you were referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, would it be fair to say that these other images zoom in closer?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show you 1.104A. Is that depicted here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, going even closer still, would that be here?
Yes, ma'am. That's better.
There you go. And was that able to show relatively where each of these items were found in relationship to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you see these marks here, these white-ish lines? What are those?
Those are the hunting club roads.
And so would it be fair to say that those roads intersect and cross over each other?
They do.
Are you able to travel within the hunting club area to some of these various locations?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you required to go past the water pumping station in order to gain access to each of these?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would you have come in to see the water pumping station? Do you know on this?
The water pumping station would be in relation to probably closer to the top, say at 12 o'clock of the photograph, closer to the top underneath the torso road.
So I'm now putting up 1.104B. Do you see that up there?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where you're referring to up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, those photographs were taken in an effort to facilitate showing the relationships to each other?
That's correct.
Okay, and those coordinates were taken by whom?
By either the crime scene specialist, Special Agent Dickerson, Detective Jack Frost, and myself.
Can you tell the jury how much terrain was actually covered ultimately by these search teams?
If you include the Georgia State Patrol Aviation, thousands of acres.
Okay, and ultimately, was that terrain all similar throughout the area?
It was.
Was there any manpower on the ground other than the dogs?
Yes, there were other personnel that was with them that were actually searching. In the area, when we say the property and we talk about that property, there were still actively other things going on that I could see in the helicopter. You could see timber being harvested in the distance. At one point, you could see the military bombing range as we got closer over. There was different things that we could see and activity going on. So the area, certain around the scene, you would have our concentration of law enforcement people, but you also had areas outside that there was still activity going on.
Now, you've heard testimony concerning Mindy's left leg being recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time, there were insect activity that was collected, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately receive the report back from Dr. Mondor concerning his minimum postmortem interval, estimating when her remains were exposed?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How did that assist you?
I mean, it helped narrow down the time frame or the window of what he called the colonization, or essentially when she was placed there.
And without forgetting, did all of those pieces ultimately go to the crime laboratory for the autopsy?
They did.
And did you ensure that the seals were properly placed?
I viewed a photograph. I didn't attend the autopsy because we were actually still working the case and doing other things. And the crime scene specialist and Detective Jack Frost attended the autopsy. At that point, the medical examiner's office released photographs to me, and upon viewing those photographs, I can attest that those seals were in place.
Did you ultimately see the photographs that were displayed here concerning the forensic sketch?
I did.
Can you tell the jury when those photographs first came in, what did you yourself do as the lead investigator with respect to the forensic photographs?
The forensic photographs, they were published through our website, and in addition to Find Leads, as well as the National Association of Missing and Unidentified Persons System. They were entered and placed on it in an attempt to identify Mindy.
And at the time, were those successful in identifying her?
They were not.
Did you run down any leads independent of Mindy Mebane Kassotis?
We got numerous leads and phone calls. We were called from other law enforcement agencies. That night I had reached out to look for other missing persons in the area, and we had no missing person reports. One of the closest reports was Richmond Hill in Bryan County, and which did not fit the description at that time. And as well as once we started receiving these leads, some of the leads were very obvious. They had, whereas African American, others had tattoos, arrest records. Some that became closer, we would ask, did they have dental records or DNA available? Some had been missing 20 years. So we had calls from all over that we were identifying from there and going through these leads.
Do you have any idea how many leads you ran down?
Over 50.
Okay. Different individuals that it could have been?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated at some point referencing dental remains or dental records. Was Mindy's head ultimately located?
It was.
And when that was found, did you receive any information from the medical examiner concerning her dental records?
Yes, the x-ray showed that she had a dental implant.
And where was that located, if you recall?
It was on the right upper.
Okay. And when you say a dental implant, are you talking about basically like a crown?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you attempt to try and use that to assist you in any way?
Yes, we had people basically that called in saying that they were serialized, that they could be determined, but the medical examiner's office has a forensic orthodontist that actually helps with identifying if you have existing records. But we determined that that implant could not be, or crown could not be located to a specific area or a specific identity. It did not have a serial number on it.
Was that another dead end?
It was.
And when that occurred, did that further prevent you from being able to identify her at that stage?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, what were you waiting on for more identification?
Just more information to continue to go. We're waiting for DNA. We're waiting for other things to continue to develop leads to get us.
Okay. So at that point, while you were running down all the leads, did you have her DNA back yet?
Her initial DNA, yes.
Okay. And had that been processed through CODIS?
It had.
And did that yield any results?
It did not.
So at that point, you still had no idea who it was?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you, I'd like to mark these, or they've already been marked as 1.114, 115, and 116. Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a PowerPoint presentation that I took photographs of Mindy that had been provided by her mother, Miss Betsy Medden, alongside of the sketches that had been produced by our forensic artist. A couple of different sketches, and then the last sketch was basically Mindy by herself with that sketch.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.114, 115, and 116.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor? Was that the first photograph or forensic image that was generated by the artist?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
I'm now showing you, that was 114, I'm now showing you 115. Was this the second photograph that was generated?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm now showing you 116. Is that ultimately a picture of Mindy Medden next to the second drawing?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you published to the public in order to attempt to try and get any leads?
Yes, ma'am. Let me say I basically was the agency, our public information officer as well as others send it out.
Now, when you ultimately got the information concerning the post-mortem, minimum post-mortem interval, did that do anything with respect, that range that Dr. Monder gave you, did that do anything with respect to your investigation?
It did.
Can you tell the jury what?
It basically narrowed down the date and timeline for us to be able to compare and look at data. One of the big things is the DVR that had been taken into custody from the water pumping station. It had thousands of few-second clips that were together, I was able to call our cyber unit and basically have them narrow down and give me a fewer number of clips to review.
And would that be one of those resources within the GBI that assists you with some of the other technology?
Very much so.
Okay. And the cyber, did you call it cyber technology unit?
I
don't know what it's called.
That's essentially what I call it, the cyber crimes. It's G2, 3, or a number of items.
Okay. And did they ultimately process that DVR for you?
They did.
Did they provide you with any still photographs for a time period in connection with this case?
They did.
Now, ultimately, and I'm going a little out of sequence here, did you determine who the unidentified female in the woods was by DNA?
We did.
And who was that?
Mindy may have been Kassotis.
And did you determine who her husband was at that time?
Yes, we did.
As a result of that, did you make efforts to identify whether or not he might have been in some way involved in this case?
We did.
And I'm going to now show you what has previously been admitted as 1.19, the business records from J.C. Lewis Ford. Are you familiar with these records?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And in these records, were you able to determine the vehicle identification number of the vehicle registered to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what state was that vehicle registered in?
Georgia.
Did it have a Georgia tag on the back of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the ability to get his Georgia driver's license as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've seen that Georgia driver's license. I'm publishing this. Council, this is the photograph. That photograph of Nicholas Kassotis, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that vehicle was purchased by him, is that right?
That's correct.
And that purchase and sales contract reflected the vehicle identification number?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate to you the color, make, and model?
Yes, ma'am.
And when it indicated the color, make, and model, did that do anything with respect to your reviewing of the footage from the Riceboro pumping station?
It did.
Why was that important to you?
It was able to narrow down a time frame of when a similar vehicle had passed that particular water pumping station or security camera.
Okay. I'm now going to show the witness 1.21, 22, 23, and 24. Turn them to counsel. And at this time, when you saw these, did it have a timestamp on there as to when that vehicle was in the vicinity of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to show that on the screen, if I may. What timestamp was that initially observed?
11/16/21 on November the 29th of 2022.
To be fair, in all of that hunting territory, are there other cameras on the roadway other than the one that we see here?
On the roadway, there's another at the end of the roadway, but that's it.
Okay. Was that operational on that date?
That one appeared to have been struck by lightning. We gathered it as well, but was unable to recover anything.
So you looked?
Yes.
And that camera captured that vehicle, is that correct?
The water pumping station camera.
Thank you for clarifying. So the vehicle that we observe here on this camera, do you have any idea where on the roadways exactly it traveled after it goes out of this vision?
It goes out of frame for approximately 40 minutes and then returns back in front, going back in the opposite direction.
Okay. Are there any cameras inside of the hunting territory on the roadways in the hunting territory?
They're not.
Okay. And I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that show it further into the frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that's a couple seconds later?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you indicated it passed back sometime 40 minutes later, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now showing 1.23. Is that the one that we're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time is that seen?
It's at 12 and with 13 seconds.
Okay. And did that appear to you to be the same vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
now showing you 1.24.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same at a different position in the roadway?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have the actual videos that we talked about with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am. They were preserved on a DVR.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to publish 1.25, the 2 clips. If I may have just a moment. We can turn that on. Thank you. Oh, I have to turn this off first.
I like the drawer.
Is this the portion of the video clip that we attempted to watch with Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's hope it works now.
So we do get the video, not just the still.
What did you observe there?
A log truck or a timber truck.
Did you see that same vehicle that we captured the screenshots from?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that this was the actual segment of the original video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there a second segment that captures it going back the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to seek to play that second exhibit now, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. Was that the second portion that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now stopping at 12 and 22 seconds. Thank you. Now, you took screenshots, and we saw them here, is that right?
I have hundreds of screenshots.
Did you try to figure out who was behind the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Zoom in?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask cybersecurity to do everything they could to try and enhance or blow that up?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
What happened when you tried to blow it up or zoom in?
It was distorted, but I was able to discern some information from it.
Okay, what did you observe?
I observed a white male in the vehicle, but I couldn't identify the white male.
As a result of that, was that enough for you to take warrants at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you took warrants on that day, or do you know when?
It was an addition.
Okay, so let's go through the rest of that.
Yes.
Ultimately, when you determined that that vehicle was present at the location, did you secure any of the phone records in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard some testimony from Agent Bernie of the FBI, is that correct?
The phone records actually came later. I took the warrants before the phone records returned.
Okay, so if we can, let's go back just then a little bit. You indicated that ultimately you developed the leads through the forensic sketches,
That's
correct?
And DNA, yes.
And DNA. Tell us how it came to be that you found out about the DNA.
The DNA was a lead provided to us by the gene-to-gene that you had heard, which we identified Miss Betsy Mevin, the mother, and were able to go and get her DNA to compare.
And ultimately, did you get a result from the identification of Mrs. Betsy Mebane and your unidentified female?
We did. The report was actually issued on May the 10th, but I was not notified until May the 11th of 2023.
And at that time, once you identified that it was Mrs. Mindy Kassotis, did that further enhance your position of taking warrants?
Yes, ma'am, but I'd already taken the warrants at that point too.
Okay. What other information at that point had you received concerning Mr. Kassotis in connection with this case?
And you mean at the time of arrest warrants?
Yes, sir.
At the time of arrest warrants, I'd received the information through the interviews with Mindy's mother and father, as well as information from our intelligence unit and the FBI intelligence unit and the Pennsylvania State Police of name changes, tag changes, in addition to other information such as car wash records and things like that had led me to believe there was probable cause to apply for a warrant.
Okay. And at that time, did you also have Home Depot?
I did.
You had the records from Home Depot through Detective Frost?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I can, just one moment. You saw business records concerning the receipt from November 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that from what location?
Home Depot on Big Tree Drive in Savannah.
Okay. And you also saw a photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that we display the image of just the receipt for the moment. This is on 1.101. It's in evidence as the business records. Is that the receipt that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have a date and time?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what date was that?
11/29/2022 at 8:56:33 a.m.
And did it indicate the location of that store?
Store number 170 at 1901 East Victory Drive in Savannah.
And did it indicate what was purchased?
It says MKE smooth blade insulation knife.
And did it indicate who the customer was that purchased that knife?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Thank you. I'm now asking to display this record from the business records from Home Depot. Can you tell us what is depicted underneath his left armpit?
It appears to be a red knife similar to the one found at the scene. Matching the receipt would be an MKE insulation knife or a Milwaukee insulation knife.
And behind you, Agent Sands, is the knife that was introduced into evidence. Can you please grab that?
Yes, ma'am.
He's struggling with those gloves. Ah.
Can you take that out for us, please? What exhibit number is that, just so I put it on the record?
State's Exhibit 1.13.
Thank you. Can you show that to the jury, please? Inside of the sheath, please. Yes. And that black sheath, what did you think was underneath, from your observations, the arm of Mr. Kassotis in that image?
A similar knife to this one.
Okay? And based on that receipt that we just observed, you can sit down, thank you.
Okay.
What type of knife is the one that's in your hand?
It has Milwaukee on the label, so a Milwaukee installation knife.
Thank you. Now, concerning November 28th of 2022, did you determine whether or not Mr. Kassotis made any other purchases of knives?
Yes, ma'am.
What knives did he purchase?
Hunting kit from Bass Pro Shops.
Okay. And was that the information that we saw Ms. Satcher from the crime laboratory talk about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date was that purchased?
The 28th, which would have been the day before.
Of 2022?
That's correct.
Was that information corroborated in any other fashion?
Yes, through the vehicle records and the phone records actually showed the area in the same way.
Okay. And did you rely upon that information when securing your warrants?
I had already secured the warrants when I received that information.
Okay. So that was additional information you discovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, just so we're clear, during the course of Mrs. Kassotis or Mindy's autopsy, did they determine an approximate height and weight for her?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, I apologize, can you tell us approximately how tall she was?
5 foot 9 inches,
And approximately how much did she weigh?
between 185 and 200 pounds.
And would it be fair to say that during the course of the autopsy, they weigh the different portions of the remains?
That's correct.
Is that all documented on the autopsy report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that you knew exactly how much each of those portions of her remains weighed?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you secured a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane, is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time you spoke with her, did she indicate to you if she had any other daughters other than just Mindy?
She did not.
Now, when you spoke with Mrs. Mebane and Mr. Frank Mebane, her parents, when did you first speak with them?
The first time would have been May the 2nd, and then Mr. Frank was a few days later.
Okay. Where did you speak with her?
At her office at a law firm in Savannah.
Okay. And when you went to speak with her, can you tell the jury, was that difficult to accomplish?
Yes, ma'am. We'd initially received information that the FBI had reached out and tried to attempt to locate her at Hilton Head, as well as made phone calls. So we actually traveled to Savannah to the law firm. I spoke with the receptionist, and the receptionist had called upstairs to where she was working. And the receptionist, we waited and waited, and then a few minutes later, the receptionist said, "Oh, there she is there," and went and called her as she's leaving.
Okay. And when she called her as she was leaving, did you have a chance to speak with her?
We did.
Did you have any difficulty with that initial conversation?
Yes, ma'am. We had to verify who we were. She really didn't understand exactly who we were at that time.
And can you tell the jury, at that time, did you know what Mrs. Mebane thought was the condition of her daughter?
After the interview I did, but prior to that, no.
Okay. Was she aware that her daughter was deceased?
Yes, she was.
Did she indicate, without telling us exactly what was said, if she knew when she had passed?
She did.
Okay. And who had provided her with that information?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And did she, at that time, when you spoke with her, you said it was May, what date?
Would have been May the 2nd.
Okay.
Of 2023.
Thank you. When you spoke with her on May the 2nd of 2023, did she indicate to you the status of what she believed was Mr. Kassotis' condition?
She did.
And what was his condition at that time?
She believed he was deceased.
And did she provide you with any of the emails that you saw here in the court concerning his death?
She did.
At that time, did you advise her his living conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she surprised?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why was it important to you to know when Mr. and Mrs. Mebane believed that Mindy had passed?
To determine when it had happened.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you've heard testimony here in the courtroom that they believed she had died on December 1st of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, based on the entomologist, what steps in your investigation did you believe had already occurred?
At that point, as far as our investigation goes, we were in the process of searching for him.
Okay. For who is him?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And did her parents' information assist you in limiting the timeline as to her death as well?
It did.
Okay. And had Mr. Frank advised you of when the last time he had seen her?
Yes, ma'am.
And had Mrs. Mebane also advised you as to when she had last seen her daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you at that time have any reason to believe that anyone other than Mr. Kassotis had been with Mrs. Mindy?
I did not.
As far as you knew, was there anyone else with opportunity, with access to her at that time?
Not according to the defendant.
Okay. And specifically, were you able to determine a time frame with respect to when you believed that she had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know for sure exactly where in your investigation or when she died?
I did not.
Okay. When you were investigating this case, did you attempt to limit that as much as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result, where did you take the warrants?
Liberty County.
Why did you take the warrants in Liberty County?
At that part in that determination, through consultation with the district attorney's office, as well as my past experience with other cases, venue resided where the body was at the time when you can't determine an exact location of death.
So as you sit here, did you have lots of speculation as to what you thought might have happened without telling us what it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But ultimately, without a definitive answer, where did you rely on for that?
And where the torso was located in Liberty County.
Okay. Was other portions of her remains in different counties?
Yes, ma'am.
What county?
McIntyre County.
Okay. And at that point, why did you determine Liberty as opposed to McIntyre?
They're in the same judicial circuit, and her torso, which was the initial discovery, was in Liberty County.
Now, did you confirm with Mr. and Mrs. Mebane their whereabouts at the time leading up to December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you believe they were at the time?
At one point, Mr. Mebane was in surgery. Prior to that, they were in Hilton Head.
And do you know where in Hilton Head they were, with whom?
They had a condo, which we had the address of, which the initial address that was provided of us. And then at that point is when they returned back for Mr. Mebane to have surgery.
And did you confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that they had to be ruled out as suspects as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact do that by corroborating that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mrs. Mebane had been working that week of after Thanksgiving?
No, ma'am, not until I heard her testimony.
Okay. So ultimately, when they came back, meaning Mr. and Mrs. Mebane, did they return to the dwelling as far as you knew?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you spoke with them, is that when you learned of the location where they were residing?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of that, what did you do?
We had went to that location. Actually, the team of agents prior to me arriving had went to the location and interviewed the Airbnb, Ms. Hanson that you heard from, and began processing that particular residence.
Okay, and when you processed that residence at that time, was that attempting to determine what, if anything, may have happened there?
That's correct.
Okay. When you ultimately had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kassotis himself, we watched those in court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the entire interviews in their entirety?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis also indicate that Mindy's parents had gone to Hilton Head and were away for that time period?
He did.
So that was in his own words?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you went withdrawn, once you were able to get Dr. Monder's report and speak with Mrs. and Mr. Mebane, Mindy's parents, did you go back and reevaluate all the leads you had in this case?
Yes, ma'am. We looked over all of it.
Okay. And initially, you heard Detective Frost testify that he had determined that Mr. Kassotis had purchased the knife as early as December 7th of 2022. You knew that in your investigation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that not important to you initially?
Initially, he had contacted, and Detective Frost had ran that information out, and had contacted Mindy's brother, and at that time, he felt like it wasn't necessary.
Okay. And ultimately, did you know that it was Mindy Kassotis back on December 7th of 2022?
We did not.
Okay. Now, you've heard testimony concerning the Airbnb, is that correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that testimony, did you have occasion to take side-by-side photographs of the rug from the consent search at that dwelling and the Airbnb location profile pictures?
Profile pictures from the internet, yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to show counsel 1.109. Did you make a demonstrative aid for this jury of these two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I'd like to show that to the witness.
Yes, ma'am. This actually has my name and case number and GBI presentation on the bottom. It was initially prepared to present the case to the district attorney's office, but it's also here. It'll be 1.109.
Thank you. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you made it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the photographs that we just described?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I'd like to tender 1.109.
Any objection?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, and it's admitted for demonstrative purposes only.
May I publish?
You may.
Are those the photographs of those two rugs side by side?
Yes, ma'am.
What color backdrop do each of those rugs have? Like the primary portion of the rug, what color is it?
It's a mixed color.
Okay. Is there a cream portion to this rug as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that present in both of those rugs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to bring it up to the jury as well, Your Honor. Did you believe that they looked, well, did she, meaning Mrs. Hanson, recognize the difference between these rugs?
She did.
And Mr. Kassotis advised during his interview that he replaced the rug, didn't he?
He did.
Did he say why?
He said that Rusty had gotten sick on the road.
So he replaced it because Rusty got sick on the rug on the right side, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in connection with this case, did you have an opportunity to determine if Mr. Kassotis did anything after December 1st of 2022 when his wife had passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us, well, before I go on to that, can you just tell me, we talked about some Airbnb records, is that right?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
we received those, and I say we, law enforcement received those, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review those records for Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine who had rented the location at 311 East 65th Street in Savannah?
Yes, ma'am. Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Jim McIntyre?
Not Jim McIntyre.
Not APIS Security?
No, ma'am.
Nicholas Kassotis?
That's correct.
Under his actual name?
That's correct.
Oh my God.
And that's in the period of when?
There's a range of times, a range of bank records that indicate that.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the Airbnb was rented approximately May of 2022?
That's correct. May to June in that area.
Okay. And that was under his real name of Nick Kassotis at the time?
Asked and answered.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were there any payments made by Jim McIntyre on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any APIS security on any of the bank records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Airbnb records?
No, ma'am.
Any of the Home Depot records?
No, ma'am.
Now, you indicated that you also got those bank records, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you go through them individually?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you attempt to determine what transactions would be demonstrated on those bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
In conjunction with that, was there a report made of an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
It was basically records that were created from the bank records that were that make them easier or simpler to look over. Our intelligence analysts assisted with that preparation.
And did you have an opportunity to review those records, meaning the Excel spreadsheet?
I did.
Did you compare it to the original bank records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And would it be fair to say that that would assist this jury perhaps in reviewing the evidence in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to, let me just be clear. You saw it before you testified here today?
I've seen it many times.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce 1.101 under the folder certified business records, the transaction card for debit card transactions 2022 and 2023 for demonstrative purposes.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
All right, and they're so admitted.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I get that exhibit number?
It's on the USB 1.101 in the folder certified business records.
Thank you.
If we can turn that on. Now, is the account number listed in one of these columns?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it list the amount and the purchases?
Yes, ma'am, along with a date.
Okay. Just for the purposes of this exhibit, does this exhibit indicate where the purchases start back on October 1st of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are those purchases primarily made?
Uber Eats, Savannah, Georgia, Publix, Savannah, Georgia, Taco Bell, Savannah, Georgia, PetSmart, Savannah, Georgia, and
relatable.
Firehouse Subs, Savannah, Georgia.
Would it be fair to say that all of those purchases are within what area?
Savannah, Georgia.
And if you continued through this exhibit, all the way down, I'm scrolling through until November 4th, is there a transaction on November 4th of 2024? Oh, rather 2022, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that purchase at what location?
The Home Depot, Savannah, Georgia.
Did that coincide with the reports you received back from Home Depot about a purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was purchased on that date?
And that would have been the shovel purchase.
If I scroll down now, are those purchases still within the Savannah area?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you get down to November 28th of 2022, was there a purchase made on that date?
This is Bass Pro Store, Savannah, Georgia.
And on the 29th, does it show a transaction?
It's Marathon Petro 24, Midway, Georgia.
Okay. Now showing you what I'd like to mark as 1.117. I'm showing it to counsel. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a photograph, basically with the transaction listed at the bottom, and the store, the Marathon store, located in Midway, Georgia, which is here in Liberty County.
And where is Midway in reference to, or relationship to Riceboro?
It's north of Riceboro.
Would that be in between Riceboro and Savannah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And was there a transaction made at that Marathon gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
At what time?
The timestamp,
Or date, just a date.
the date's the 29th,
Okay.
but I don't recall the specific time.
Okay. And that physical location was on November 29th of 2022 at that gas station?
That's correct.
Does that show up in the bank records?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender that exhibit.
Any objection? That's a demonstrative, correct? I have no objection as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
I have no objection to it being demonstrative. May I publish?
I think it's admitted without limitation. You may proceed.
Now, this bottom portion here, the clip, the white section, what is that?
That's the screenshot of the bank record
And the photograph on the left and the right side up top, what is that?
of the store itself.
And do you know whether or not this card associated with this account was utilized at this store?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
It came back in the records, bank records for Nick Kassotis.
And those bank records that are displayed here on the bottom, those belong to Mr. Kassotis?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to December 1st of 2022. If you can tell us if there was anything that was interesting in your investigation concerning the activities of the card after December 1st of 2022.
A vacation rental.
Yes, ma'am. There was a tidal wave, Savannah, Georgia car wash.
What date was that?
Oh,
December 1st, 2022.
oh,
And does it indicate when that posted to the account?
Yes, ma'am. It posted the following day on December 2nd.
And prior to your testimony here today, did you have an opportunity to get a clip from the bank records for that date and transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing the witness, if I may, 1.110. Did you also have occasion to try to track the vehicle itself on December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. With the assistance of our intelligence analysts, we were able to track the vehicle for a specific and got a photograph of it that day.
How do you know it's the same vehicle?
Based on the tag number and the vehicle registration prepared by our intelligence analyst.
And you saw the records for that vehicle here in court, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that the license plate associated with that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
That being the 2022 green Ford Explorer?
That's correct.
And were you able to make any observations with respect to that photograph that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle had appeared to have been recently washed.
Is that a photograph of the material that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you received concerning that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a portion of the Renaissance Bank records already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would seek to tender that exhibit as a demonstrative aid.
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right, it's admitted for that purpose.
Was there anything interesting about the tires on this car?
Yes, ma'am. It appeared the vehicle had recently been washed.
Could you tell? What was the weather conditions like leading up to December 1st and 2nd of 2022?
It had rained.
How were the roads out in the Portal Hunting Club on those dates?
Portions of them had began to dry, but there were portions that were very wet.
Are there any mud on these tires?
No, ma'am.
And that car had recently been through the tidal wave car wash, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After December 1st and 2nd of 2022, can you tell if there was a change in the transaction record for the Renaissance Bank account records attributed to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
We see on the 7th of Cottonwood, Alabama, then Jacksonville, Florida on the 6th, Orange, Florida on the 7th, Tennessee on the 8th, Illinois on the 8th again, St. Louis, Missouri on December 9th, Jacksonville, Florida on December 7th, and Prattville, Alabama is back to St. Louis, Missouri on the 10th. Target in Brentwood, Missouri on, let's make sure I get the cream right, on the 12th. Chesterfield, Missouri, the 13th. And then in Greenville, Indiana on the 15th.
How far are those locations from Savannah, Georgia?
Quite a ways.
Are they close to each other?
And no, ma'am.
To your knowledge, based on the records, were there any transactions for anywhere outside of Georgia from October 1st of 2022 through till December of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You can turn it off. Your Honor, for the purposes of this portion of my presentation, I've printed out 1.101, the Renaissance Bank records for the account ending in 141. I'm showing them to counsel. I've marked them as 1.101 Renaissance. May I approach the witness?
You may.
May you, Madam Clerk? This is in evidence. I'm publishing the first page of this document. Can you tell us whose account this was?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And if I scroll down on that first page, oh, one moment. Does it indicate that that account was opened? Date opened?
Yes, ma'am. 5/27 of 22.
So on May 27th of 2022, this account was opened in what name?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Not Nicholas Stark.
That's correct.
Nicholas Kassotis.
The answer?
And the clips that we've shown in those demonstrative aids that you just I just showed to the jury, are they from these records?
Yes, ma'am.
And will these records, they're already in evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You can turn that off, thank you. Now, after December 1st of 2022, did you determine if Mr. Kassotis made any efforts to secure additional driver's licenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'm showing counsel 1.105. .106, 1.107, 1.108. I'm also showing him 1.111 and 1.112. start with 1.105, 1.107, and 1.108.
Ooh, it just got like
Can you
quieter.
tell us what these three records are?
And 1.105 is Georgia Driver Services, driver's license, Nicholas James Kassotis. Kassotis.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to tender those three exhibits. They're all certified copies, and counsel's been provided.
The three are which numbers?
1.105, 1.107, and 1.106?
Eight.
Eight. Thank you.
5, 7, and 8, no
Yes.
objection.
They're admitted.
Can you tell us what was the driver's license for Georgia in that case?
The Georgia driver's license was issued for Nicholas James Kassotis, issued on July the 26th of 2022.
And that was July 26th of 2022 under the name Kassotis.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine a driving record after December 1st of well, let me back up, after May of 2022, or 2023 rather, my apologies.
Yes, there's a state of Delaware dated July the 24th of 25.
Okay,
At the top.
so I'm going to slow down. Let me make my question more clear. So with Georgia, that record initially indicates that it was issued what date?
And the issue date is July the 26th of 2022.
Was there ever a different name on his Georgia driver's license than Mr. Kassotis from the records from the Georgia Department of Driver Services?
No, ma'am.
There was no driver's license with a different name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now you heard testimony from Miss Samantha Kolyesnik, correct?
That's correct.
And she indicated that Mr. Kassotis provided her with a driver's license. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm showing counsel 1.111. May I approach, Ron?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where did you receive that driver's license from, or the photograph?
From Ms. Kolsnick.
Okay. And was there anything on there that was important to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Basically looking at the last name, that's not consistent with the Georgia driver's license information that I had been provided. And you can see a faint in the background, the faint area that can tell this license appears to be altered.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the paperwork that Ms. Kolyesnik gave you?
That's correct.
And did you put any markings on that?
There's an arrow pointing to that area where you start to see basically where the image had been changed.
At this time, I would seek to tender 1.111 as a demonstrative aid.
So is it an edited license?
It's admitted.
Oh,
I'm going to actually ask that this be published and they can look at it.
yeah, uh-oh. Samantha's the third wife, guys, if you forgot. I still think it's weird, like, is that how we date nowadays? We have to send our driver's license? I don't know, it's a little odd to even get to that point. FS is making the chat sandwiches.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that the driver's license for Georgia was July of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
After December 1st of 2022, can you tell the jury where was the first place the driver's license got changed?
There's a state of Delaware driving record.
Okay.
The issue date is 1/13 of 2023.
And that issue date for 1/13/2023, what name did Mr. Kassotis utilize?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
That was on January 13th of 2023?
That's correct. With a Wilmington, Delaware address.
Prior to that, had Mr. Kassotis already changed his name legally anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to now show the witness 1.106. Do you recognize this certified document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that?
That is a document where he changed his name to Nicholas James, from Nicholas James Kassotis to Nicholas Stark.
And what day did he seek his name change?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023 in the Circuit Court of St. Louis County.
At this time, I seek to tender 1.106, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection.
It is admitted.
So he really was moving all the way around, or was it like submitted
So
online?
you said that this was January 4th of 2023, is that right?
That's correct.
And on January 13th, he used the name Kassotis for Delaware?
That's correct.
Was that after he had already secured Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish this. Did Mr. Kassotis have to provide any information on that application to change his name in Missouri?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, excuse me.
We'll go ahead and give you the break. I understand a couple of the jurors could use it.
That's fine.
I think it's been 2.5
break.
hours. So
Comfort break.
y'all can step out with the bailiff and we'll take a short recess.
All right, chat. So I was asking a little bit. We're gonna pull up the charges on the screen. It's a little blurry, but thought exercise, and I'll explain a little bit more why. But if you're thinking guilty, right? Would you imagine guilty down the line, or no? And Aaron, don't answer, because Aaron might get at what I'm getting at.
All right, jury's out. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Slid down the seat. Well, guilty, but guilty down the line. Cash Money Cass says no because what tools? Courtney Maurice is guilty on count 4, which is concealing death of another. Candace says we're gonna come back from break and Jim will be sitting next to Doug. There'll be no more Nick. Brooklyn saying guilty only 4. Blue-eyed Hillbilly's getting at the possession of the tools and commission. Kissin' Pink is getting close to where I'm going. Kissin' says, I feel like how can we say malice murder if we don't know how she died? Oh, Broken Baker's back again. Hey to Sandy and hey to Broken Baker gang. Welcome back. All right, we're getting a guilty down the line. You guys are really going for count 4. So now what I'm getting at, and Aaron, you can go now, Aaron. You can speak your piece. I think Aaron would get where I'm going. So count 1, count 2, and kind of count 3 associated. If this jury is so inflamed and so disgusted by this guy that they go in, they deliberate, and they say, this is a monster, throw the book at him, down the line, get him for everything. Can you imagine a juror, like why a jury would feel that's so heinous, just get him with everything? if they feel that way and then don't actually consider what they're being asked and they mark it down the line, we'd have a problem with count 1 and count 2 if both of those come back guilty. And I always just wonder when a jury might be outraged, they just say, get all of them. Get all of them. We would have an inconsistent and incompatible verdict. Because you cannot have, like, felony murder, and the reason I included count 3 is because felony murder would be during the commission of a felony with the underlying felony being the aggravated assault. So let's say, for example, this hammer theory, blunt injury to the head. Let's say Nick is the one that takes the hammer to the back of Mindy's head, but when he's doing it, he doesn't mean to kill her, but she ends up dying. Well, because she dies while he's carrying out a felony, that would get us count 2 and count 3. But with malice murder, we have this extra element. It would be incompatible with count 2. So I'm just wondering, and I don't think this prosecutor is all that easy to follow. So that combined with if the jury is so enraged by the heinous acts of this crime, and the prosecutor doesn't make it clear, I can kind of picture a jury coming back with count 1 and 2 both guilty, and that would be incompatible. I'm just saying. I think it's really interesting how many people in the chat are saying, let's look at count 4. Count 4, we've got concealing. And I think the big problem there is even though the state doesn't have to provide a motive, the best they've given us is there's blood on the futon and then there was a rug change at the Airbnb. But even if we assume that that blood is there and that there would have been more blood if this rug wasn't thrown away, does the presence of that blood indicate anything more than that Mindy died in that address? It doesn't really tell us if it was malice murder or if it was an aggravated assault that turned into a death. It doesn't tell us. I would imagine that I think in Georgia we'd have voluntary manslaughter as a lesser included within felony murder. So if there's like a heat of passion thing, like she finds out, if Nicholas Kassotis finds out she was cheating and in that moment he doesn't have a cooling off period, maybe there would also be a lesser included that the jury could consider here. But we just don't have information provided in this case that would point us in those directions. We might be able to make a very wide leap to infer something, but I don't think there's enough there for us to say he killed her intentionally. He was trying to hit her with something and didn't mean to kill her, but she ended up dying. Yeah, did she die there or in the forest? And I think today, for the first time, we heard a lot more emphasis on, you know, this idea of we had to use satellite imagery to map out where her body parts may have been, because we can still get, I think they're trying to establish that they can, moving parts from the scene of the crime, even if they dismembered her when they got to the woods in the hunting grounds, they still moved body parts. And on the flip side, Doug was getting into, hey, well, there's like signs that an animal was messing around with the body parts, inferring that maybe it was an animal that found thing, picked up thing, walked, got scared, dropped it somewhere else. Right? So it seems like there's a little bit of opportunity to convict on that, even if it all happens in the hunting grounds. But I think we have a problem because you guys are expressing confusion. I feel the same. The prosecutor isn't exactly the easiest to follow. So when we're dealing with these issues of law, and sure, the judge is going to read the charges. I don't know, and in most places, I don't think they'll get a copy of the charges. They'll just have the verdict form in front of them, but maybe they'll get a copy of the charges. Some jurisdictions do that. But if they just hear these instructions one time and then have to go back, like, I don't know if they're going to really remember what they're supposed to consider. So more and more, I think the instructions from both sides on this could make or break how many counts there's either guilty or not guilty for. Yeah, and that Skillet says, well, that also explains why the body was disposed of so badly. So, And I am shouts looking at 2 and 3. Yeah, and Dizzy says not enough time to do it in the woods. He was only there 30 minutes, which is kind of weird that they're opening up that possibility, but then also making it not seemingly possible for one person to carry out that quickly. So, and I think that moving the parts around like that is hard to do in 30 minutes. You bury, because, right, head is buried, torso's in a ditch, and there was testimony that it appeared that, like, someone was starting to dig a hole, perhaps to bury a different part. Then this bin and the knife with the cleaning wipes are 650 feet away. All across, yeah, a 3-mile radius. So in a way, that's kind of like the state's in a bit of a catch-22 on, do you think he did it here and moved the parts? Or was it somewhere else and he transported the parts? So, man, these jury instructions are going to be interesting to listen to, because what a morbid thing to have to, like, explain as an example. Ian, they're on a comfort break. The jurors, I think, needed some break, probably to use the restroom. So, yes, so YP Kamshik, the Hunter, the 7-piece kit, where they think that they would have a saw blade that could cut through bone, but there's a issue with the tool mark analysis and the width of the blade falling within the range. That was from Bass Pro Shops, and it was purchased. There's a receipt for a purchase of a 7-piece kit on November 28th, but the kit that they have in court and that they sent over to the toolmark expert was one that Jack Frost bought. He went and bought his own version and supplied it to GBI. Oh, Aaron. See, this, I told you guys yesterday. Actually, I think it was during the stream with Ian and Nick, talking about how defense attorneys are the devil. How Aaron is just so valuable. Like, just incredible depth of knowledge. We'll go and look things up. Aaron says, I wonder if Georgia sealed the name change in Missouri because I can only find one filed person in our e-file system with the last name Kassotis, and it's a traffic ticket from 2011. So there we go. And Dizzy was looking too. Yeah, pertinent says if he did it in the woods, why the need for totes? I think Doug poked away, and I'd honestly have to go back and look at the specifics again. I think there was a lot of DNA evidence could have washed away, but no evidence belonging to Kassotis was on the bins. And if the bins were in his house, someone else could have done it from his house, threw everything in the bin all sloppy, and not cared about dumping it in the woods on a hunting ground, because they would have been fine with someone figuring out it was Nick. I don't know. Right? Because say somebody breaks in, kills Mindy, uses what's in the house to get out of there. They take the totes that were there. So I don't know. A lot of it's interesting, but I'm telling you, I can't imagine the jury coming back with a straight not guilty. I can picture a compromise. I think they had some record of a wipes purchase from like August. Let me double check. August 16th, he bought Clorox, Gorilla Glue, gloves, a folding utility knife, a scented cinnamon broom, razors, a putty knife, and a Coke Zero. That was August 16th, 2022. November 4th, 2022, purchases a shovel and a 20-ounce fiberglass hammer. November 28th is the 7-piece deer hunting set from Bass Pro Shops. And then November 29th is the Milwaukee Smooth Blade installation knife. It's always a diet soda. Cannot forget the Coke Zero. Yeah, Impertinent says, let me clarify, if state proposing he did it on site, there wouldn't be a need for totes. And then we have this other thing where, you know, there's blood on the futon. Doug's like, well, that's not enough blood. You would expect more blood if what is being accused of my client in this case actually occurred in this Airbnb. You'd expect a lot more blood than what's in the grout lines. And they're like, yeah. And then the state comes up like, but there was a rug that's no longer there. So you would imagine, well, maybe the rug absorbed blood and it was thrown away. And that's why we don't see evidence of bigger blood pools. Right? So it's like the state, there's a back and forth between the defense and the state on this. Where was the dismemberment? Was there enough blood here in the property? Did it happen there? And the state's I think the state's trying to keep both options in play. But it makes it confusing. Oh my gosh, shout out to Trey, Keisha. Let's get W's in the chat for Keisha. She says, guess what, family? I'm sure excited. One of my projects was nominated for a Tech Excellence Award. Love to see it. Also love that the acronym is T. So, the T Award. Tech Excellence. That is super, super awesome. And you work so hard. See? Look what you can accomplish when you are in the bushes getting things done. Oh, and Aaron, the shovel was November 4th. They haven't shown a receipt for a rug purchase. But they do have testimony. The landlord, who seems a bit forgetful maybe, we'll see if Doug hones in on that. The landlord is putting a new rug in the property because she says when he clears out, she goes and inspects the property and notices a different rug. They might have displayed Airbnb pictures with a date too, maybe? I don't know. Okay, and there's Betsy Mom. We didn't see her. She's sitting further down. But she's off camera now again.
Jury in, please.
Yeah, and I think Rusty died, but, you know, perhaps naturally of old age. While with Heather.
Missouri name change. Agent Sands, when we left off, I believe we were talking about the Missouri name change. I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor. May I turn that on, please? Thank you. This is Exhibit 1.106 in evidence. So a filed date on it.
Yes, ma'am. January the 4th, 2023.
And was that for a particular petitioner?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
And in there, does it indicate what his date of birth was? One moment. Over here. Can you see that? Oh, you cannot. My apologies.
6/3 of 1982.
Does it indicate a location of birth?
New Hampshire.
Now turning to the second page. Does it indicate who the petitioner is as the signature for this?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And is there a checkbox under 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, the second checkbox? I'm going to ask if you can read that to the jury, that second checkbox.
Says no notice of change of name is to be published because this petitioner is the victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO, or the victim of child abuse as defined in 210.1110 RMSO, or the victim of abuse by a family or household member as defined in 455.010.
Live when you filed that
Oh.
petition?
I don't know why it updated. So they just refreshed. We were behind like a minute, so we're gonna go back, and I want to hear that again. It seems like they didn't need to publish notice of the name change because there was protected status for one of the reasons given. So let's hear that again, and we'll get caught up.
One moment.
But that would be a reason why someone would need
It says
to
205 on the bottom of this exhibit.
have a
Does it
family
say the
story.
name of mother at the top?
Yes, it says my parents, father or mother, full legal name is Linda Ann Cronin Kassotis.
I don't think I went far enough back. Sorry, guys. But I think this is actually important. Like, real important.
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that police report from?
The Savannah Police Department in Savannah, Georgia.
Who does it allege is the victim in that report?
The victim is identified as Nicholas Kassotis.
And who is the perpetrator alleged in that report?
Wayne Kassotis.
Would that be the basis for the domestic violence?
Okay, sorry. We were about 6 minutes behind. No worries, factual lie. I'm just messing up the stream. Just run this back.
Agent Sands, when we left off, I believe we were talking about the Missouri name change. I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor. May I turn that on, please? Thank you. This is Exhibit 1.106 in evidence. Is that a filed date on it?
Yes, ma'am. January the 4th, 2023.
And was that for a particular petitioner?
Nicholas James Kassotis.
And in there, does it indicate what his date of birth was? One moment. Over here. Can you see that? Oh, you cannot. My apologies.
6/3 of 1982.
Does it indicate a location of birth?
New Hampshire.
Now turning to the second page. Does it indicate who the petitioner is as the signature for this?
Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And is there a checkbox under 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, the second checkbox? I'm going to ask if you can read that to the jury, that second checkbox.
It says no notice of change of name is to be published because this petitioner is the victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO, or the victim of child abuse as defined in 210.1110 RMSO, or the victim of abuse by a family or household member as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
At the back of this exhibit, is there an attached police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that police report from?
The Savannah Police Department in Savannah, Georgia.
Who does it allege is the victim in that report?
The victim is identified as Nicholas Kassotis.
And who is the perpetrator alleged in that report?
Wayne Kassotis.
Would that be the basis for the domestic violence allegation for the sealing of those records?
Is added to this report.
And who would have submitted those documents in conjunction with that petition?
Nicholas Kassotis.
That police report, can you tell us when it's from, actually? Apologies. The date?
Does it exist?
There's a range of dates from 9/3 of 2022 to 10/1 of 22, but the approval date is 10/4 of 22. The reported date is 10/3 of 22.
So reported date would be when the report was filed with Savannah?
That's correct. It even has a time of 16:53.
Okay, is there an incident date alleged?
Yes, ma'am, that's the range of dates I mentioned earlier.
Okay, thank you. On page 3, does it indicate? One moment. Actually, it says 2 of 5 on the bottom of this exhibit. Does it say the name of mother at the top?
Yes, it says my parents' father or mother, full legal name is Linda Ann Cronin Kassotis.
And on the preceding page, does it say the father's name?
It says my parents' full legal name is Wayne Harry Kassotis.
Was that consistent or inconsistent with the names of his parents listed on the marriage license between him and Samantha Kolyesnik?
That was not consistent.
Thank you. And now, on
That was Susan
question
Fox.
14 and 15, on page 2 of 5, does it tell you where he claimed to reside when he filed that petition?
It says I reside in the state of Missouri, number 14, and number 15, I reside in the county of St. Louis.
Does it indicate a checkbox which he asserted under 17 he was the victim of?
So number 17 says check all the boxes that apply, and the box that check is I'm a victim of a crime based upon domestic violence as defined in 455.010 RSMO.
Can you tell us what boxes 18 and 19 indicate?
Number 18 says there are no unsatisfied money judgments against me. It's check one of 2 boxes, and that box is checked. Number 19 says check one of the boxes, and the box that's checked is there are no cases requesting money pending against me.
And what date was this again?
This was filed on January the 4th of 2023.
Thank you. Is that signed by anyone under sign above?
There's a signature and there's a printed name that says Nicholas Kassotis.
Is that the printed name that you're reading?
The printed name's over on the right and it appears to be a signature.
I'm going to physically put that up on the screen. Is that the signature right there that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the print that you were referring to?
That's correct.
Is that notarized?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be sworn to, correct?
That's correct.
That had already been filed, correct, when the Delaware driver's license was sought?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to locate any medical records for Mindy Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am. We reached for Medicare or Medicaid as he said during this interview.
Did you receive any results of records reflecting any services?
We did not.
Did you make efforts to review the path of travel of Mr. Kassotis' phone number, those records from the phone company, and his vehicle in the days of December 1st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, with assistance of other agents that were assisting.
Did you ever yourself drive those locations?
Some of the locations, yes.
Were you able to find a birthing center in the vicinity of the areas described by Mr. Kassotis?
I was not.
Did you ever have an address?
I did not.
Do you have a name of that location?
I did not.
Do you have any doctor's names?
I did not.
Do you have any medical records?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make an effort to determine what happened to Mr. Kassotis' vehicle that he advised you had gone up in flames?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And how did you do that?
Through the Pennsylvania State Police, as well as a search of the vehicle identification number.
Okay. And as a result, did you find a claim?
We did.
And what company was that with?
Cure Insurance,
When we say Cure, you mean C-U-R-E?
C-U-R-E.
Okay. Did they send you the records for that?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And were those business records?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd seek to tender these exhibits as they were previously indicated as noticed business records for Cure.
No objection.
They are,
Very good.
my apologies, Your Honor. They are listed on USB 1.101 under the folder Cure. I now seek to publish those, Your Honor.
You may.
I love the drawer. I think every court should have one.
Is that the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you received those pictures directly from Cure?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they send you a series of photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to shift through them. If you could just tell us if these are in fact the photographs that you received from Cure. Image is 1.jpg,
Yes, ma'am.
2.jpg,
2.jpg. Do we have to say the
3.jpg,
JPEG?
Yes.
4.jpg,
Yes.
5.jpg,
Yes.
6.jpg,
Yes.
7.jpg,
Yes.
8.jpg,
Yes.
9.jpg,
Yes.
10.jpg,
Yes.
11.jpg,
Yes.
and is that the actual indicator that provided the screenshot?
Yes. Now, this was independent from the Cure records, this screenshot.
Okay. How did you secure that document?
We actually searched the VIN on Google and found it listed on the auction.
Madam Clerk, can you turn that off, please? Thank you. When you reviewed those documents and photographs, do you recall when you received them?
I do not.
Okay. Did they ultimately come in during the course of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When Mr. Kassotis had his interviews with you, did you attempt to investigate the information he provided you during the course of those interviews?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And did you run down those leads with respect to different agencies and locations to attempt to confirm that or verify that?
Yes, ma'am. We contacted the Pennsylvania State Police at that time.
And what, if anything, did you request of the Pennsylvania State Police to do?
To review the vehicle even further and try to make a determination as to what happened with it.
Okay. Were you able to locate a knife inside of that vehicle?
We were not.
Wait, is the prosecutor trying to say that because they didn't find a knife in this vehicle in March 2022, that the knife that was found in December of 2023 March, but that the knife that was found in December 2022 was obviously Nick's? Is that what that question was trying to get at?
Now, the car itself that we talked about, the 2022 Ford Explorer purchased at J.C. Lewis, you saw those records, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any payments for that vehicle from a Jim McIntyre?
No, ma'am.
Were there any payments by Apis Security?
No, ma'am.
And specifically, that was paid for by whom?
Mr. Kassotis.
Your Honor, I have entered some demonstrative exhibits referencing the flock camera photograph with the car that had been connected to December 1st of title and the photographs of the rugs. I am going to seek to introduce the originals without any demonstrative aids for them to the jury, just so that we're clear. They are on 1.101 under photographs, under flock, and 1.101 under photographs, and it lists old rug and replacement rug.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you.
Is that a Diet Coke?
My apologies, just one moment, Your Honor. Now, ultimately, did you learn of an individual by the name of Samantha Kolyesnik?
I did.
And did you receive the text message exchanges between Ms. Kolyesnik and Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you aware of when those communications had initiated?
Back in October of 2022.
Was that before or after Mrs. Mebane Kassotis was deceased?
Before.
And where did you receive those text messages from?
From Ms. Kolyesnik via email.
And ultimately, did you determine the information she provided here in this courtroom concerning their courtship,
Yes, ma'am.
their engagement,
Yes, ma'am.
and their marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you secure the records concerning that from her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that important to your investigation?
As in,
The information that you had about from Mrs. at the time, Mrs. Kassotis, now Samantha Kolyesnik.
the name had changed actually at that time to Stark, and other name changes in the continuation. The relationship began before and continued till they got married and other information.
My apologies. So she was never Kassotis, she was Mrs. Stark at the time.
That's correct.
Okay. And she's now not,
That's
correct?
correct.
Can you explain to the jury how you ultimately found Mr. Kassotis at the end of your investigation?
The assistance of the FBI and the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as records that you heard provided from the Airbnb by Special Agent Christian Johnson, those worked kind of together in conjunction to end up leading to the arrest.
Now, ultimately, when he was arrested, you had the opportunity to speak to him, right?
The following day, yes.
Okay. And we watched that interview, correct?
That's correct.
When you had the opportunity to speak with him, he indicated to you that Mr. McIntyre had been the one providing him with funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was his source of income, correct?
That's correct.
Did
So
he at
he
any
was
time
borrowing
advise you in reference to
$200K?
Cameron Nelson?
He did not.
Or the $199,000 approximately that they provided to him?
He did not. Can I clarify? He did mention Cameron Nelson, but nothing about the financial assistance.
Okay. And with respect to that, did you make an effort to determine what funds he had access to?
We did.
And is that part of why you secured the Renaissance Bank records?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you secured those Renaissance Bank records, did you determine if there was a very large deposit of some sort?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It was around $300,000 in June.
This time I'm going to seek to mark
300,000?
1.118 and show us the witness.
In June
Show it to
2022?
counsel. What are those, sir?
What are those?
This is the business records. 2 pages. From Sony Pictures Entertainment Incorporated.
Are those the business records with regards to Sony, you said?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time I would seek to tender those records as business records notice has been served on those for 1.118.
No objection.
They are admitted without objection.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury, what did you determine with respect to that $300,000 transaction?
It was in regard to a sale of a short story.
Who sold the short story?
Nicholas Stark, as Nick Morfox, which we determined to be Mr. Nicholas Kassotis.
Okay. And who did he sell the story to?
Sony,
And for how much?
$300,000.
Was that his share of the proceeds of the transaction?
That's correct.
What I mean is, there was an agent too, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So his portion that received, did you try to verify whether or not that money went into his actual account?
Yes.
And did it?
Yes.
If I can have just one moment, Your Honor.
Passing the witness, so we're gonna get some cross.
Might actually be easier on the physical exhibit.
Oh no. You think Sony's gonna do anything with this story now?
Just so I show counsel the same page. Do you see the notation of the deposit or the addition at the very bottom of this page?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am, I do.
How much money was deposited?
On 6/22, there was a direct deposit for $300,000.
And whose account did that go into?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And the story that Mr. Kassotis sold, is that included in Exhibit 1.118?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
they
it
get
is.
to read it.
Can you tell us, is that story there in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Published to
And
jury.
that story that was sold to Sony, you heard reference to it from prior witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what the plot of that story was?
And the title is My Mother-in-Law Was Poisoning Me or Killing Me.
Okay. And did it concern the death or the alleged death of an individual?
It did.
And is that in there in its entirety?
That's correct.
And that
Doug.
check was received and deposited, you said what date?
June the 22nd,
Of what year?
2022.
Would it be fair to say that where that check came from?
Yes.
Where did that check come
It
from?
was a direct deposit from, and the title's internet, but it ends up being the Sony based on the document, Sony Entertainment.
Okay. Is there any reference to Jim McIntyre anywhere in there?
There's not.
Did you ever make an effort to locate Jim McIntyre?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I asked our intelligence analysts to search. There was a number of them around the country with the same name or people. There was football coaches, different people with different, right? But there was only one in this area, in the Savannah area.
And that person, did you speak to them?
I did. He was near the law firm where Miss Mindy works. So we went and talked to him at his office.
Can you tell us what did he look like? Age?
An older gentleman in his 60s.
So he wasn't in his 40s.
No, he was not.
Do you know what he did for a living?
He worked for a company. He managed a company that sold dental implants around the world.
Did you verify if Mindy's implant might have been with him?
He actually searched the records while I was there.
And was it?
There was no record.
Could you
What?
identify any connection between that Jim McIntyre to this case?
I cannot.
Now, you went through these bank records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any purchases that appeared to be consistent with a baby on the way?
No, ma'am.
No cribs?
No cribs.
No furniture?
No, ma'am.
Any children's clothing that stores Bye Bye Baby, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
In connection with this case, was a death certificate ever issued?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that issued at what point?
Here in Liberty County.
And when was that, do you know?
As far as specific date, I don't, but it would have been after the autopsy, the identification. It takes a little bit of a process to go through.
If you were deceased in the state of Georgia at a medical facility, would a death certificate generate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any other death certificate on file for Mindy Kassotis?
Not only did we check for death certificates, we actually contacted the coroner's office in Chatham and surrounding counties in an attempt to determine was there one in process.
And was there?
No.
Did you ever try to track down the red-headed man in Riceboro?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I actually rode in the area based on the description. I knew there were no homes in that road, but basically went in that area just to see if anybody matching that description or any residents in that description was in the area.
And did you find anybody?
No, ma'am. There are no houses on that road.
Okay. And did you check the roads that you saw compared to the mapping that Agent Bernie provided?
Yes, ma'am. All the hunting roads we rode for days. In addition to, we flew over them with the Georgia State Patrol helicopter.
Did you make any effort to determine if Mr. Kassotis had filed any lawsuits in conjunction with his wife's untimely death?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Kassotis indicated that when his wife was mistakenly cremated, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate if anybody that he notified about her death was invited to her spreading of ashes?
He did not.
Did he indicate whether he was there alone or with anyone else?
He implied he was alone at the time.
And I just want to make sure there's a timeline. Could you find any evidence of a cashier's check for $800,000+?
No, ma'am.
And you went through the bank records of the time period in connection with that?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Now, you heard testimony from Ms. Nelson that she provided funds to Mr. Kassotis over approximately a 2-year period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know when Mr. Kassotis stayed at Frank IV and Megan's property? Was that before or after the money from Cameron Nelson?
That would have been before.
Before she was providing resources?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how long he stayed with them?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall.
And at some point subsequently, they came down to Savannah?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be right around the time when the money came in from Sony?
Yes, that would have been in June.
Okay. And at that point, did you determine when specifically he, meaning Mr. Kassotis, and Heather Thomas had their divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get the records concerning their divorce?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Were you aware of the outstanding monies that were due?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be fair to say that you heard that testimony concerning approximately $1,590,000, 90 plus 10, I guess, so total $1.6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there still a warrant out for his arrest concerning those records?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, counsel introduced these records through Ms. Thomas. Those would be states 2.45 A, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
I'd have to see them.
It's okay.
Lots of numbers. Yes, ma'am, that would be correct.
And were you aware of that prior to Mr. Kassotis being apprehended or after?
I was aware before.
I can have just a moment.
Did the camera person mute their cough?
I have nothing further.
Mr. Weinstein?
Uh-oh. What are we gonna do?
It's fine.
Good afternoon, Agent Sands.
Good afternoon.
I know that we're at the end of a long day. So, let me ask you a question regarding name changes. Do you know how long it takes a name change to filter through the Social Security system?
I do not.
Let me ask you about the interview that you conducted with Mr. Kassotis. You conducted 2 interviews with him, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there for both of those interviews, except for maybe the last portion of the second interview, correct?
That's correct.
Where did the first interview take place?
The first interview was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you know what conditions Mr. Kassotis was kept in prior to being interviewed?
I do not.
Are you aware that there were mice in his cell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection and ask the jury to just completely disregard that question. Please move on.
Yes, Your Honor. You're not aware of the conditions. What about his transport before he came down here to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office? Can you tell us about his transport?
I was not present during the transport. I knew it was by airplane.
Do you know the logistics?
I do not.
Do you know when he was woken up to be transported down here?
I do not.
Do you know when he arrived?
That would be denoted at the interview time because he had just arrived when the interview was conducted.
So prior to the interview being conducted, he had just been flown down here from up there, correct?
That's correct. He was flown into Savannah and then actually driven to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and was interviewed almost immediately.
He was not given an opportunity to rest or recover, correct?
He was not.
Let me ask you some more questions about those interviews. As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted by law to lie to suspects during the course of an interrogation?
Objection, Your Honor. This asks for the witness to make a legal conclusion.
Well, let me rephrase it then. In the course of your training, are you trained that at times you can lie to a suspect during an interrogation?
Yes.
And
that's correct.
that is...
They use the word lie, but yeah. But you can
mislead?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's say mislead then.
That's correct.
I'll stick to that language.
Well, he could have just said lie.
And when I say you, I'm going to be referring to, in the course of the interrogation, to both you and Investigator Frost.
Okay.
You recall telling my client, telling Mr. Kassotis, that there had been a logging truck in front of him going down that road, correct?
Yes, I do.
And there was going to be an identification based on that logging truck. That logging truck could identify him down that road. He had been spotted.
Yes, that's what appeared on the camera, yes.
What about that he had left DNA at the scene where Mindy's body was located?
I don't recall that specific wording.
Okay. Tell me if this sounds correct or incorrect. And this is you specifically,
Okay.
Agent Sands. You said, quote, the 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs, and then Investigator Frost interjected, and the knife, and then you said your DNA. Do you recall that?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. At another portion of the interview, tell me if you recall this. You said, your elaborate story of on the run all this time, and all the periods of stuff and the web of lies, why is it so different than what happened with her? And the records show, the evidence shows, the DNA shows. Why is all that? Is you're being set up? Is that what you're saying? And he responded, I don't know, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What's the value of misleading a suspect during an interrogation?
We can call that misleading because there was information in there, but just to see reactions a lot of times.
And that's often beneficial for you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does misleading in general oftentimes lead to a suspect eventually confessing
I wouldn't say that.
as part of the entire interrogation?
No, I would not say that.
Okay. Mr. Kassotis never confessed during the interrogations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall telling Mr. Kassotis that you had evidence of his car starting and stopping at the various scenes where Mrs. Kassotis' body was found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you also told him that you would get his Proton emails and you'd be able to remove encryption and find out what's on those emails, correct?
I think that's actually, I don't know why it's buffering. I think that's important because think about how the chat's been having this conversation. Like, how did he do the dismembering and the scattering of the body parts if he was there for about 30 minutes, but the parts are found across this 3-mile radius and you've got to do all the actions and then you've got to hide stuff. But here we're finding out that even though he's saying, we have your car at the different scenes where the parts are found, we have your location at the different parts where she's found, he's still not coming up with something to counter that. He's not like, oh, well, actually, I was in those different locations in the woods, but let me explain. He only gets to, we pulled up there. So I think that's what Doug's trying to get at.
Remove encryption.
Be able to investigate and see what are in those emails.
Yeah, we had those emails at that time.
Okay. And were you able to read those emails?
As far as read them? Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you some more about the testing that was performed on various pieces of evidence.
Okay.
Now, you are the agent that's in charge of this investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So sometimes, might you ask for certain evidence to be tested, and other times agents working under you would request evidence to be tested?
I would say in this case specifically, I'd rather talk about this specific case than
Yes.
other times.
Yeah, let's talk about this case.
In this specific case, I made certain requests. Our crime scene specialist made certain requests. My supervisor made requests, as well as the district attorney's office made requests. Okay. So there's times of different requests at different times. So I don't want to get into what we normally procedure or different things, but in this specific case, yes, I made requests.
Okay. Evidence of blood was found on the floor of the home that the couple resided in Savannah, correct, where the Kassotis resided?
That's correct.
No test was ever ordered for the blood on that floor, correct?
When you say ordered.
Did you request any DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
Specific to that floor, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone, and I'm going to call them your team because you're in charge, are you aware of anyone on your team requesting DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
That question was answered by the actual tester, but I would be willing to answer that as well. But yes, it was.
What about the DNA on the wall?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, the blood on the wall.
Yes.
And what was the result of what you found on the wall?
It was not tested. The bottom, you're talking about the floor or the wall?
Let's talk about the wall.
There was not enough for the wall.
What about on the floor?
There was testing as far as the crime scene specialist that collected it to show it was blood, but there was no testing following up on it.
Do you recall that, you sat here, you heard all the testimony. And I know you know this case inside and out.
I remember, but
Oh, that was slick,
Do
Doug.
you recall that there were,
Hold on, let's run that back. That was slick because I was just thinking it. Like, yeah, you're answering questions based on what you sat in presently to answer, and Doug's reminding the jury that that's why he's able to
I'm
answer.
coming forward.
Listen how quick he says
There
that.
was not enough for the law.
what about on the floor?
There was testing as far as the crime scene specialist that collected it to show it was blood, but there was no testing following up on it.
Do you recall that, you sat here, you heard all the testimony. And I know you know this case inside and out.
I remember, but
Do you recall that there were, the blood that was found on the futon, it contained DNA that was identified as Mindy Kassotis' DNA, correct?
that's correct.
And there was another individual's DNA, correct?
There was a portion of another DNA from what I remember from the testimony, a mixture.
And you collected DNA from my client, correct?
I did.
Did you ever compare the DNA from my client to the other, did you ever have compared the DNA from my client to the DNA that was on the futon?
I did not.
On Mindy's body, there was a hair found, do you recall?
I do not.
Okay. What about the wipes at the scene? There was a lot of wipes at the scene, right?
Yes, I do recall the wipes.
Okay. Did you have any DNA testing performed on the wipes?
Once again, those were submitted by our crime scene specialist and processed through the lab, but I understand they were not tested.
And you never requested that they be tested, correct?
Yes, I requested they all be tested.
Oh, you requested they all be tested?
I requested everything tested, yes.
But those wipes were not tested?
Those wipes were not tested.
Okay. The cigarette pack.
Yes, sir.
That's found on that hunting road there. What testing did you perform on that cigarette, or have performed on that cigarette pack?
Once again, I don't do the testing, nor did I collect that evidence. I recall that it was collected and preserved, and was actually transported to the lab for testing, but there were no tests conducted.
You mentioned, I believe, in your direct today, that fingernail clippings were taken from Mindy Kassotis, correct?
That's correct.
And why, again, do you collect those fingernail clippings?
No defensive
If there was some
wounds.
physical scraping of DNA to be able to determine.
Do you know if there were any tests ever performed on those fingernail clippings for DNA?
That would be a question for the medical examiner. I don't recall right off the top of my head whether they did or not.
Have you seen any results of testing from her fingernail clippings?
I have not.
Do you think anyone knows this case better than you?
There's a lot of people. I know a lot about it, but I probably forgot more than some people know.
You've sat for all the testimony. Get him! Shout out to Tay-Biz. I know Tay-Biz is driving right now. He's in the bushes, but I bet Tay-Biz is having a time hearing, because he called all this. He said there's going to be something about Sands. It's just sketchy. Why wouldn't you ask?
One of the, I call them tubs. One of the tubs found at the scene was a husky tub, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching of stores in the Savannah area that sold that same husky tub?
I did not.
The other tub, I believe, is a Sterilite brand tub, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching for sales of Sterilite tubs in the Savannah area?
Are you asking specific me or the team?
Let's say the team.
Yes, they did.
Okay. One of the things that you heard in the interview with my client is that he had a mosquito issue in that home in Savannah, correct?
Oh my God, the Fruit Ninja.
And that he had cut out some screen to try to stop the mosquitoes from coming into the house, correct?
He told me that, yes.
Yeah. And were you there when that house in Savannah was searched?
I wasn't there initially. I arrived later. I was doing some interviews and actually came over and assisted in the blacking out of the house. So I was there, yes, sir.
Remind me again when that house was searched.
It would have been in May, early May of 2023.
Before or after the interview with Mr. Kassotis?
That would have been before.
And when Mr. Kassotis had told you during the interview that he had cut some screen because of mosquito issues, did you go back to the house again to see if that screen was present?
I did not.
Did you find any evidence that there was life insurance on Mindy Kassotis?
I did not.
Let's talk about the pumping station and the camera at the pumping station.
Okay.
Were you the one that went to look at the DVR at the pumping station?
Yes, sir. I actually was there. It was retrieved off the wall and handed to me.
Okay. The DVR is the digital video recorder, correct?
That's correct.
It stores the images that are captured by the camera at the pumping station, correct?
That's correct.
The camera at the pumping station captures images based on motion, right?
There are multiple cameras there, and I know that some were motion activated and some were fixed.
The camera from which we saw video and still photos today, was that a motion activated camera?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you showed today clips of a Ford Explorer similar to my client's Ford Explorer captured by that camera, correct?
That's correct.
That camera captured other images as well during that, let's say that 27th through 29th period, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know how many other images were captured of vehicles?
I do not.
Did you look at all those images that were captured of vehicles?
I would not say all. I looked at a lot of those images, yes, sir, for hours.
For hours?
Yes.
I mean, you can't give me more than 100 since it took you hours?
As far as vehicles and defining vehicles, there was a lot of motion activation that was just either trees moving, times of rain, wildlife, different things, and in addition, vehicles like log trucks and other things that came through. But as far as the number of vehicles, I can't sit here and tell you a number of vehicles.
But there were a number of vehicles that passed and activated that motion camera, correct?
Oh, yes, it's the active road, yes, sir.
And not all of them were logging vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do about the images of those other vehicles? Did you take any action to try to find owners of those vehicles, to try to track those vehicles down on other cameras?
No, sir, I did not.
Back to the interrogation briefly. My client, Mr. Kassotis, told you about the financial issues, vandalism, issues with their accounts back when they lived in Virginia in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And he told you that he made an FBI report on that, correct?
He did.
Did you ever find an FBI report on that?
No, we reached out and with our analyst, as well as the FBI analyst, and no report was located.
So if somebody would have told my client that he was with the FBI and he took a report, that couldn't be accurate, correct? The FBI has no record of anything.
There's no record of a report.
Okay. You said that you checked the Medicaid rolls for Mindy Kassotis.
That's correct.
Which Medicaid rolls did you check? What states?
Georgia.
Did you check Virginia?
We did not.
South Carolina?
Oh,
We did not.
interesting, because remember in October, I think Doug picked up on that October 2022 testimony from Angela, because Mindy was saying she wanted to come home. They were staying in a rental, a short-term rental, this Airbnb. Best friend gets on the stand today and says in October that Mindy says, I'm ready to come home, which would be Virginia.
During the interview, Mr. Kassotis told you that he had, I think, gone to Target and picked up a security camera to put into his home in Savannah, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
And he did that after he told you that Wayne, his father Wayne, had come to the house.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you do any investigation to try to secure that camera?
As far as me or the team specifically?
The team specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
We looked for the camera in the area of there, and the records were attempted to be located.
You looked for the camera, when you say in the area?
In
like,
the house, in the residence,
in the
it's still
Airbnb.
there. It was searched for in Pennsylvania, and it was searched, the records were searched for at Target.
When you say the records, let's try to break it up because I just want to be clear.
Okay.
You searched for a physical security camera at the Airbnb in Savannah,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And you did not find one.
That's correct.
When was the search conducted?
And that search was conducted prior to his arrest,
Approximately when?
which the date would have been.
Give me the month and the year, please.
The month, that would have been May of 2023.
And when did Mr. Kassotis vacate the Airbnb?
December of 22.
Okay, so 6 months later, the camera wasn't there, correct?
That's correct.
Jim McIntyre. You say that your team conducted a search for Jim McIntyre.
Yes, that's correct.
And you found a number of Jim McIntyres across the country.
That's correct.
The one you chose to interview, if I heard you correctly, you interviewed a Savannah Jim McIntyre.
Yes, may I explain why?
Go ahead.
Because he appeared in the area at St. Joseph's Hospital when the defendant walked out. So he would have had to have been close by in the area. So that's why we picked him.
He appeared in the, explain that again. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand you.
According to Mr. Kassotis during the interview, is that Jim just appeared as he ran out of the house and he went to the parking lot at St. Joseph's Hospital where security was. Well, in order for him to appear there to out of nowhere just to help, he would have to have been in the Savannah area.
Oh, so can you only be in the Savannah area if you reside in Savannah?
Well, and he told me the low country area as well.
But again, can you only, I mean, I'm in Savannah right now, but I'm not a resident of Savannah.
He was at that time, yes.
I'm sorry?
He was saying he was there at that time.
He was there at that time?
That's correct.
But does that mean he's a resident of Savannah?
No.
Okay. He could have been at a hotel?
That's correct.
Motel?
Yeah.
Airbnb?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that you also, I think you also said, and correct me if I heard this wrong, you visited that Jim McIntyre because he happened to be located near the law firm where Betsy Mebane worked, correct?
That's correct. It's downtown Savannah.
Okay. But the less convenient Jim McIntyres scattered about the country, you didn't try to visit any of those, correct?
That's correct.
I need to make multiple Jim McIntyres. I should have been prepared.
I'm sorry that this is kind of random, but baby clothing purchases that you testified to, you checked his bank statements, credit cards for baby clothing purchases, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any there?
No.
Did you check his Amazon account?
We did not.
Did you attempt to do that, subpoena Amazon?
I did not, but that would be a question for Investigator Frost.
Okay.
I don't recall anybody doing that.
You mentioned that when you went looking for houses that matched the description, I guess, that Mr. Kassotis gave you for where he went when he was dropping off the their goods out in the country, that you went up and down the hunting roads and there were no houses that matched that description, right?
That's correct.
But there are not very many houses on hunting roads in particular, right?
And specifically that the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road, there are no houses.
But the graphic, the presentation that we heard from Agent Bernie from the FBI, it showed a really broad swath of coverage for each of those towers, right?
That's correct.
So did you cover all of those areas or just that area specifically near where the Mindy's body was found?
In the coverage area or the imprint, basically where the coloration where Agent Bernie testified. I don't usually like to refer to what someone else testified to, but you
were here.
That graph, I would say we did by helicopter, pretty much the area of that graph we covered looking for residences and places and areas and other things. That area, specifically I remember the yellow one, if you want to refer back to the slide, the yellow one, we covered that area of the cell phone coverage.
That yellow one was a tighter area, if I recall.
Yes, sir.
More than
It's
the others.
the smaller of the areas, yes.
What about the broader areas covered by the other cell towers?
No, we did not cover that whole area, no, sir.
Yeah, I realize it would be a massive undertaking, but I'm
Yes.
just curious if you had done that.
No, sir.
I believe you said that, was it the Pennsylvania State Troopers that looked in the Ford Explorer for you?
That's correct.
And they did not find the Milwaukee knife?
That's correct.
Did they find the deer cleaning kit that was purchased from Bass Pro Shop?
They did not.
Do you know what they found in there in general?
No,
Those-
sir.
okay.
Well, they sent photographs, but you have those photographs as well. So.
I do. You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was killed.
I do not.
You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was dismembered.
I do not.
You don't have a murder weapon.
I do not.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Oh,
Thank you.
because he doesn't have answers.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just speak to my client.
What the heck is this whole case? Look at him! He looks like Womp. Hot mess.
One last question, or set of questions.
Okay.
Frank Mebane IV.
Yes, sir.
Your team spoke to him twice, correct?
That's correct.
When did you initially speak to him?
As far as the team or me?
The team.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying. I don't want to be vague.
I know early on in the investigation, Detective Frost spoke with him. And then it followed up with other interviews, agents from our office, and then I actually had talked to him as well.
When
But
did
you only
you speak to him?
It was after the preliminary hearing, much later.
When Detective Frost spoke to Frank, I'll just call him Frank the Fourth, spoke to Frank the Fourth in December. Do you recall, well, what did you learn about that discussion that he had with Frank the Fourth?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him to testify about another witness's conversation with a third party.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you know Frank the Fourth's background?
I do.
What's his background?
He's a police officer.
And how long has he been a police officer?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. But he remains a police officer to this day, correct?
As
far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you for
Any
asking.
redirect?
Just briefly. You heard Mr. Weinstein ask you if you had checked for records in Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia pertaining to the Medicare records, or Medicare, or Medicaid, my apologies. Did you do that? You
Yes.
said Georgia, correct?
Yes, Georgia.
Why did you only look in Georgia?
My understanding is they were linked, so it would have picked up other states.
Were you looking for a specific time period as well?
Yes, during the interview, he specifically said, in December, during the pregnancy, that the doctor had visited a home and that they were indigent and needed to use Medicare or Medicaid and had no funds to pay, so that would have been the time frame we were looking at.
Did you also check with any of the pharmacies?
Yes, we did.
Who did you check with?
There's a CVS pharmacy that Detective Frost got records for,
Okay. Why did you check with CVS?
because we had those bank records indicating the pharmacy.
Okay. And specifically, were there any records concerning her having medical health conditions?
There was a prescription that was mentioned of that was a telehealth visit.
Okay. Any doctors concerning pregnancy?
No,
Any medical medications for pregnancy?
no,
Prenatal vitamins?
no.
Anything that you found for doctors other than that one thing that you're referring to?
No.
And do you know if there was ever a camera inside of 311 East 65th Street when Nicholas Kassotis resided there?
I do not.
You heard and were present for his interview, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, I believe he indicated that it didn't record, correct?
That's correct.
So what did you expect to find on the camera other than potentially finding it present?
Nothing.
But it wasn't there when you looked anyway.
It wasn't there.
You indicated you didn't find a deer processing kit, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall when he purchased that in relation to when her body was discovered?
He purchased the kit on the 28th of November.
And when was her first portion of her remains recovered?
It would have been Friday, December 2nd
And
of 2022.
thank you. And when was the Home Depot knife purchased?
On November the 29th of 2022.
And the mapping of his motor vehicle's VIN number and the phone device, when did that occur, going down into Riceboro? What date?
It showed November the 29th of 2022.
Did you recover any power tools at the scene?
We did not.
Did you look?
Yes.
And what about at the residence? Did you look for any blood on any of the tools that you observed there at 311 East 65th Street?
Agent Dickerson did.
6 months
Did
later.
you find any?
We did not.
Your Honor, I just would like to mention there was one exhibit as well. I don't know that I tendered this, but I wanted to make sure I was showing the council 1.112 with respect to the Delaware license. I don't know that I tendered it. I wanted to make sure that I did.
And there's no objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh, getting a little recross. Ask about December.
Power tools.
Oh.
You said you found no power tools at the 311 East 65th Street address.
That's right. I didn't. So I said it. She said at the scene, and I said
Oh,
not
at the
at the
scene.
scene.
No power tools at the scene.
That's correct.
The power tools at the address, they didn't have any blood on them, correct?
That's correct.
When y'all learned from the GBI's labs, that there were false starts that may have been done by power tools, did you go out and search for any power tool purchases connected to Mr. Kassotis?
And that's another question for Detective Frost.
Are you aware of any power tools purchased by Mr. Kassotis?
No.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Agent Sands. You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete today's testimony. Again, I caution you and ask you to abide by the court's previous instructions regarding news accounts of this trial. I'll excuse you at this time and ask you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:45. We'll get back on the other schedule. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
The judge slid back.
Very much. Have a good evening.
I should exit my streams that way, just like. What is going on with this early 2 interviews with Frank the Fourth, which is the son, the police officer that used to work with the guy somehow associated with Murdoch? They talked to him twice early on in the investigation in December, which would mean 2022, not 2023. But then they talk to him other times. His team talks to him other times. I talk to him.
We are adjourned until tomorrow morning.
How do we
I'd
get
like to
to?
see counsel at the bench before we leave.
How do we get to? Look at Tracy. And we'll see if they come back from the seal and I know, I wish. I don't think they're going to do the directed verdict today. They're probably going to maybe ask if Doug is short, but they might just do it before the jury comes in tomorrow. And actually, I don't think they can because the state didn't rest in front of the jury. So I think tomorrow morning, first thing, state will rest unless they need to want to call somebody. Kelly, every day this is a cliffhanger. Oh my goodness. Yes, everybody say Domwis for the nice banner. The Domwis. Aw, they're cutting us out. Well, we're going to Zelda games, apparently. So, guys, I don't think I'd have time to replay too much, but we could rewatch Cross, Direct, and Recross. I mean, Cross and Redirect. And Recross. That's very confusing. But at 6 o'clock, we're going to be over at Justice Serve TV. I'm so excited. I'm sure the conversation will carry on. It'll be equally crazy, just in a new chat with our friends Linda and Michael. So that's going to be very, very fun. But we can rewatch that. I think Gloria was asking to run it back. So we'll cue it up. We'll look at what you guys are saying. Is that redirect still? All right. Let's listen to this again. We'll get a little bit of the body language right before she passes the witness.
$0.6 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there still a warrant out for his arrest concerning those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Great question, Nick.
And specifically, counsel introduced these records through Ms. Thomas. Those would be states 2.45 A, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
I'd have to see them.
It's okay.
Lots of numbers. Yes, ma'am, that would be correct.
And were you aware of that prior to Mr. Kassotis being apprehended or after?
I was aware before.
I can have just a moment.
Yeah, did they search any other properties for cameras?
Mr. Weinstein?
Yeah. No resting today. My thumbnail's wrong.
It's fine.
We still don't know K-Bear's mama. He said today he
Good
wasn't going
afternoon,
to call
Agent Sam.
Good
witnesses.
afternoon.
I know that
But
we're
his
at the end of a
client
long
might
day.
take the stand.
Let me ask you a question regarding name changes. Do you know how long it takes a name change to filter through the Social Security system?
I do not.
Let me ask you about the interview that you conducted with Mr. Kassotis. You conducted 2 interviews with him, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there for both of those interviews, except for maybe the last portion of the second interview, correct?
That's correct.
Where did the first interview take place?
The first interview was in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you know what conditions Mr. Kassotis was kept in prior to being interviewed?
I do not.
Are you aware that there were mice in his cell?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection and ask the jury to just completely disregard that question. Please move on.
Yes, Your Honor. You're not aware of the conditions. What about his transport before he came down here to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office? Can you tell us about his transport?
I was not present during the transport. I knew it was by airplane.
Do you know the logistics?
I do not.
Do you know when he was woken up to be transported down here?
I do not.
Do you know when he arrived?
That would be denoted at interview time because he had just arrived when the interview was conducted.
So prior to the interview being conducted, he had just been flown down here from up there, correct?
That's correct. He was flown into Savannah and then actually driven to the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and was interviewed almost immediately.
He was not given an opportunity to rest or recover, correct?
He was not.
Let me ask you some more questions about those interviews. as a law enforcement officer, are you permitted by law to lie to suspects during the course of an interrogation?
Objection, Your Honor. This asks for the witness to make a legal conclusion.
Well, let me rephrase it then. In the course of your training, are you trained that at times you can lie to a suspect during an interrogation?
Yes.
And
That's correct.
that is
And they use the word lie, but yeah. But you can-
mislead?
That's correct.
Okay, let's say mislead then.
That's correct.
So, and chat, you guys pointed this out to me. I'm like, just lie. Just say it's a lie. Like, don't mince words. Just say it flat out. Don't try to hide from it. People get it. To walk away from it makes you look like you're trying to be evasive. But then for them to agree on mislead instead of lie, as if misleading is better than lying, chat calls it out, and it got me thinking. When you mislead somebody, it's like you're intentionally steering them in a different direction. Whereas if you're lying, you're just not telling the truth. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're saying something untrue to steer somebody somewhere, to mislead them. You could just be telling a lie. So I think I agree with you guys. I thought it was awesome you guys pointed out that misleading could actually be worse than lying.
I'll stick to that language. And when I say you, I'm going to be referring to, in the course of the interrogation, to both you and Investigator Frost.
Okay.
You recall telling my client, telling Mr. Kassotis, that there'd been a logging truck in front of him going down that road, correct?
Yes, I do.
And there was going to be an identification based on that logging truck. That logging truck could identify him down that road. He had been spotted.
Yes, that's what appeared on the camera, yes.
What about that he had left DNA at the scene where Mindy's body was located?
I don't recall that specific wording.
Okay. Tell me if this sounds correct or incorrect. And this is you specifically,
Okay.
Agent Sands. You said, quote, the 45 minutes that you spent there at one location with the tubs, and then Investigator Frost interjected, and the knife, and then you said your DNA. Do you recall that?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And another portion of the interview, tell me if you recall this. You said, your elaborate story of on the run all this time, and all the periods of stuff and the web of lies, why is it so different than what happened with her? And the records show, the evidence shows, the DNA shows. Why is all that? Is you're being set up? Is that what you're saying? And he responded, I don't know, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What's the value of misleading a suspect during an interrogation?
We can call that misleading because there was information in there, but just to see reactions a lot of times.
And that's often beneficial for you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does misleading in general oftentimes lead to a suspect eventually confessing
I wouldn't say that.
as part of the entire interrogation?
No, I would not say that.
Okay. Mr. Kassotis never confessed during the interrogations, correct?
No, sir.
Do you recall telling Mr. Kassotis that you had evidence of his car starting and stopping at the various scenes where Mrs. Kassotis' body was found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you also told him that you would get his Proton emails and you'd be able to remove encryption and find out what's on those emails, correct?
No, sir, I didn't say remove encryption.
Be able to investigate and see what are in those emails.
Yeah, we had those emails at that time.
Okay. And were you able to read those emails?
As far as read them, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you some more about the testing that was performed on various pieces of evidence.
Okay.
Now, you are the agent that's in charge of this investigation, correct?
That's correct.
The best part.
So sometimes, Mike, you ask for certain evidence to be tested, and other times agents working under you would request evidence to be tested?
I would say in this case specifically, I'd rather talk about this specific case than
Yes.
other times.
Yeah, let's talk about this case.
In this specific case, I made certain requests. Our crime scene specialist made certain requests. My supervisor made requests, as well as the district attorney's office made requests.
Okay.
So there's times of different requests at different times. So I don't want to get into what we normally procedure or different things, but in this specific case, yes, I made requests.
Okay. Evidence of blood was found on the floor of the home that the couple resided in Savannah, correct, where the Kassotis resided?
That's correct.
No test was ever ordered for the blood on that floor, correct?
When you say ordered,
Did you request any DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
specific to that floor, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone, and I'm going to call them your team because you're in charge, are you aware of anyone on your team requesting DNA analysis of the blood on that floor?
That question was answered by the actual tester, but I would be willing to answer that as well. But yes, it was.
What about the DNA on the wall?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, the blood on the wall.
Yes.
And what was the result of what you found on the wall?
It was not tested. The bottom, you're talking about the floor of the wall.
Let's talk about the wall.
There was not enough for the wall.
What about on the floor?
There was testing as far as the crime scene specialist that collected it to show it was blood, but there was no testing following up on it.
Do you recall that, you sat here, you heard all the testimony. And I know you know this case inside and out.
I remember, but
Do you recall that there were, the blood that was found on the futon, it contained DNA that was identified as Mindy Kassotis' DNA, correct?
that's correct.
And there was another individual's DNA, correct?
There was a portion of another DNA is what I remember from the testimony, a mixture.
And you collected DNA from my client, correct?
I did.
Did you ever compare the DNA from my client to the other, did you ever have compared the DNA from my client to the DNA that was on the futon?
I did not.
On Mindy's body, there was a hair found, do you recall?
I do not.
Okay.
What do you guys make of
What
the hair
about the
mention?
wipes at the scene? There was a lot of wipes.
So again, a question from an attorney is not evidence, but we're human and we hear it. So what do you think about hearing there was a hair found on Mindy's body? I don't recall. But you just said you knew this case inside and out. You can't just say that wasn't reported.
At the scene, right?
Yes, I do recall the wipes.
Okay. Did you have any DNA testing performed on the wipes?
Once again, those were submitted by our crime scene specialist and processed through the lab, but I understand they were not tested.
And you never requested that they be tested, correct?
Yes, I requested they all be tested.
Oh, you requested they all be tested?
I requested everything tested, yes.
But those wipes were not tested?
Those wipes were not tested.
Okay. The cigarette pack.
Yes, sir.
That's found on that hunting road there. What testing did you perform on that cigarette, or have performed on that cigarette pack?
Once again, I don't do the testing, nor did I collect that evidence. I recall that it was collected and preserved, and was actually transported to the lab for testing, but there were no tests conducted.
You mentioned, I believe, in your direct today, that fingernail clippings were taken from Mindy Kassotis, correct?
That's correct.
And why, again, do you collect those fingernail clippings?
If there was some physical scraping of DNA to be able to determine.
Do you know if there were any tests ever performed on those fingernail clippings for DNA?
That would be a question for the medical examiner. I don't recall right off the top of my head whether they did or not.
Have you seen any results of testing from her fingernail clippings?
I have not.
Do you think anyone knows this case better than you?
There's a lot of people. That's it. I know a lot about it, but I probably forgot more than some people know.
Okay. One of the, I call them tubs. One of the tubs found at the scene was a Husky tub, correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching of stores in the Savannah area that sold that same Husky tub?
I did not.
The other tub, I believe, is a Stairlight brand tub, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any searching for sales of Stairlight tubs in the Savannah area?
Are you just asking specific me or the team?
Let's say the team.
Yes, they did.
Okay. One of the things that you heard in the interview with my client is that he had a mosquito issue in that home in Savannah, correct?
I did.
And that he had cut out some screen to try to stop the mosquitoes from coming into the house, correct?
He told me that, yes.
Yeah. And were you there when that house in Savannah was searched?
I wasn't there initially. I arrived later. I was doing some interviews and actually came over and assisted in the blacking out of the house. So I was there, yes, sir.
Remind me again when that house was searched.
It would have been in May, early May of 2023.
Before or after the interview with Mr. Kassotis?
That would have been before.
And when Mr. Kassotis had told you during the interview that he had cut some screen because of mosquito issues, did you go back to the house again to see if that screen was present?
I did not.
Did you find any evidence that there was life insurance on Mindy Kassotis?
I did not.
Let's talk about the pumping station and the camera at the pumping station.
Okay.
You Were you the one that went to look at the DVR at the pumping station?
Yes, sir. I actually was there. It was retrieved off the wall and handed to me.
Okay. The DVR is the digital video recorder, correct?
That's correct.
It stores the images that are captured by the camera at the pumping station, correct?
That's correct.
The camera at the pumping station captures images based on motion, right?
There are multiple cameras there, and I know that some were motion activated and some were fixed.
The camera from which we saw video and still photos today, was that a motion activated camera?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you showed today clips of a Ford Explorer similar to my client's Ford Explorer captured by that camera, correct?
That's correct.
That camera captured other images as well during that, let's say that 27th through 29th period, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know how many other images were captured of vehicles?
I do not.
Did you look at all those images that were captured of vehicles?
I would not say all. I looked at a lot of those images, yes, sir, for hours.
For hours?
Yes.
I mean, you can't give me more than 100 since it took you hours?
As far as vehicles and defining vehicles, there was a lot of motion activation that was just either trees moving, times of rain, wildlife, different things, and in addition, vehicles like log trucks and other things that came through. But as far as the number of vehicles, I can't sit here and tell you a number of vehicles.
But there were a number of vehicles that passed and activated that motion camera, correct?
Oh, yes, it's the active road, yes, sir.
And not all of them were logging vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And what did you do about the images of those other vehicles? Did you take any action to try to find owners of those vehicles, to try to track those vehicles down on other cameras?
No, sir, I did not.
Back to the interrogation briefly. My client, Mr. Kassotis, told you about the financial issues, vandalism, issues with their accounts back when they lived in Virginia in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And he told you that he made an FBI report on that, correct?
He did.
Did you ever find an FBI report on that?
No, we reached out and with the analyst, with our analyst, as well as the FBI analyst, and the report was located.
So if somebody would have told my client that he was with the FBI and he took a report, that couldn't be accurate, correct? The FBI has no record of anything.
There's no record of a report.
Okay. You said that you checked the Medicaid rolls for Mindy Kassotis.
That's correct.
Which Medicaid rolls did you check? What states?
Georgia.
Did you check Virginia?
We did not.
South Carolina?
We did not.
During the interview, Mr. Kassotis told you that he had, I think, gone to Target and picked up a security camera to put into his home in Savannah, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
And he did that after he told you that Wayne, his father Wayne, had come to the house.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you do any investigation to try to secure that camera?
As far as me or the team specifically?
The team specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that?
We looked for the camera in the area of there, and the records were attempted to be located.
You looked for the camera, when you say in the area?
In the house, in the residence,
in the
it's
area,
still there. It was searched for in Pennsylvania, and it was searched, the records were searched for at Target.
When you say the records, let's try to break it up because I just want to be clear.
Okay.
You searched for a physical security camera at the Airbnb in Savannah,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And you did not find one?
That's correct.
When was the search conducted?
And that search was conducted prior to his arrest,
Approximately when?
which the date would have been,
Give me the month and the year, please.
the month, that would have been May of 2023,
And when did Mr. Kassotis vacate the Airbnb?
December of 22.
Okay, so 6 months later, the camera wasn't there, correct?
That's correct.
And notice how he's looking at the jury. He's like, we did it before we arrested him to tie that closer in points in time. Well, no, it was 6 months later, right?
Kassotis vacate the Airbnb.
He looks at the jury.
December of 22.
Okay, so 6 months later, the camera wasn't there, correct?
That's correct.
Jim McIntyre, you say that your team conducted a search for Jim McIntyre.
Yes, that's correct.
And you found a number of Jim McIntyres across the country.
That's correct.
The one you chose to interview, if I heard you correctly, you interviewed a Savannah Jim McIntyre.
Yes, may I explain why?
Go ahead.
Because he appeared in the area at St. Joseph's Hospital when the defendant walked out, so he would have had to been close by in the area, so that's why we picked him.
He appeared in, explain that again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand.
According to Mr. Kassotis during the interview, is that Jim just appeared as he ran out of the house and he went to the parking lot at St. Joseph's Hospital where security was. Well, in order for him to appear there out of nowhere just to help, he would have had to have been in the Savannah area.
Oh, so can you only be in the Savannah area if you reside in Savannah?
Well, and he told me the low country area as well.
But again, can you only, I mean, I'm in Savannah right now, but I'm not a resident of Savannah.
He was at that time, yes.
I'm sorry?
He was saying he was there at that time.
He was there at that time?
That's correct.
But does that mean he's a resident of Savannah?
No.
Okay. He could have been at a hotel?
That's correct.
Motel?
Yep.
Airbnb?
Holiday Inn.
Okay. And you said that you also, I think you also said, and correct me if I heard this wrong, you visited that Jim McIntyre because he happened to be located near the law firm where Betsy Mebane works, correct?
That's correct. It's downtown Savannah.
Okay. But the less convenient Jim McIntyres scattered about the country, you didn't try to visit any of those, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry that this is kind of random, but baby clothing purchases that you testified to, you checked his bank statements, credit cards for baby clothing purchases, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't see any there?
No.
Did you check his Amazon account?
We did not.
Did you attempt to do that, subpoena Amazon?
I did not, but that would be a question for Investigator Frost.
Okay.
I don't recall anybody doing that.
You mentioned that when you went looking for houses that matched the description, I guess, that Mr. Kassotis gave you for where he went when he was dropping off their goods out in the country, that you went up and down the hunting roads and there were no houses that matched that description, right?
That's correct.
But there are not very many houses on hunting roads in particular, right?
And specifically at the Barrington Ferry and Jones Road, there are no houses.
But the graphic, the presentation that we heard from Agent Bernie from the FBI, it showed a really broad swath of coverage for each of those towers, right?
That's correct.
So did you cover all of those areas or just that area specifically near where the Mindy's body was found?
In the coverage area or the imprint, basically where the coloration where Agent Bernie testified, I don't usually like to refer to what someone else testified to, but
you were here.
That graph, I would say we did by helicopter, pretty much the area of that graph, we covered looking for residences and places and areas and other things. That area, specifically, I remember the yellow one, if you happen to refer back to the slide, the yellow one, we covered that area of the cell phone coverage.
That yellow one was a tighter area, if I recall.
Yes, sir.
More than the
The
others.
smaller of the areas, yes.
What about the broader areas covered by the other cell towers?
No, we did not cover that whole area, no, sir.
Yeah, I realize it would be a massive undertaking. I'm
Yes.
just curious if you had done that.
No, sir.
I believe you said that, was it the Pennsylvania State Troopers that looked in the Ford Explorer for you?
That's correct.
And they did not find the Milwaukee knife?
That's correct.
Did they find the deer cleaning kit that was purchased from Bass Pro Shop?
They did not.
Do you know what they found in there in general?
No, sir. Well, they sent photographs, but you have those photographs as well, so.
I do. You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was killed?
I do not.
You don't know where Mindy Kassotis was dismembered?
I do not.
You don't have a murder weapon?
I do not.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just speak to my client. One last question, or set of questions.
Yeah.
Frank Mebane IV.
Yes, sir.
Your team spoke to him twice, correct?
That's correct.
When did you initially speak to him?
As far as the team or me?
The team.
Okay.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying. I don't want to be vague.
I know early on in the investigation, Detective Frost spoke with him. And then it followed up with other interviews, agents from my office, and then I actually had talked to him as well.
When did you speak to him?
It was after the preliminary hearing, much later.
When Detective Frost spoke to Frank, I'll just call him Frank IV, spoke to Frank IV in December, do you recall, well, what did you learn about that discussion that he had with Frank IV?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking him to testify about another witness's conversation with a third party.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you know Frank DeForest's background?
I do.
What's his background?
He's a police officer.
How long has he been a police officer?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. But he remains a police officer to this day, correct?
As
far as you know.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly. You heard Mr. Weinstein ask you if you had checked for records in Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia pertaining to the Medicare records, or Medicare, or Medicaid, my apologies. Did you do that? You
Yes.
said Georgia, correct?
Yes, Georgia.
Why did you only look in Georgia?
My understanding is they were linked, so it would have picked up other states.
Were you looking for a specific time period as well?
Yes, during the interview, he specifically said, in December, during the pregnancy, that the doctor had visited the home and that they were indigent and needed to use Medicare or Medicaid and had no funds to pay, so that would have been the time frame we were looking at.
Did you also check with any of the pharmacies?
Yes, we did.
Who did you check with?
There's a CVS pharmacy that Detective Frost got records for,
Okay. Why did you check with CVS?
because we had those bank records indicating the pharmacy.
Okay. And specifically, were there any records concerning her having medical health conditions?
There was a prescription that was mentioned of that was a telehealth visit.
Okay. Any doctors concerning pregnancy?
No,
Any medical medications for pregnancy?
no,
Prenatal vitamins?
no,
Anything that you found for doctors other than that one thing that you're referring to?
no.
And do you know if there was ever a camera inside of 311 East 65th Street when Nicholas Kassotis resided there?
I do not.
You heard and were present for his interview, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, I believe he indicated that it didn't record, correct?
That's correct.
So what did you expect to find on the camera other than potentially finding it present?
Nothing.
But it wasn't there when you looked anyway.
It wasn't there.
You indicated you didn't find a deer processing kit, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall when he purchased that in relation to when her body was discovered?
He purchased the kit on the 28th of November.
And when was her first portion of her remains recovered?
It would have been Friday, December 2nd,
And
2022.
Thank you. And when was the Home Depot knife purchased?
On November the 29th of 2022.
And the mapping of his motor vehicle's VIN number and the phone device, when did that occur, going down into Riceboro? What date?
It showed November the 29th of 2022.
Did you recover any power tools at the scene?
We did not.
Did you look?
Yes.
And what about at the residence? Did you look for any blood on any of the tools that you observed there at 311 East 65th Street?
Agent Dickerson did.
Did you find any?
We did not.
Your Honor, I just would like to mention there was one exhibit as well. I don't know that I tendered this, but I wanted to make sure I was showing counsel 1.112 with respect to the Delaware license. I don't know that I tendered it. I wanted to make sure that I did.
And there's no objection?
No, I'm sorry.
It's admitted.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Power tools. You said you found no power tools at the 311 East 65th Street address.
No, sir, I didn't. So I said that she said at the scene, and I said
Oh,
not
at
at the scene.
No power tools at the scene.
That's correct.
The power tools at the address, they didn't have any blood on them, correct?
That's correct.
When y'all learned from the GBI's labs, that there were false starts that may have been done by power tools, did you go out and search for any power tool purchases connected to Mr. Kassotis?
And that's another question for Detective Frost.
Are you aware of any power tools purchased by Mr. Kassotis?
No.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So then they let Sands go. They forget to rest. So unless they're going to call somebody else, presumably that's what we'll get first thing tomorrow. Again, 6 p.m., you guys. So we're going to redirect over there when we're done with this to Justice Served TV. But I'm dropping a link in the chat if you want to grab it now and hit the notification button. We're going to be hanging out. It's going to be Justice Served TV. I'm going to be on. Doug apparently has a link, but who knows? Who knows if he'll pop up. And we're going to talk about this case and the crazy. So there's that in the chat. It's also in the description. And we're going to round out. Dizzy had found a copy of this story that I think we finally have a strong mention in front of the jury. Like, we have a small mention with the wrong title, maybe through Cameron Nelson. And then with Sands on the stand, we get a little bit more of the title, and we find out that there's a Sony money coming in for $300,000 in June of some year. I heard June 22nd, but I'm not exactly sure what year that $300,000 deposit came in. But thanks to Dizzy, we have a copy. We're going to read it. Can I make this? Well, let me make this bigger. All right, it's taking us off page. Can I margin it? Print view? Well, we'll make it work, chat. Hopefully you like my reading. So my mother-in-law was poisoning me, then I found out why. If you haven't heard this yet, I think it's going to blow your mind. Everyone has their own nightmare in-law story, though I couldn't imagine how bad mine would be. As it turns out, the worst thing wasn't my mother-in-law poisoning me. The worst thing was why she did it. I met Craig on one of my rare vacations. We had sort of a whirlwind relationship. We fell hard for each other. We were married in a courthouse wedding within 2 months without ever meeting each other's families. Mine visited a few weeks later, and after the initial shock, really liked Craig. While we got moved in together and figured out married life, I got to hear more about his parents, who lived near the rest of his extended family and a few hours away, though we never saw them. My work schedule's rough. I work 6 to 7 days a week, and my off days are a blur of appointments and errands. I think in the 2 years before I met Craig, I only left the city once. I finally got a few days off so we could head to visit family. About 6 months later, his whole family came over and everyone seemed thrilled to meet me except for his mom, Betsy. Betsy, if you missed it, Mindy's mom's name is Betsy. She was cold and distant and could sit there without saying a single word to me. It was creepy, but I kept trying to spark up conversation. On our last day, he announced that we should take an afternoon hike up to the national park and their house sat on the edge of. Betsy made lunch, and I was changing to go out when it hit me just waves of nausea. I wound up in the bathroom for hours that afternoon. I figured it was just a touch of something and thought nothing of it. We went back a few months later, and again had a great time except for Betsy. She wouldn't talk to me, though Craig brushed it off, and said she was just getting to know me. He finally said we could rent jet skis the next day and explore a lake in the next town as a way to get out of the house and unwind, which made me feel better. I was so excited to tell everyone that we were going, but it wasn't to be. After eating, I got so sick I could barely walk for the next 2 days. At this point, I started to get suspicious. No one else was sick, and we all ate the same food. It seemed like Betsy must have been up to something, but it wasn't until her next visit, when a night in a romantic cottage another hour up the road was canceled due to being sick, that I was sure Betsy was poisoning me. Craig said I was insane. He said it must be an allergy to something his mom used in her cooking, which actually made sense, though I have never had time for an appointment to get it checked out. Still, I decided on the next trip that I'd make a big casserole and bring it with us. If I cooked the food and served it, nothing could be added. Well, I hadn't had 2 bites before I realized I had left the wine I was drinking unattended while I was heating up the casserole, and my stomach was already doing flips. You know what happened next, and it wasn't pretty. I was so sure his mom was poisoning me, and I confronted Craig about it. I told him I wouldn't visit his family again if she was there. It was our first big fight, but he finally said he wouldn't force me to visit, and we could figure out how to best deal with the situation. She had never been so nice to me, so it wasn't a loss. The next time I got off, we decided we'd head to that little cottage we'd rented before and not been able to use. We were driving right past his family's place, and it seemed rude not to stop, so we compromised and bought some pizzas. I even decided just to not drink anything unless it was water from the tap. We got in and threw pizza on our plates when one of his cousins arrived and everyone briefly left the food unattended. I realized my mistake almost immediately and decided to try an experiment. Craig and I both had 2 slices, so I just switched our plates while everyone was in the next room. Craig was so sick, I was really worried about him. The drive to the city was awful. We had to pull off a lot and he was a mess. We had been back home for 3 days before I broke down and told him I had switched the plates. I've never seen such anger before. The rage in his eyes is something I'll remember for the rest of my life. He shoved me into a wall, then came flying at me. He threw me over the couch, but somehow I managed to grab my keys and phone and ran out the door, not even wearing shoes. I got lucky with the elevator and made it to a friend's place safely finally. Turning off my phone after I missed his 47th call, I had no idea what to do or when it would be safe to go home. It was the scariest moment of my life. It was 2 days before I turned my phone back on. When I heard the messages from the police, I drove upstate immediately. Craig was dead. Betsy had shot him after he broke into her house and charged at her with a knife. I learned that Craig had been married once before, and his wife had died in a tragic hiking accident. Craig made a lot of money in the life insurance payout, and Betsy always suspected Craig had killed her and was nervous about letting him be alone with me, especially out in the remote area, as he was so familiar with from his childhood. So she ensured that every time he planned an outing, that I would be sick. It wasn't easy, but she didn't think I would believe her, as no one else had ever shared her suspicions about Craig. I found the life insurance policies he took out on me without my knowledge afterwards, and I refused to press charges against Betsy. She was only trying to protect me. I still visit her from time to time when I need to get out of the city. I love her cooking. So there we go, you guys. There's the relevant short story that has been mentioned in this case, and it was initially posted to the No Sleep subreddit around 2019, but ends up getting money for it later on, because Sony wants the rights to it. So Sony found it to be a believable and compelling story. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what the heck, Craig? So let's see. Yeah, Betsy. It's not the Betsy. Kiana says, well, they liked him, not her, so it makes sense that he made Betsy the husband's mom. Yeah, and then he's writing the story from the perspective of the wife in the story. Yep, writing as a woman. This is what made me wonder about them testing for poison. Yeah, we only get that, there's some diphenhydramine. I think that's how it's pronounced. Was he poisoning her too? Was that why she was sick? Did the parents do it? Why would he be so mad about her switching plates? Because it's letting him onto the plan. I think he knows the plan, and he was sick because she caused it. So he's getting wind that something's up, and it could all be discovered. Yeah, what the heck, Craig? I think that's a fair summary of the story. Yeah, so it was Craig trying to kill the narrator in the story. And remember, the theme of No Sleep, it's fictional horror short stories, but they're written in a way that it's supposed to feel real, like you're a witness to something that's happening. Neri says, honestly, after reading this, I think it's unfair to call him a writer. YP Kamshik says, 300K for that little story? I need to start writing. And then the Betsy says, it's kind of twisted. Betsy was poisoning her, but Craig ends up dead because the wife switched plates and he got a lot of money from the insurance. So first wife dies, right? So first wife dies because they go out on some trips. So remember, these trips that are in the short story, we're going to go on a jet ski in a lake where an accident could happen. We're going to be deep in the woods in a cabin where no one could witness if something were to happen to you. It'd just be my word. Right? So there are these little details woven into the short story where it's set up that Craig could sneakily unalive the narrator, the current wife. Just like, even though the wife doesn't know as she's figuring this out, the mom, Betsy, already is aware that you did that to your first wife to get the insurance money. So I personally think there's a lot of layers woven into this short story. I don't think it's, I can see why it got some praise. But yeah, 300K. And that could have just been like a first install. What was we had the mention of the agent, but no further questions. I mean, what kind of cuts do agents get for something like that? YP Kamshik says, I'm in the deep fried zucchini. I love deep fried zucchini. That sounds good. That sounds good. I actually made some after I made the blooming onion because I had extra sauce and I wanted to use it. The sauce is so good. For Always Forever for Life, did you see the cross redirect and recross of Tracy Sands? Because that was interesting. And then we just did the short story. That's like the theme of everything. But with that being said, we're gonna wind this one up. Look at the countdown. And I see hey, they have regular names over in the Justice Serve TV chat. So we got Missy Mayhem, Starfish and Coffee, and Amber Donham Johnsons are already over there. We're going to redirect over here. This doesn't start for another half hour, but we're going to talk about this case over there, because there's never a shortage of things to talk about with this case. So with that being said, thanks for hanging out today. Hopefully you enjoy our outro, and see you in about 25 minutes. It should redirect you automatically. Oh, it didn't set it. There we go. See you, chat.
And I submit to you, and I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, and I submit to you, and I submit to you, but I submit to you, that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you, and I submit to you, I submit, the evidence will show, and I submit to you, so I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed. Second tub is recovered, submit to you. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you, and I submit to you. You're not going to see anything, but I submit to you. I submit to you, and I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you. You will hear facts, and I submit to you. It's like a Q-tip. I submit to you. The evidence will show. But that's the same day, if you recall. You're going to see his car. I submit to you. Drive right past it, and I'm going to submit to you on paper. I submit to you. That's what the evidence will show. I submit to you. You should listen to them very carefully. I submit to you, and I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you. I submit to you. I submit to you. I submit the evidence is going to show that. I submit to you. You're going to hear. I submit to you. He didn't want to pay that money. He burned the car. I submit to you. That's what the evidence will show. To the ground. And I submit to you. That's what we have. And I submit to you. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.